Hello.
Hey, good evening, Noor. How are you?
Good morning. For from our side, I'm doing great. I'm just waiting for Muzammil to join and have a voice check.
Okay, let's have a sound check. Where's Muzz? Are you there, Muzz?
No, no, he hasn't yet joined. I'm waiting for
Oh,
him.
okay. Because
Yeah,
the techs usually relax and don't test. We're gonna
yeah,
stay on. We're gonna stay on.
yeah. Actually,
Unfortunately,
yeah, it does happen. I think that they
we
had
we
to.
cannot we cannot assume that it's going to be correct. We got to test it every night.
Yeah. Actually, we need to do it. I've messaged him, but actually, they are setting it up in Serena Hotel today, so it might
Oh,
not
it's a
be.
different place. Oh, it's a different place.
Yes, exactly. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I guess that they are
So
still setting it.
they're gonna be later than usual.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's gonna happen, because it's
Okay,
quite,
that's no
yeah.
problem.
So I think that's,
That's okay. We go with the flow.
yes, let's see when he joins and has have, trust her. But I think that we can do it.
Okay, was Tariq happy? Did you hear that? Was he happy with yesterday? I thought it went well.
It went quite well. It went,
Yeah.
I think,
Did
perfect.
you? Oh, you haven't talked to him? Or you haven't got any feedback?
No, actually, I didn't message
Okay,
him.
okay, that's all right.
Did you hear
Well,
from
that
him?
if there's no news is good news.
Yes, I assume. I
If it
assume.
went badly, he would let us know, like anybody would.
Yeah, you're right. I believe that's true because
It's like we got to be in the background, it's like if you don't see us, that means we're doing well. If you don't know we're there, you know what I mean?
yes.
It's there, yeah.
I agree.
We shouldn't be obvious. We should just be there.
Yeah, exactly. And, nobody actually cares about it, and
No.
nobody even mentioned it. So I was quite surprised that
Yeah. Usually like Borba, he's always a very political guy, and he's been quiet. What's been going on with Borba?
he's doing great as far as I know because I had to get in touch with him regarding the book and everything. So he was great, and
Well, he's in a funny position to be quiet. He's suddenly at WFNS.
yeah, he's
He's
gonna
a
take.
lot. I don't know if he has something big planned or what.
I don't know about Trek because I think he's quite busy and quite taken up and things like this. So
Just slowing down, maybe.
yeah, maybe I'm not quite sure about what he's going right now. Doing, but he was quite happy and everything was quite perfect. I called him and he even attended the carnival and everything. And I think that he,
Oh, okay, okay. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I think things are
Yeah, I
going
think
great.
that takes so. I tell you, I've been to Rio.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, it's a very nice. It's a crazy place. The city. Everywhere you go in Brazil, they go, you're going to Rio, be careful, be careful. The whole country is cognizant of the problems in Rio. Rio is synonymous with violence.
Yeah,
Uh, Even more when you get into the country, it's like, oh, you're going to Rio, be careful. But I had
really.
no problem. I stayed on the main strip there. I didn't go back in the favelas at night, of course. You don't even go there during the day
Yes, obviously. So you had a good.
if you don't have any business, you know. Yeah, I love the food there is incredible. They're very generous with meat. They love meat, like churrasco. You'll have 4 or 5 different types of meat for one meal.
Oh, really?
Yeah, meat. They're very big on meat.
Oh, that's great.
Do
Some
you
of.
eat meat? Do you eat meat?
Yeah, we do.
Okay,
And
okay.
like I was about to say that it's quite similar to our setup because here it is very important to add meat to everything, like meat with potatoes, like in the form of a stew. We call it aloo gosh, but it is meat with potatoes. We eat more of the mutton and chicken. The younger generation prefers to eat chicken, but like you have mentioned, all type of the three type of meat we eat is beef, mutton, and chicken. So it's quite important in our food as well that we add some sort of meat in it. So it's
Right.
quite, it's like that.
Okay, let me try to get a hold of Muzz. Oh, you've messaged him already?
I messaged him also, but I'm waiting for
Okay,
his
let
reply.
me also message him.
But the feed went quite good. I was thinking that everything was so smooth. So I even took questions from the audience and conveyed it to Mr. Kabir Khan. I messaged him. I even asked him that he likes if he likes, then we can turn Zoom on in the meantime so that everyone can have a chance to ask questions directly. But he said no, it's better if you send it to me in
Well,
text.
whatever they want to do, we'll do.
Yeah,
They don't seem to be stressing it too much. So
yeah, you're right.
yeah, he's not answering. Miz is not answering me either.
Yeah,
Uh,
I believe he's busy there in the, in the in the hotel and trying to fix things, maybe. So that's the reason. But I think that they know their job quite well. Muzammil was quite good.
yeah, it seems yeah, they seem very efficient.
Yeah, he was good. Although I had to message him several times during the webcast. I messaged him for audio and to make things work like
Yeah,
the.
yeah. They don't care. They don't care. It's like a big deal. Well, to
Yeah,
us, it's a big deal.
yes, for us it is, it's a big deal.
And
We'll.
now I always get lax, but I always say, okay, look, I don't know if I can do the conference unless I talk to the tech. And
Yes.
the tech will inevitably, oh, we'll do it today. I'll say, no, no, we're gonna do it 1 week ahead of time.
Yeah.
1 week. And of course, oh, it's a different venue. And then I'll say, well, okay, we need to go to the venue. I need to test it a week before, or I cannot promote because I don't know what's going to happen.
It's all right. No, you're totally, I do totally agree to this because it gets very difficult if you can't see it before. But the other thing is that I think the best time to have an idea of what's gonna happen next day is one day before because their setup is quite actual, a day before the conference rather than several days before. But you can have a good idea that they will handle it if
Well,
they
it's a
show you.
lot of times like with him, you get a sense of what they know, and he seemed to be on top of things. He
Yes,
had the, so I don't think we have to worry. We're worrying for nothing, really.
yes,
So anyways, it's good we're worrying. I mean, we gotta care.
yes,
So okay, so we just wait till
yeah.
he comes on. We're not getting any camera shot, right?
Yes, yes, nothing is
The
happening.
camera's not even on now. Oh, he's in a.
Yeah, it's not on yet.
Oh, okay. It's not even. We don't know if we're even connected, right?
I believe he will, but I think nobody has yet joined
No,
from the.
no. I have people joining all the time. They have a nice thing that pops up on my screen now to admit people. It's great. That's
Yeah,
new. That's new. I haven't had that before.
yeah, it's great. It's very very easy. So I believe it's gonna happen. But I mean that there is nobody from the hall from the conference who has yet joined with us. Somebody has to join us from the conference hall. So I
Oh, I
don't.
see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I am texting.
yeah. That's what happened. But there are still 12 minutes to go.
Oh boy.
For some time, I've been noticing that the crowd we are now having is very interested in asking questions, and they are very much engaged. The audience
Good.
that I receive
Well,
every
you know, Zoom is changing. It's changing. It's not nearly as popular as it used to be.
no, I think
But you know, it's not just us. I initially I thought, wow, what am I doing wrong? And this and that. But I talked to a tech, not a tech, neurosurgeon from New York that has that group from the brain and spine group. He said, no, it's drastically down all over, not just
no,
for us.
no. I'm saying that people are quite engaging nowadays.
Good,
I mean,
good.
yeah, because the
Those are the people we want. Well,
yeah,
where is Ms.?
exactly.
Where is Ms.? Where is there? Can you contact Tariq? Okay, now it's time to start contacting Tariq. Okay,
Let's see what
this is not good.
I'm messaging him again.
Okay, I'll be back.
Yes, I'm messaging him, and let's see what he says. I'm messaging Muzammil first. Okay, Elias is here.
Oh, he's here?
Yeah. I've just located him. He's joining in.
Boy, it's a great feature. It just pops, it's like a pop-up on my screen. Admit this person or not. I used to have to go to the Zoom inside and go into the panel, but now it's just a pop-up on my screen.
Yeah,
Admit this person. That's very convenient. That's new.
yeah. Yes, it's good. You know, actually, I also have enabled, waiting area, na? So it's very good to have the waiting area there. That's why you can see that.
He, yes. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, you're here.
Hi, John.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, good morning. We have started hopefully another 5 minutes or so.
Okay, very good. Hi, everything going okay?
Everything going well. Everybody's here from all over the world and from Pakistan as well.
Yeah, we have a good audience.
Thank you for the things yesterday. I think there was a lot of people watching.
Good. Noor's the killer.
No, thank you. But it went
Okay,
so great. It went wonderful.
Hello, Noor. How are you?
Hello, sir. I'm doing great. Thank you very much.
Good, good. Thank you for helping us here. It's great.
Thank you
okay,
so much,
good.
sir. It's an honor. I was so happy to do it, and it went so great. Alhamdulillah, I was so happy that everyone was quite engaged
Okay,
on.
Is Muzz there? Is Muzz there? Noor, where's Muzz? We need to do a sound check of the
I guess Ilyas
camera.
will do.
We don't
Ilyas,
have even have camera shot yet.
no. I mean, Ilyas will do. You know, they are just trying to. They have set it up, and I think this was quite good. The audio was quite good. I was on the YouTube as well, so just try to have a check on YouTube if you like as well, because I can see it's quite fine there.
Oh, okay. You can see.
Yeah, let us pin this up. So it is the same, like yesterday. They have paint a picture rather the fire. Working. It's perfect. We can see quite well. Have you checked?
Ali, mic check.
Good evening.
It's not good, I think.
Mic test.
I think it's good. Bennett, how do you think? John Bennett?
Ali, mic check.
Can
Ali,
we
mic check.
can we do a camera check and a camera check, please?
Yeah, the camera is also, this one. I think it's perfect going. But Mr. Ilyas, I wish that you show people from the front when they are gathering together, like in a group photo or something, so that we can have good, picture or a view for the audience on YouTube as well.
Ali.
Oh, good. Okay, we got the camera. Good, good.
Yeah. Everything, I think that it's quite perfect.
Very good.
Yeah, quite good.
Are you at the microphone there, Muzz? Someone at the microphone or the podium? Can someone please
Ilyas.
go? We need to sound check that, Noor. The
Yeah,
sound
Ilyas.
check from the podium.
It is Ilyas. We've got Ilyas doing the sound check. So
We haven't done the sound check. We haven't done the sound check. We need to do a sound check. We haven't done one. We don't know if we need to have someone. Is anyone listening?
Hello?
Muzz?
Hello?
Yes. Can we do a sound check, please, of the podium?
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay. We need to do. Hey, there you go. Okay, the sound check is good. Great. Thank
Yeah,
you.
perfect. It's going it's going to be great. I can.
Yeah. Why did we check?
We're
Why
all
do you think we
set.
check?
We are finally all set to go, I think. I'm declaring it.
Oh my God, Nick's here.
What? No. It's going to be, perfect, I guess. Now that, I hope so. Yeah. Hello, I think we are good to go. What do you think about it? Professor Dempsey is here. I think they have probably turned the, audio off on purpose, so they will resume it, unmute themselves once they start it. I can see that people are joining in and what a good crowd is there. There's somebody from Central America watching from Nicaragua.
Yeah,
So
yes,
good.
Marvin Salgado. Hello, Marvin, are you there?
Yes,
There's
that
a lot of people here today.
people are joining in and what a
Hey,
good.
hey, Marvin, how you doing? Maybe he's not. Some people just join and take a walk or go on vacation.
You know that.
I'm happy if we just get 12 people. We have 18 already, so we won't. No, that's a good crowd. That's a good crowd.
As long as they are quite engaging, it's good enough for us to have people. So I
Yes.
guess yes.
Yeah, I just let the people go at their own speed once they get going, especially something that's organized. Sammy, we do conferences together. Sammy, you know Sammy, right? Samuel Morsi.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's quite a guy. Anyways, he runs it. He runs a pretty. He introduces every talk, every single talk. And he's quick. He's very quick because he always has a full schedule, and he goes
Yeah,
one after and he gets any questions, and then on to the next one, on to the next one. And
yeah,
sometimes we have to change the order of speakers, really
yes,
quickly. And
yes. And
when
it
you're
gets.
alone, I say to myself, geez, I wish I had some time to say that Barbara's going to speak or that so and so is going to speak.
But
Like
many speakers do not come even. In his programs, I have seen that speakers do not come, and it gets very awkward at times. And do you remember that last time I was in his program and I tried to handle the situation quite well, and we actually succeeded in doing it because I think he had a long list of people, but we were able to have only I don't know, but about 5% of speakers which were in the list. But we somehow managed to run a program, and he wasn't happy at all after that. He was like, "Why did you do this? Why did you do that?" I told him that we had to handle the situation, and we handled it so well. But he was very awkward. I guess that for question and answers, the host should have a lot of academic power himself or herself. So I believe this is the main reason why Sam cannot have a question and answer and discussion session. Honestly, just between me and
it
you.
all comes down to rehearsal. It all comes down. All these questions can be laid out when you have rehearsal. You can answer questions,
Yeah, and
but a
if you
lot of times organizers will expect it all to be, no, we're not ready. We have to practice.
You know, I run.
You go into surgery doing a procedure you've never done before. No, of course you don't. You practice that procedure.
Yeah, but John Bennett, I run. Do you see it? You might have noticed that in my programs, I run a very long discussion session because I also participate and raise questions, and I make a list of all the things that I think they will be found difficult by the audience in the hall. So I by the end of the session, I ask all those questions and then take up questions from the crowd as well. So in my this, I always exert a lot
Well,
I emphasize.
I
Yeah.
had a webcast from Yemen, and they were very, very interactive, very interested.
Who?
A good group, a good Yemen.
Yemen. Oh yeah, okay. But again, they
Yeah.
don't have, I believe that the juniors are
Okay,
in.
Laura, I gotta go. I gotta do some stuff. Okay. So
Okay.
I'll be okay. I'll just stay here until we start.
Yeah, let's
Like,
let's
yeah, it's all yeah. We always delay like this. It's the norm.
we are just
'Cause
9 minutes up, so I guess it's okay.
yeah, it's normal for me. I don't know what your experience is, but it's normal, especially in
Yeah.
Pakistan, India,
Yeah.
and Latin America too. They always start late. You can
Yeah.
count on it. You can
Dude.
count on it.
Yeah, I do remember the conference once we do televised, and you sent to me that it is in Central America and they will get late. So I said, okay, I have this margin because in Pakistan the situation is quite similar. So even in our local functions, we have that margin in our mind because our functions never start in time in Pakistan.
Yeah, when you say it starts at 7, people come at 7:05,
Yeah,
7:05. Yeah.
exactly.
Are we ready?
I guess.
Hashad, you there on the panel? Nick's on the panel. Let's see who else on. Dr. Marvin's on the panel. Ahmad.
No, I think there's nobody in the panel because they wouldn't, I don't think they would like it. So just let me say, but who is the first speaker? Let me check it again. I
Oh,
think
I gotta make you co-host. Are you co-host?
just leave it right now. Just in a moment, let's see what they are. John Bennett, I believe that we will be starting from the inauguration ceremony. So let us have,
Are we live now? Is it going?
yes, it's going on, but I can't see what's going on. Yeah, on the other side.
No, oh, you can pin it, right? You can pin it.
Yeah, I've pinned it.
Like
That's
that.
why.
Oh, you did? Okay. Okay, let me take off my pen. Oh, you pinned it. Okay.
Yes. It's there. There's somebody.
That's the correct screen, correct? No.
Yeah.
Hello, Marvin.
Let's see what's I think they're about to start. Can we hear the voices coming from the hall? I think they are about to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished participants, a very good morning and a warm welcome to the grand inauguration of the first International WFNS Global Neurosurgery Conference in Peshawar. My name is Almas Fatak and I'm your state secretary for this historic event. To commence this significant gathering with a spirit of reverence and tranquility, we'll begin with the recitation from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد.
May I kindly request everyone to please rise as we play our national anthem. Thank you. You may take your seats, please. It is an honor to have with us Professor Shahid Ayub, the President of the Pakistan Society of Neurosurgeons. He will now deliver the welcome address.
Thank you very much, Almas. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor to have all these delegates, guests, and participants from all over the world who have gathered here in Peshawar to enhance the neurosurgical services all over the world. I expect that the minds and expertise of neurosurgeons who have gathered to plan further enhancements in technicalities of neurosurgery would be very beneficial not only to the local city of Peshawar, not only to Pakistan, but internationally as well. This conference started with interactive workshops yesterday very successfully, and I expect that the 2 days academic discussion would be of high quality. With this, I also expect that your stay in Peshawar with the hospitality of Professor Tariq Khan would be an excellent memory, everlasting memory, which will remain with you. And we are here to warm welcome you again, serve you, and warm welcome and very, very thankful. Thank you for sparing your valuable time and coming to this far-flung area in Pakistan. Thanks once again.
We are privileged to have Professor Mumtaz Ali amongst us. He has a distinct honor of being the first fellow of neurosurgery of this province from the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Pakistan. Would like him to address the audience as well. Please welcome Professor Mumtaz Ali.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to everyone. Of course, my name is Mumtaz Ali and I was ex-president and ex-dean of Faculty of Neurosurgery and still a practicing neurosurgeon in KPK. I welcome you all to this memorable event in KPK. And if I'm not forgetting, probably this is the 4th international conference which has been held in Peshawar. And all these 4 conferences were probably led by Professor Tariq Khans, who is a leader and who is our teacher of neurosurgery in KPK. Among us, the senior visionary faculty members are still sitting. So many my teachers and colleagues and those who have traveled from abroad, I welcome you all. We all know that the theme of the conference is probably to think about the neurosurgery. And I personally believe that listening is the first step for thinking. And once we listen, probably we think. And when we start thinking, then we start observation and seeing the things. And when we observe again, we start thinking. And when we think again, so then we perform. So thinking is probably in the center. It based on listening, it based on observation, and probably it is a requirement for performing things. That is the reasons that most of neurosurgeons, they needs a sort of thinking concepts. And the concepts are provided by our senior. We all are aware that in every field, if it is a religious field, or either it is a political field, or it is a sort of educational field, there are two concepts. First concept is that is the concept of educationist and academician. And the second concept is that is the concept of clinician. And if you combine these two concepts, academician and clinician, so probably things comes really in existence. As far as neurosurgery is concerned, I saw the neurosurgery in the beginning in this province when I was resident with Professor Tariq Khan. And I'm witness that under his leadership and guidance, we actually brought a very big change in the field of neurosurgery. And Alhamdulillah, now we are on the path that what we say, we record that. And what we record, we actually do that. And this blessing and this teaching was given by our Prophet, peace be upon him, 1400 years back, that he was sent as a teacher. And he mentioned in his verses that Ana bu'istu mu'allima. I was made as a teacher for the humanity. So probably those who are teacher here, they follow the same concept that we are the teacher for the younger neurosurgeon who will provide services to allowing people and people suffering from neurosurgical disorder. My second thinking is that what we say, probably we must record and we must write that. And this was again mentioned in a hadith by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu that the words were like that, qayyidul ilmi bil kitab. What you are saying, you must write it in a booklet shape. So I request all that what you are saying today, we will try to record and we will keep it preserved for the rest of our junior. The third same concept shared in this conference must be documented and recorded. And considering these concepts, I must say that neurosurgery has one main vision, one main concept, one neurosurgery in one world. And in this entire world, we have one mission, that is one health for all and same health for all. So those who are unaware about the neurosurgical disorder, about the neurosurgical concept, this is our responsibility to share and to promote and convey these concepts to those countries, to those centers, and to those colleagues who are unaware. So if we work on these lines, probably our all efforts will become useful. In the summary, I must say that the purpose of the thinking followed by the practical implementation and education of the junior and for the underdeveloped country, this is the purpose to serve the humanity. I hope that this event in Peshawar will remain as a source of inspiration in the future. Though everyone sitting in this hall is special for us, but there are few who are more special, those who have traveled from abroad, those who are senior, and those who have been designated and chair. And that is the reason I welcome you all, but special welcome to Professor Franco Sarvedi. Probably this is the fourth time I'm seeing him, who was the ex-president, and Dr. Najela Lebadi, and probably the Dr. Key Park. So these three names were very much special, though everyone is special for me. And I hope that this conference will be a great success. And we must pray that what we see and what we think today, we must bring this in our practical field. And of course, no doubt, the credit of all these organization, arrangement goes to Professor Tariq Khan. And I must say that leaders are not born in a one day. It is the continuous efforts, it is the continuous struggle, and not only one person, but probably the organizing team who is helping. So we must salute to Professor Tariq Khan, who has arranged such nice conference in the city of Peshawar, and probably I am one among them. Thank you very much and welcome to Peshawar. Thank you.
A conference of this magnitude requires strong international leadership. I now proudly invite the conference chairman and chairman of the Global Neurosurgery Committee of the World Federation of Neurosurgical Societies, Professor Tariq Khan, to address us and share his vision for the conference.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning. First of all, thanks to all the delegates, especially the international delegates who traveled from so far away all over the world. I think nearly 35 countries. It's a big thing for me. It was a dream which we were hoping to achieve last year, but because of unfortunate incidents, it had to be postponed. But our team persevered in this effort, and I'm glad we did. And here we are, all of you, and really, it's a great honor for me that you people are here. Global neurosurgery, I remember a few things of that. I'm a bit muddled up in the sequence, but one I remember Franco and Key sitting on the breakfast table, he may remember or not, and I was overhearing the discussion about global neurosurgery and global neurosurgery committee. And then I was roped in by Walt Johnson and Key Park into the first international global neurosurgery symposium, which was held in Rabat by Professor Najia Lebadi. That was the first time where I attended that. And obviously in 2019, Franco started the Global Neurosurgery Committee, in which we here in this hall inaugurated in the Neurotrauma Conference in 2019. You were here, Gail, I think many others were here. And really, I believe that, and then we were sitting in Bogota for the WFNS conference in the evening time. Of course, that's a time for discussion and reflection. And somehow I said, why don't we have a global neurosurgery conference? And everybody said, yes, of course. I said, why don't we do it in Peshawar? And everybody says, yes. So here we are. I think really it's remarkable. It was very difficult to develop the scientific sessions because I think it was the first time that we were trying to do something which was purely about global neurosurgery, because people were sending in papers of, they've done meningiomas or they've done so much this, that. It was not, the idea was not that at all. It was, as Mumtaz pointed out, neurosurgery for all. It should be the same for everybody. That was the concept. And I think hopefully from our discussions yesterday and hopefully in the next 2 days, we'll become much nearer to this goal of trying to get neurosurgery for everybody all over the world. So welcome again. Thank you very much. Okay.
Next, I would like to invite our esteemed honorary conference president, Professor Franco Sarvade. His address will undoubtedly inspire us as we embark on this global neurosurgery exploration, bridging knowledge across borders. Please welcome Professor Sarvade.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, I think first time I met Professor Tariq Kani, it was, I think, 2002 or 3 or something. And I was the chair of the Neurotrauma Committee of the World Federation, and Tariq was working in neurotrauma already, presenting papers. And I asked him, why don't you join us in the Neurotrauma Committee? And it was a good discovery. I didn't know him. He started working hard with us. And when I moved to the presidency of the World Federation, I thought this is the man who can lead the neurotrauma. And for the first time in the history of the World Federation, someone who was not coming from a Western country became the chair of the Neurotrauma Committee. And this was not without discussions. It was with discussions. But today we see that we were right. And we also, coming from that section, gave a flavor that neurosurgery is a global issue. And the World Federation is the body who is leading a global approach to neurosurgery. So we need someone to lead us in this process. And we thought when we went, I will show you today, so I don't say anything now, but there is a long story of global approach to neurosurgery from the site of the World Federation with the training of many neurosurgeons in Africa, training of neurosurgeons in many parts of the world, having, let's say, a sort of international and global approach, but global doesn't mean anything without the people. This is the people. So if we work together on a same goal, which is delivering equities all over the world, this is what we have to do. Reducing disparities, promote equities, working together, and publishing what we do. This is the goal we have. And we have to thank Tariq for organizing this conference, and I have to thank all of you for coming and for contributing to this vision that many of us had. So thank you.
With these inspiring addresses from the esteemed speakers, we now transition into the heart of the conference, that is the plenary sessions. May I please invite Dr. Tariq Bargi to continue from here.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I am Dr. Tariq Bargi, working as assistant professor in Northwest General Hospital. In fact, it's a galaxy of neurosurgeons gathered all around the world to this beautiful city of Peshawar. I welcome you all to this beautiful city of Peshawar. To begin our plenary sessions, I would like to invite the chairs, Walt Johnson, Gail Russo, Yuan Zenon Kepre. Please come on the stage. And so the time for each talk is 12 minutes. There will be 3-minute discussion. I will leave it to the chairs whether they want to do discussion at end of each paper or end of the session. The first plenary session is global neurosurgery.
What a pleasure to be here with all of you in this beautiful place for this shared beautiful vision of global neurosurgery. And as Franco says, access to quality neurosurgery for everyone, everywhere. It's my honor to introduce our first speaker in this plenary session, well known to all of you, Professor Abd El-Kemlichi, who is going to share with us his understanding of global neurosurgery. Just as Professor El-Kemlichi is getting his slides together for his presentation, I want to remind you all of the organization that the conference would like us to have for this morning, which is that each speaker will speak for 12 minutes, and then we'll have 3 minutes for conversation and comments from the audience before we move on to the next speaker. So welcome, Professor El-Kemlichi, 12 minutes, and then we'll take questions and comments about your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. It's my pleasure to be here, and I would like, of course, to thank the organizers for their invitation, especially Professor Tariq Khan and all the organizing committee. I would like, I feel honored to open this first scientific session on this topic, my understanding of global neurosurgery. The goal of this topic is to stimulate the debate on our understanding of global neurosurgery, and especially try to unify this understanding if we want to be efficient in the future development of global neurosurgery. So just to remind everyone about what we mean about global neurosurgery is that a concept which aspires to create a collaboration between neurosurgeons around the world, of course, and to extend to all regions and patients the benefit of a good neurosurgical care. And it's obviously a part of public health problems and global health. And the main target of this global neurosurgery is the countries with low and middle income. For the young neurosurgeon, I would like to remind you that the historical background of global neurosurgery evolved through different periods. And this started by the beginning of the half of the last century. And the birth of global neurosurgery happened exactly with the creation of the WFNS. And you see in the constitution of the WFNS, the second article, that the Federation and its member societies shall promote global improvement in neurosurgical care, training, and research to the benefit of all our patients. This support, early support of WFNS to global neurosurgery was facilitated with another early collaboration with the WFNS. And again, to remind the young neurosurgeons that the first central office of the WFNS was in the WHO headquarters in Geneva. And then later on, the practical application of global neurosurgery started at the end of the last century through a remarkable collaborative program between WFNS, WHO, to try to target the huge need of neurosurgery in sub-Saharan Africa. And this started with a common conference which was organized by the WFNS and WHO on neurosurgery in public health in 1996. It was organized in Madrid under the chairmanship of our
respected honorary president, Dr. Martin Rodriguez. And at that time, these two institutions, in order to reach their goal, they created a common working group, which was called WHO Working Group in Neurosurgery, who was made by 15 expert neurosurgeons representing different areas of the world. It was chaired by the president of the WFNS at that time, starting by Dr. Armando Basso, and it has as secretary Dr. Prilipko, who was working in WHO in the Department of Mental Health. So the goal of this, the duty of this group was to try to materialize the application of the concept of global neurosurgery. And as Africa was the first continent which was targeted by WFNS and WHO, this group created another subcommittee, African subcommittee working group on neurosurgery. And this group started its activity with two important and historical surveys. The first one was, this is the form which was used in these surveys, and the first survey was regarding the neurosurgical workforce globally in the world. And you see here what we have found, the huge gap between the first group, where you have one neurosurgeon for 50,000 people, and the third one when you have one neurosurgeon for more than 1 million people. And the second survey concerned the situation of neurosurgery in Africa. And you see again the alarming situation we found at that time. More than 30 countries were without any neurosurgeon. At the same time, this survey included the study of the dominant pathology, which was headed by a head trauma, and it included also what were the needs of the priority of African neurosurgeons. All this was presented to the WFNS in 1999 in this report, and of course, the WFNS answer was to engage itself in the development of neurosurgery in sub-Saharan Africa. And you see here, all of you knows these three historical initiative and project, which of course were, as we will see, very successful. And just at that time, WFNS started to promote global neurosurgery, first through the promotion and the organization of the First World Congress in Africa, the 13th World Congress. And secondly, by using its own motto, as you see here, one word, one neurosurgery, which really explain the objective of the global neurosurgery. So it took almost 10 years, as you see, to have in practical way the concept of global neurosurgery, which was launched by this collaboration, as I said, WFNS, WHO, African neurosurgeons, and which has given us a model of a global neurosurgery concept functioning, starting with surveys, given the situation, the needs of neurosurgeon in these places, and then giving the answer through the initiatives and project. And all of us know how was successful this project, which were applied in the continent with the duplication of the regional training centers in different places, with the settlement, progressing settlement of a young neurosurgeon in different sub-Saharan Africa. You see here the ones who were trained in Rabat Regional Training Center. You see here many others, the example of Nairobi Regional Training Center. And of course, very quickly, the stimulation of the training will change completely the level of neurosurgery in this continent. And you see that in 15 years, we moved from 79 neurosurgeons in sub-Saharan Africa, as you see here, to 369, which means that the number increased 5 times in this region. And the expectation for 2030, just if we continue with the same progression, but I am sure that this progression will increase, we are expecting to have in 2030 more than 5,000 neurosurgeons in Africa and almost 2,000 in sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, all these effort, these programs, these details were published in different publications. You see here just some of my own publications with a special book which was edited 3 years ago dedicated to neurosurgery, emerging neurosurgery in Africa. But also there have been a lot of other publications from other colleagues. However, unfortunately, when you look to most of the papers published in the last decade, you almost know, you can very, with difficulty, you will find just maybe some word or almost no mention to this really, I must say, a golden age of global neurosurgery. I don't know why this happened. Maybe because in the last decade, the concept of global neurosurgery will have a second birth with the Lancet Commission report, which was published in 2015, and then followed by the WHO resolution in the same year, and the WFNS endorsed the concept of global neurosurgery in its Bogota declaration and created an ad hoc committee for global neurosurgery. And most of the papers, if not all, which are published, as I said, in the last decade, consider that the birth of global neurosurgery was starting from this report. So what we witness currently on global neurosurgery project, as following the publication of this report, we had a kind of reach to try to join this the global neurosurgery with several national, international neurosurgical association, department, individual, joining, of course, this solidarity movement with many investigations, surveys, and sessions dedicated to global neurosurgery in different
1 minute remaining.
and many papers. So I mean the common feature of all these papers, as you see, are the duplication of the content of this report, and the, I'm sorry, this is just.
So sorry, fascinating.
Include the discussion if you want, yes. And we need, I think, just 2 or 3 slides. We need the basis for the future development of global neurosurgery. First, I think the respect of this history, which is very important. The leadership who should define the target of global neurosurgery. And of course, WFNS is the most indicated international institution who can do that, but it should capitalize on its history on global neurosurgery. We should have an inclusive behavior. It's very important for institutions, for initiative, and for publications. And we should focus on basic training in neurosurgery. So in conclusion, the concept of global neurosurgery was born with the creation of the WFNS, and its practical application started in the 90s, as I said, about this project for sub-Saharan Africa. The Lancet Commission report and the WHO were important to popularize this concept, which engendered, of course, a large number of stakeholders. And according to the initiative currently undertaken by by different institutions and volunteers. The WFNS regional training centers are the best project to be encouraged if we want, of course, to develop our global neurosurgery project. And the last slide is just to insist on that the future development of global neurosurgery lies in the unified action of the actors of this program to work together with the common actions and targeting the priorities, and try to avoid the specific actions with, of course, less efficient consequences compared the common and unified action of all the actors of global neurosurgery. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Al-Kamlichi. I don't think we have time for questions, but perhaps as Dr. Alistair Jenkins is coming up, you'd like to introduce?
Sure, we'd like to welcome to the podium Mr. Alistair Jenkins, who will present to us about the Society of British Neurosurgeons and global neurosurgery. Welcome, Alistair.
While Mr. Jenkins is setting up his slides, is there a comment or question from the audience for Professor Al-Kamlichi? Yes, welcome, Dr. Key Park.
I was in Brazil. I think, Gail, you were there too, when Professor Kamlichi presented the paper about sorry. He presented the paper where I was just blown away, because it's the first time I've seen neurosurgeons taking a population-based approach to the unmet neurosurgical needs. And in fact, that's what motivated me to get into the public health aspects of global neurosurgery. We didn't call it global neurosurgery then. That was the thing. But the essence of the work that you did really jump-started everything that we're doing here today. So, shukran.
لا شكر على واجب.
Well, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. And I hope we have a first slide coming up. Yes. SPNS and global neurosurgery may sound like an oxymoron to some people. Try and advance. No, it's not going to advance. Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation to this wonderful country. I took this on my last trip here up in the mountains. It really is a fabulous place for those who've not been up there. When I before I started as president of the Society of British Neurological Surgeons, I went around as many units as I could just to see what their problems were. And this was what I saw when I went to the Royal London Hospital. This was the helicopter bringing in an 84-year-old man who'd fallen off his bicycle. And he was taken in by a group of paramedics, operated on, and had a very good outcome, I understand. And I thought, how do we manage this? And the answer was, I turned round, literally turned my body around through 180 degrees, and I saw this, which is the massive wealth of London. And having just come back from South India, I just thought to myself, what would this man give for that kind of care? And so I thought I would try to make my whole theme of my SPNS presidency global neurosurgery. I then went out later to Ethiopia and thought the same when I saw this family in the street. Unfortunately, COVID came along, and so my dreams of doing something in global neurosurgery retreated into my own front room for 2 years. What are the problems that we come across with trying to distribute this sort of care? The first one, the economy. This is what a Londoner thinks of as a shop with this sort of produce and these essential everyday comestibles. Whereas this is more like the reality for most of the rest of the world. This is a fairly upmarket area. And of course, it gets more basic as we go on. And so it is, of course, with healthcare. This is my hospital in Newcastle. We all know where this is, monument to perhaps to ego, but in a very plush place with operating rooms like this. Whereas the reality for many people is this sort of small clinic. And even in the major national teaching centers, which look okay from the outside, you go in, you find the infrastructure is not there. This outpatient clinic is very empty, but that's only because it's a Sunday. And you can see that the state of maintenance, whereas meantime in the casualty department, things are going full steam ahead. And you can imagine the difficulty in keeping any form of sanitation and care. And much of the care is given by parents. And in this case, I thought, what on earth is going on here? And one of my Pakistan friends said, this is what happens. The child touches, the dying child touches the chicken is sacrificed, the child gets healthy, and then said underneath, don't tell anybody I told you this. Public health, we talked about quite a bit yesterday. That's the sort of picture of somebody in the Western countries, and this is more the reality which we see every day and we saw on our way to Tariq's last night. And clearly there's not much defense in that sort of situation against this sort of magnificent beast coming along the road towards you. And perhaps we say, well, surely the police should be enforcing this. But then that's a whole cultural thing as well. We heard yesterday of how somebody had been arrested 27 times for not wearing a helmet and still wouldn't do it. And of course, it's not just on the roads. It's not just neurosurgery. This was a scene in South India, that same trip. And this sort of goiter would not be tolerated in the countries that many of us here are coming from. Politics get in the way very badly. This is a friend of mine, Shud Ambata, who started off an initiative, public-private partnership with the government, built two fantastic hospitals, a pediatric one, this one, and the other one, the adult hospital, opened by the president. And I went over and we met the chief of state and even met the Emir of Kano. People think I'm getting married to him in this picture. I assure you I'm not. And then next thing, what do we find? A year later, the Emir of Kano has been dethroned by the very man that I was meeting in that previous picture. And the whole thing fell apart. Those buildings are still empty. So what is the relevance of the SBNS to global neurosurgery? We've been going for very nearly 100 years. It's going to be 100 years in 2026. We're the second oldest society. But my view is we've been very late to the party. Our history in this is not great. We've trained surgeons from abroad, no doubt about it. If you look at our mix, you can see that it's a very broad mix, both of trainees and of consultants. But of course, one of the problems is that we brought people over and we've kept them. It's a brain drain. There are some notable exceptions. This chap, many of you here will recognize, and 20 years later, there we are. He's now the president, he's the ex-president of the Pakistan Society. And similarly, this chap needs no introduction, another alumnus from the UK, and some more disreputable characters that we've had along the way. And of course, it makes for very pleasant evenings, fun, and all that sort of thing. But perhaps we've not been doing our bit for sending people back to do stuff here. International research projects, going from the Glasgow Coma Scale, which was conceived and executed in one unit in the UK, we've become gradually a little more international subarachnoid trial, and then finally the decompressive craniectomy trials, etc., which are truly international. We run an exam, which is perhaps a little bit parochial, based very much on the FRCS. This is run in centers all over the world. And I have to say, you'd be worried if you came up against these two in your exam, but it works very well. Joint conferences. Well, yes, we have individual joint conferences. Here we are in Chennai, and we had a wonderful time. And we were able to repay that, perhaps not in such great style, in Blackpool in the UK. And here we are, another Newcastle alumnus, VP Singh, then president of the Indian Society. And we even managed to get some dancing there as well. But what we've not been good at is engaging in the world stage. We've not been good at WFNS, even ENS, and certainly things like Cannes, which fantastic congresses, really groundbreaking stuff, which I've really enjoyed. Supporting international projects, we've been very poor at. That's the one I was talking about above, the failed one in Nigeria. But I think we've kept very much inward looking rather than outward looking. A notable exception being Intersurgeon with the late lamented Bill Harkness, which has done a lot of good. And as for going over perhaps the mission thing that we all say is no longer the right model, we've done very little of that. But I have been involved in a few things, and a few of us have. And I love this picture because it looks like this man has this patient's soul in his hands, and that to me sums up neurosurgery. But there is a massive unmet need, and we have been very late, as I say, to this party. So what more can we do to try to do something about this? Well, I and others have set up the SPNS Global Neurosurgery Initiative just in the last year. Logo designed, in fact, by my daughter for historical reasons. And what we're trying to do is to find out about the programs that exist in the WFNS and elsewhere, to set up some telemedicine, MDTs, seminars, conferences, etc. We want to have training, observerships, exchange programs, and truly exchange, because I think that low middle income countries have a massive amount to offer our trainees as well as the other way around. We have tried some instrument shipping. Those of you who have done this will know how difficult it is and how many obstacles lie in the way. We have always been quite good at being involved in research and keeping that up. But now what we want to do is actually to make our presence felt physically as well if we can. Where do we start? Well, not with brainstem cavernomas, entertaining and life-saving though it may be. We're going to try to look, as the WFNS knows, at these basic neurosurgical problems, moving on to tumors and perhaps subarachnoid hemorrhage. And we must remember that perfect is the enemy of good. And for instance, this is just last week. This should be a video, but it's not playing. I got a request which simply went along the lines, it sent me this picture and said, consultation again, medical student. And I said, need surgery, unsurprisingly. Open surgery or endoscopic? And I said, well, anything, either would work. And you can see what I've said there. Large cyst, contents may be solid. I'd probably go for open. So the conversation then in that rather, to us, slightly foreign way then went on, what about shunting and wait and see? Because actually we can't do endoscopic surgery and we're not really very au fait with the open surgery. So of course I said bilateral shunting is fine. And it's this thing of making what we try to do fit in with the needs and abilities of the country that we're in. Similarly, I ran an exam just last week in Aberdeen, and I showed this picture and I said, what would you do? And every candidate but one said, I would get the brain lab. And I said, surely there are other ways of doing it. What about just doing some measurements? That costs nothing. And here we are. This is what you can do. Because those big instruments that we try to ship over will often end up in this sort of pile. And this is the real problem. Maintenance is the problem. Getting the things over there, getting them used is fine, but maintenance. So we're trying to get involved in everything, even basic, if misspelled initiatives that we've spoken about, helmet things. And I think it's important to remember this tenet from Henry Ford. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. In other words, it's the art of the possible. And we hope that, although late to the party, the SPNS will be driven enough to help you do this sort of thing. So I'll leave you with a goodbye from the typical family who thinks it's completely invulnerable. But just with this infant here from Addis Ababa and the amount of
One
hope.
more minute, Alistair.
Thank you. The amount of hope expressed in this child's eyes, I think, inspires me to try to do a little bit more. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you again for the invitation here to wonderful Peshawar. And
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Jenkins? And I'd like to announce that the tour is leaving very shortly. If you're going on the morning tour of Peshawar, meeting in the back of the room right now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Franco Servadai. Franco will be speaking about the WFNS and the early days of global neurosurgery. And while he's getting organized with his slides, any questions or comments about the SBNS presentation that we just heard? I know I, for one, would like to commend you all on putting together a study to look at what the current programs are that are partnerships that involve SBNS members. We're doing the same thing in the United States, and that will help us as a neurosurgical community de-silo all of these good efforts, which sometimes are repetitive. We can benefit by working together and knowing what one another are doing. Franco, welcome.
Thank you, Gail. Early days of global neurosurgery means early days for me. You have seen Professor Kamlici presentation, which the long story of the early days of neurosurgery. I was the first president elected of the WFNS with a specific interest in neurotrauma. All my predecessors had different interest in neurosurgery. And obviously, the neurotrauma, together with hydrocephalus, pediatric neurosurgery, and the global approach to neurosurgical care, were the target of my presidency, as established by the WHO. Why neurotrauma? You see it here that if we do a survey all over the world about the surgical activity of neurosurgery, you see that neurotrauma is by far the first surgical approach we do all over the world, together with obviously stroke, tumors, and so on. I've been, as I told you before, the neurotrauma committee president. Here I was much younger. You see here Randy Chestnut, who is with us, and it was 96, the ICRAN WFNS meeting in Italy. So the story of collaboration is a long story. What about the period where I was elected, which was 2015? You see that during these days, there was already a strong, apart from the story of the WFNS, outside the WFNS, there were already strong stories of global involvement of neurosurgeons. You see the milestone paper of Benjamin Worf saying, we have done in US, we firstly have shown that third ventriculostomy works for hydrocephalus in children. Then we have applied the endoscopic treatment in Uganda, and we show that it is cost effective. At the same time, in trauma or in others periods and education in low and middle income countries outside the stream of the WFNS, there were a lot of initiatives. As everything has been written, you see here, there is a paper which just came out about the surgery, this history of global neurosurgery over 60-year period, and it includes what you have seen from Professor Kamlici. But what is global neurosurgery is the clinical and public health practice of neurosurgery with the primary purpose of ensuring timely, safe, and affordable neurosurgical care to all who need it. This is done by Ahmed Amar and Key Park in 2021. So there are 3 phases of global neurosurgery. In the interest of time, I will go very quickly because I have to reduce my presentation. I don't want you to read this. Much of what is here, I have already told you. Benjamin Worf here, Professor Majid Sami launching the Africa 100 program, as you have seen, with the reference training center of the World Federation, the biggest one in Morocco, led by Professor Kamlici, but also in Brazil, in Algeria, in Nairobi. So at the beginning of the 2000s, this center started to produce new neurosurgeons. Then we had the period of the twins system collaboration between university in US and Uganda and Tanzania with a fruitful collaboration. And then obviously we had the period after I was elected in 2015, where we got the Lancet Global Health Report, we did the Bogota Declaration. Then, as we saw, we had a very important collaboration with WHO, where Walt Johnson was at that time the chair of surgery, with Gay Rousseau was the liaison, and Key Parkwitz was the one to lead the publications about global neurosurgery. As you see, these are the collaborations established with more involvement of Europe in the last times. And as you have, I just jump it over because you have seen in the presentation of Professor Elkamlici, we have established as WFNS first the reference center in Africa, and then many other centers in Africa and in Brazil where Portuguese-speaking neurosurgeons were trained. The key point that was decided by my predecessor in the WFNS was training African neurosurgeons in Africa, not sending them out for training, since many of them, as you have seen from the presentation of Jenkins before me, will not come back. So training them in Africa mean that they will stay in Africa for after their training. This is the Rabat Center. You see it here. When I was president, I visited twice the annual meeting of the alumni of the Rabat centers coming from all sub-Saharan African countries. And we also did publications about what they are doing and which instrument. The other key point in Africa, and I have seen it from the slides have been given me from Professor Qureshi, it's the WFNS accredited site in Nairobi with expansion to the COSEXA, to the East African College of Surgeons. And this is the Anglophone speaking Africa with replicating the British system for education, whereas the Francophone, we discussed it yesterday, the Francophone Africa is replicating the French education system, which really have difficulties to speak each other in Europe, you can imagine in Africa. But now the tendency here and everywhere is to merge these two pathways of education who are from the beginning different. This is where we went to Africa for the graduation from the College of Surgeons of East, Central, and South of Africa of neurosurgeon. Then with the WFNS supported donation, you see here a microscope that the WFNS has donated in Uganda, and owing to the good work of KeyPark, we were also able to check whether the instrument that we were donating to Africa were in maintenance or were left in the cellars because nobody could use it. And to our surprise, many of these instruments were maintained. So the donation were cost effective. And as you have already seen from the slides of Professor Elkamlici, all this work done by the WFNS and outside the WFNS in Africa and in many other countries led to an increase in the number of neurosurgeons, as you see it here, in many African regions, and even outside Africa, in Asian region. We have, as you see it here, an increasing awareness of the concept of global neurosurgery. If we look at the published papers, we also have done a very early publication on this to show which was the way for us to continue the collaboration in this field. And even there has been a mapping of the global neurosurgery. So as I told you, There were a lot of publications, some of them useful, some of them less useful, but you see that they reflect a worldwide interest in the field, and even conferences included the global neurosurgery. Now, you cannot have an international conference without a section on global neurosurgery. Whether it is useful or not, we have to do it. We have to show. But the key question, do we reduce disparities by talking? No, we reduce disparities by working on the field. And you know that we all know that these are the disparities with few neurosurgeons in this area. This is the same as if you look at the number of surgeons and anesthesiologists all over the world, is the same distribution. So neurosurgery is not different from other surgical specialty. We have large difference in instruments. You see it here between Europe, US, and other regions. We have huge disparities in scientific activities. I will have a paper on that later, but only 5% of the publication all over the world come from low middle income countries, very few. And you see that the most publishing countries are these. And these countries are all of them, either in Western countries, US, Europe, or in Japan and in Korea. The first country publishing from this area is India, who is bottom down. So in conclusion, studying traumatic brain injury led many of us to shift to a global view, because the traumatic brain injury is a global disease where neurosurgeons are curing patients all over the world, and we need a global approach to all fields of neurosurgery. We started working in collaboration, but in many cases, results were not published. When we did reviews, we understood that we didn't find many reports which were published. The WFNS, as Professor Kamlichi has shown, already decided to train neurosurgeons in Africa for Africa, and there was a flowering of collaborating centers with good results. And many continental societies have followed this target, the ENS, the WNS, the Asian, and the flank, but all of them need a sort of coordination. The world is big, so we need to collaborate each other, and there is a huge role for this committee and for the World Federation. This is what we call it. When I was elected, there were 3 people who were in key positions for making a storm on global neurosurgery: Gail Rousseau, Walt Johnson, and Key Park. And I think we did a good job all together, together with the people who was already working in the field, like Professor Kamlichi or Professor Qureshi and all the other ones. We made what we call it a storm. And now the word global neurosurgery is in the mouth of every neurosurgeon. Whether it will help or not, it has to be seen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Franco. If there are any questions, please step to, thank you. So microphone coming to you.
Usually, we neurosurgeons attend a conference to present our work, but this is the first time which I admire and I inspired by, and I'm thankful to Professor Tariq Saab that he initiated this conference. And this is a very thought-provoking, that the country which make us a doctor and then a neurosurgeon, now this is a time when we should give back that country in the shape of training our juniors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that kind comment, we'll close this session and invite the next set of moderators. While they're coming up, was there another question or comment? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I have to say it's continues to remain inspiring when we listen to the stalwarts of global neurosurgery. And I want to again acknowledge the role that Franco, you played as president, but also as we've heard yesterday, the role that Professor Al-Kamlishi and Professor Majid Sami did for global neurosurgery, and the impact is there for everyone to see. One of the things that we did notice throughout this theme was what Alistair showed. There's goodwill around the world. We get individuals, we have programs developing, and we have donations of equipment being provided in LMIC countries. What is sad on occasions and fairly common is some of those donations, just as Alistair showed very impressively, lie there in centers where they begin not to function. To address that, and I'd like the help of Gail Rousseau and Walt Johnson on this, tomorrow in St. Louis, with one of the people that was responsible for the neurosurgical program in sub-Saharan Africa, Paul Young, is meeting with a very, very enthusiastic and determined lady called Vidya Sri, who is in the States, who's opened up huge companies. She's been vice president of some very big corporates, but is now venturing into green technology, whatever that means. She was in Nairobi. She was inspired by the Zanzibar experience and has offered. And the reason that is right in front of my office as I open it every morning, there is an ugly brown box with full of instruments that Imad Kanan sent to me from Saudi Arabia following the Cannes meeting. He says, I can't see how you guys operate, so I'm going to organize this donation. It's lying there in my office, frustrating me, and I've refused to remove that ugly box from my office because it reminds me every morning to get people to say, how can we use all this equipment that's been donated for so many years, over the years? And Gail, you've been part of that. You've seen it in Eldoret, you've seen it in Tanzania, you've seen it in Zanzibar. How can we coordinate two things? One is our program of education, which is diverse, and we are trying to harmonize it, for example, in Africa, as an African Board of Neurological Surgery, but that we can talk about later. But also this plethora or huge volumes of equipment that sometimes go and lie in corners where we can't use it. And if I, who've been trying to push for this for 20 years, I'm being depressed by seeing a box of new instruments. Really, this initiative that Paul Young is doing, actually the meeting is tomorrow in St. Louis between Vidya Sri, but I'd plead with you, I know it's preaching to the converted, but if you can get in touch with Paul and Vidya, I think we have an opportunity not just for sub-Saharan Africa, which is what they're going to plan on tomorrow, but perhaps if you think it's appropriate for there to be a linkage with the World Federation, and this could become a global thing, because there's tons. Mike Hagland brings instruments all from all over the place. Ben Wolf does that, and what's his name? Jose does that, but we want to coordinate this and coordinate the program. So tomorrow's meeting is a very key one, and I'd like Walt and yourself to get in touch with Paul, if I may request you to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So moving on to the next plenary session of Global Neurosurgery Conference, I would like to invite Kenan Ematovic, Robert Dempsey, and Franco Cervera. They are already on the chair, so please proceed with your.
Thank you very much for this kind announcement. We are moving along with our papers. Next presenter is Professor Sharif, Global Spine Health and Education.
Professor Salman Sharif, sir.
Thank you. Really, it's my pleasure to be part of this amazing session that we have here. Thank you. I have loads of friends here from Pakistan as well as from abroad. So it's wonderful seeing you all again after some time. Some of you I saw 2 weeks ago, and now I'm seeing them again, but it's wonderful. I also wanted to tell you that while we are doing this, at the same time, WFNS Spine Committee is having a session with AANS CNS Joint Spine Section. And they had a global neurosurgery day yesterday with the joint section. And so it was a whole day program with AANS CNS Spine Section. 1,400 people were present in that program. Well, we know all this, that global demographics, health changes have led to rapid increase in number of people experiencing disability due to non-communicable diseases. So musculoskeletal disorders with 1.7 billion people affected, 149 million year lived with disability. Spine pain is the leading cause of disability. You know, in our clinics, day in, day out, that's what we see. In 2017, the WHO launched the Rehabilitation 230 initiative. Well, this is something like this in majority of the countries which are lower middle income, where education is less. This is what we see all the time. So who defines high quality care? I don't need to tell. Key is sitting here, WHO representative. Care that is safe, effective, people-centered, timely, efficient, equitable, and integrated. This is the thing that we know, that with global neurosurgery, you have all these four important factors that come into play. And the Global Spine Care Initiative basically talked about this kind of a model in which it's person-centered, psychosocial, proactive, looking at how can we prevent problems, evidence-based, deliver the best possible, collaborate with people, all the people involved, and people-centered, focus on the needs of the community. So, you know, our community needs may be completely different to others, integrated, and self-sustaining. And that is very, very important. Otherwise, what Moody was just talking about, if we give something, then they need to sustain it later on. So Global Spine Care Initiative, something like this. You have got awareness, initial triage, provider assessment, intervention, and then outcomes. And then you can classify the problems according to class 0 to class 5. And then it will be easy to see which kind of patients would require what kind of management plan. So levels of care for majority of them, it is self-care and community-based programs. It's low cost, and it's basically prevention. You have got the providers with the community care people, and the interventions are education, patient-centered community programs. On the other hand, if you go all the way down, I'm sorry, it doesn't show up very well. It's tertiary care, so its cost is high and it's for fewer people. And obviously, a triage needs to take it all the way down. And prevention is of the morbidity and mortality of these patients. Model of care components obviously include something which is self-care community program, and then you've got a primary spine program. And if there are red flags, depending on that, you know, you could go in there or come back into the self-care program. So obviously, all this needs to be taught to the local community providers. The models basically is a project initiate, you prepare it, your assessment of the situation, plan and design solutions, you implement, and then you assess and evaluate what you've done. And can you sustain and then scale it up to a different level? So that's how we go about it in all kind of programs. So this is common things that we know that, you know, if there are non-modifiable variables, which we can't change, whereas these we can change: exposure, trauma to medications, smoking, kind of job that you do, and then biological, your obesity, your lack of exercise, etc., and psychosocial education level, high job demands, heavy work, all that. So we can alter that and improve things accordingly. Recommendations for spine care pathway regarding individual and community prevention strategies based upon potential risk factors, comorbidities, and association. And clinicians could address individuals' need, and that is the most important thing. So mission of World Spine Care is to improve lives in underserved communities through sustainable, integrated, evidence-based spine care. Vision, world in which everyone has access to highest quality of spine care. So we all are talking about the same thing, but for a different kind of a problem. World Spine Care was established in 2008, and it clearly establishes there's need for evidence-based integrated sustainable spine program. And the success could be there, but at the same time, the underserved areas need to be especially looked at. And we need to look at their culture and their needs. They could be completely different to another situation elsewhere. Spine 20, again, advocacy group for spine societies around the globe, for government institutions and other organizations. Its recommendations are something like exactly what we saw earlier, to develop policies, support systems to mitigate the increased burden of spine disability, adopt prevention strategies to limit spine problems, promote balanced nutrition in young people. Osteoporosis prevention is one, spinal cord injury awareness is one, value-based healthcare is one. And then you create low-cost models to ensure the right care is delivered at the right time. Education through many other factors of WFNS Spine Committee have been involved both in South America and in Africa with hands-on workshops for our friends, and at the same time, didactic courses and web-based courses. So all that leads to having close interaction. And we have seen over the years the change in the care that's being given. And we have also seen that through our surveys. And all those surveys show again and again that people have improved. So initially, when we went for the first time 14 years ago, 16 years ago to Mombasa, and we saw the knowledge of our trainees was completely different to what it is now. So we see the change, and it's amazing. So regarding education, global standards need to be there. Intervention plans have to be there. Best healthcare for patient needs to be thought about. Global education standards and training curricula for spine practitioners need to be looked at. Guidelines and recommendations need to be there, and WFN Spine Committee made all those guidelines that are shown here. So it's basically cervical, myelopathy, lumbar spinal stenosis, disc prolapse, back pain, etc., etc., etc. The role of neurosurgery in global spine health, we wrote this with Isabella Germano. So basically, spine education is for public, it's for general physicians, for trainees, residents, and for spine surgeons. So we divide that into all these factors. And then for the spine education for medical professionals has to be basic, for trainees, for residents, advanced, for specialists, and masters for complex spine surgeons. So that's how we need to go about. And obviously, we need to focus on the first two to start with before we move on to the third section. And we educate people on surgical disorders, lack of coordination between surgical and non-surgical disciplines for setting up an educational program. So non-surgical people have a different program and we have a different program. That has to be collaborated and brought in as a standardized curriculum. The problems that we have with spine education in lower middle income countries, obviously lack of resources is number one. Virtual learning has helped and there's a positive impact with that. We can use that. Fellowship programs, essential. And, neglect treatment of degenerative disorders that you are too busy with trauma. So a surgeon in lower middle income country has got so much work with trauma that is unable to cope giving service regarding degenerative disorders. So we looked at this uniform curriculum in 6 or 14 countries structured program and look at it. So all these societies came into play, but the structured program is still not there in majority of these countries. So we need to improve all that. So, and also that lower middle income countries are not able to follow the surgical standards because of expensive, complicated, and problems with corruption. There are all those things, and then advanced surgical equipment, which are really expensive for us. Then we need to have legislation for cadaver labs. We have lack of simulation labs. Brain drain, we talked about. Lack of enough doctors. Solutions, digital education, fast, easy access, that could be one. Accredited education centers in less developed countries, cadaver labs with simulation programs, and then mentorship. That is probably the most vital thing that you could do. You don't need to go and operate on people in centers which don't have facilities. We can train them, let them do it, make them self-sufficient. Health infrastructure, curriculum, fellowship programs. We already made basic moderate and advanced spine programs for these people, hands-on training, virtual learning. And we know that digital education is an emerging tool with free and low-cost mobile content with high yields. Community education is important, and that has to come from the government as well. The prevention of disability exercise needs to be brought in. Talk about obesity, which is very common in some countries. Global spine surgery is flourishing arena in which its key players endeavor to make a difference through surgical camps, programs, training, health system strengthening projects, health policy changes, development, and advocacy. We haven't done much in spine at all, and this is the most common thing that we see in our clinics. In recent times, massive strides have been taken to develop a coherent voice for this work. The leading players have begun to come together towards this powerful solution. With this, the future of sustainability and improvement of spine education is bright. Thank you very much.
There is time for a quick question to Professor Sharif, please. I ask you to identify yourself because we don't know each other, all of us.
I'm Palani from Malaysia. I'm not a spine surgeon, but I've got a great interest in spine surgery. One of my concerns, since we are in global neurosurgery, right? So it is increasing capacity as well as increasing accessibility.
Yeah.
So one of my concerns with spinal surgery is spine surgery is ideal. Spine surgery is always associated with industry, right? By means of industry is implants. There's no questions asked about it. Very often, my colleagues back home, I notice that, first thing what comes in their mind is there an implant which needs to be placed?
Please go to a question.
Okay,
We
sorry.
don't have time.
So, any suggestions how we can de-link industry from spinal surgery? Because when they are both linked, I notice there's a tendency for the cost to go up. When the cost goes up, accessibility is reduced.
You're right. I think from African perspective, we have already in contact with Moody, with Talaja, with Hedara, and we are working on some sort of a program by which low-cost implants from countries like India, Pakistan could be easily shipped and on a regular basis without having any kind of excise duty on it. So that's what we are working on, and hopefully at some stage we do that. Regarding the problem, that's ethical problem, and we need to teach ethics to our trainees who come out.
Thank you. I think the key word here is de-linking their mindset.
Thank you very much. I'd like to next introduce our co-moderator, Karen Matlovich, who's speaking. And his topic today is going to be
Thank you very much. Just while we are doing these connections, I would like first, I literally came from the airport after about 36 hours flight. I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Professor Khan, for inviting me and all Pakistani colleagues, Professor Sharif, Professor Ayub, Ali, and my youngest friend and colleague, Dr. Noor-ul-Huda Maria, whom I introduced during my tenure as a chair of committees. So I'm going to present this study that I have done with my colleagues over the past several years, 10 years worth of review of published neurosurgical cases in major neurosurgical journals. We did published in 3 separate parts. These are the people that credit for this study goes to. And you all know what's bibliometric and scientometric, so I'll just go straight to the meat of this study. So in 1973, editorial was published in New England Journal of Medicine, which was expressing concerns that the future of neurosurgery is not very bright because the neurosurgeons don't have time to publish, so this specialty is going to die. Well, not really. It died, but we concentrated on all major neurosurgical journals. That's 6 journals, USA-based, neurosurgery, JNS Spine, Pediatrics, World Neurosurgery, Operative Neurosurgery, and 6 major neurosurgical journals in Europe. We excluded combined journals and some review journals. And we found out that over this decade, short of 40,000 articles have been published in US-based journals. You see here the most productive years. And about 1/3 or a little bit less than 1/3 were published in European-based journals. Again, different most productive year. Here it was 2020. When you look into the US-based journals corresponding country, USA leads by far, and then distant second is China, Japan, and these are the first 20, as Professor Servadei said. This is all Western countries or some countries in Asia developed. And the more I was getting into these results, the more I was concerned, the more alarm was coming up. Same is with the European journals. You see USA again leads here. Of course, European countries together bring majority, but again, you don't see many of other countries as I mentioned. So we identified that pretty much rest of the world, a lot of rest of the world is silent areas, a lot of South America, Africa, Asia, Southeast Europe. Interestingly, many countries in Southeast Europe don't publish at all. Here is the list at the bottom. We looked into the also the articles that were published, and obviously the scientific articles were the highest. And then there were some editorials, there were some review articles. But again, North America is leading, and then as you see here, Europe and Asia, but Japan, South Korea leading the group. Again, when you look into citation, again, USA published articles, 150,000 by far most, and then followed distantly by China, Japan, and Germany. But this proportion changes a little bit when you look into citations per article. Then Norway gets up, Finland, Sweden, and Austria. When you get article publication and population, the more population in the country, the more publication there is, as you can see here, by 100,000. And also money can get you published. If you go up to 60,000 GDP, steep curve increases, and then after about 75,000, it goes down. Obviously, again, USA, the highest number of publication per 100,000, but as I said, followed by Switzerland, Finland, Canada, and Norway. When you look into the publication by country literacy, you can see here, when you go to 80%, doesn't change much, but between 80 and 90%, there is a steep upward curve. And neurosurgeon density, obviously, the more neurosurgeon you have, the more publication you have, up to 3 per 100,000, and then it plateaus. But then at 5 goes up again. Very interesting finding. When you look into the top 20 institutional affiliation in Europe-based journals, you see Capital Medical University. It's in China. I think it's combination of different. Dr. Servadei can comment what does this mean. And then Cell, and there is also Brazil and others. Obviously, I mentioned the literacy increases from 85 to 95% increase the publication rate. When you look into the total citation per country of origin, again, these are European-based journals. The difference is not that big as in USA-based journals. Again, USA leads, but the distant second is not that far distant like it was in USA-based journals. The most published documents in European-based journals are from European continent, because when you lump them together, then they will be more than USA, obviously, for obvious reasons. Obviously, the world neurosurgery has published most journals, whereas neurosurgery, operative neurosurgery, JNS have been steady in publishing, probably because world neurosurgery is more recent, newer journal. If you look into the collaboration index, that's very interesting. You know, how many people, how many articles published people from different countries. Obviously, the authors contribute one article, 55% authors contribute one article, and 16% of authors contributed two articles. And then if you go more than 50 to 100 articles, there were less authors, obviously, because the number proportionally declines. Obviously, you can see here the highest number of articles per author occurred mostly in 2011 and lowest in 2016. That's another interesting findings. But again, Canadian authors also like to publish together with other countries, as well as Indian authors were the least likely to participate in multi-country collaboration. So Canadians love multi-country collaboration, Indian authors not as much. Obviously, the older the journal, the more citations. JNS has more citations, followed by neurosurgery, older journals, and then it proportionally declines. When you look at publishing output, it's also interesting that North American based journals, that is the chief editor-in-chief based in North America, by far outpace the European published journals in all measures other than annual collaboration index. You see here, they're pretty equal. But others, annual publication output, annual accurate citations, annual publication of original articles, review articles, a number of authors is always leading by United States. Obviously, in conclusions, we have a lot of conclusions here, but my worst part is that there are huge swaths of silent areas in the world. The publications are pretty much concentrated on the richest countries with most neurosurgeons and with the highest literacy rate. And we need to find the ways, whether we can change it, as Professor Servadei said or not, I don't know, but we have to work. We had to find ways how to teach younger neurosurgeons from silent areas to publish more, but publish quality articles with a good quality. So we need to find out to overcome this discrepancy between a number of neurosurgeons, literacy level, country per capita GDP, etc. And this is a good forum where we can discuss it. Obviously, the more citation you have, the better quality of the article, the more citations you have. And it makes sense to find the ways also how to improve not only English language, but the quality. We did some pilot studies with medical students from the United States who were helping in publishing English and improving English language, but also in methodology, in accurate data, statistical methods, and all that. We also need to look what are the tricks of the trade from countries such as India, Brazil, who are middle-income countries but did publish more. How did they get there, and how did they achieve advancement? Again, Germany and USA have highest average citations per article. Probably it has to do, again, with quality of the article. And we should also find, I spoke with Dr. Rutka and Dr. Benzel and other outstanding editors-in-chief, how to improve collaboration with low and middle-income countries author, and maybe our new journal that Dr. Nanda is leading. And we just had a meeting, a Zoom meeting. Our AC had a Zoom meeting 3 days ago when he presented very enthusiastic model of publication. Maybe that will be the way to overcome these discrepancies. I would probably stop here, and I would rather allow a few more questions from the audience, some maybe pearls of wisdom. We see here some very, very published authors, role models from around the world. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenan. Just a quick comment. First, we had a comment from the Neurosurgical TV. They are connected with us via web, and the comment for Salman Sharif is, please take care of Afghanistan neurosurgery and the problem related to spine surgery. It's just a comment. And the second issue is the one you have I will do in my presentation. I want to speak now. We have worked extensively on how to increase the output of publication in low middle income countries. There are some tricks you have mentioned now. Many countries now are trying to make an increase of impact factor in university by putting them together in a non-existing body, in a virtual body. The Capital University in Beijing, the San Rafael University in Paris are not institutions. There is not even a place where they are. It's a combination of 7 institutions to increase the impact factor of one university and go up in the list. And the other thing is the citation index. You see that we now, in every journal, we have a limit for self-citations, and you cannot exceed 10 to 15% of self-citation. Why? Because many authors, even from the States, were citing themselves by increasing the number of citations, and this is not good. So we do have tricks. The other trick, and I just finished the comment, is the cost of the publication. You know, apparently there are very independent journals, journal neurosurgery, where you don't pay for the publication. Whereas there are well-impacted journals where they ask you money up front. But the difference now is no more there because we all need open access. Without open access, nobody will read your paper. And if you want to have the open access, you have to pay. So at the end, for low middle income countries, neurosurgery, there is always a payment on one side or the other. Sorry for the comment. Yeah. One quick question to Kenan. We have 3-4 questions. So if you are able to do it in one sentence, you can do it. But do it in one sentence, either I cut you off.
Oh my goodness.
Go for it, Franco. I think as academics, we see publications much differently than people who are working hard in LMICs. For us, it's a bit of a lark, a competition. For them, it's supposed to be a method of communication. But when you don't speak the language and you don't have an in-language journal or a local language journal, it's too daunting to publish in a major journal. I mean, I'm speaking from Latin America, but that's my experience. I think if you really want to improve communication, the true purpose of journals, it has to be in their native language, it has to be easy to publish. Who cares about the impact factor? As long as it's a communication venue, and that's the major focus.
Go ahead. This was a comment.
Thank you, Prof. Franco. One word. Is the ChatGPT will be changed the publications, the artificial AI, the era of AI nowadays? Artificial intelligence. Will be changed the figure you showed there? Will be changed, the thing will be changed?
It may change, but I have to add the trick, 2 more tricks that I realized. One, I learned from Bipin and Kanwaljit, who work on these 3 articles with me, and they are publishing a flurry of review articles. Some of them very good. Publishing review articles doesn't cost much. You just need to know statistics and have a team of people who will and journals love to publish them because they increase impact factor. So that's one trick. The second trick, younger generation, I learned that my residents, they know how to do graphics. They know how to do painting or the figures, and we need to use their talents also. They decrease the cost by doing it themselves. And if there are any other tricks, please share us with us.
We will conclude the questions at this point and move to our next speaker, but there will be opportunity during the tea break, of course, for this important topic. I'd like to introduce Dr. Gail Rousseau. It's my great pleasure to have her come to the podium. And she has really advocated this issue of advocacy and the question of global public health as an approach to our neurosurgical conditions. Ms. Gail.
While he's thank you very much, Robert. While he's setting up, I will share with Kenan one pearl, and I think this is something that Ed Benzel is proud of at World Neurosurgery, and I'm proud of too. We have something called the Global Champions Program, and it's a neurosurgery derived or originated initiative. We've just published the first year on it, but it's, as far as we can tell, through Elsevier, which, as you know, publishes about 1,400 medical journals, this is the only place in all of peer-reviewed medicine where there is a free service for non-native English speakers. So the way it works in World Neurosurgery is that we've added an additional result when you submit a manuscript. So it can be accept with revisions, reject, or a fourth option, which is reject with recommended referral to the Global Champions Program. And then the authors have the choice to resubmit. And then I have a team of about 15 multilingual neurosurgeons who will help with not editing, but suggested edits just based on language. And about 40% of those then go on to be able to be accepted for publication. So it's a neurosurgery initiative that I think we can be proud of, and it allows us to be sure that every brilliant kernel of knowledge that is out there finds its way somehow into one of our peer-reviewed journals.
And by the way, we deducted 5 minutes of your presentation.
That's okay. I'm going to go very quickly, and I apologize here. Some of the folks in the audience who've seen this presentation before. It's a pleasure to talk with you about the public health approach for neurosurgical conditions and using GAP-SPIF as a case report. Thank you very much both to Tarek and all of our Pakistani colleagues for the extraordinarily warm and generous welcome. So what I'd like to do is really a simple analysis here of how we can use one issue to have a global impact in neurosurgery. The background for this GAP-SPIF initiative that I'm going to tell you about is that, early on we had global surgery champions. The history of the global surgery movement, which led professional organizations like the WFNS to ramp up surgical surgery initiatives. And key, and I'll come back to it, is that the WFNS WHO Liaison Committee was activated and the Global Neurosurgery Committee was created. And this set the stage for the G4 Alliance and the ISPM to come together to form this group called the Global Alliance for Prevention of Spina Bifida, F. And we selected a SMART goal, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely, so that neurosurgeons and the general surgery community as well could coalesce around an initiative which would show good faith and efficacy on the world stage on the part of surgeons. So the two groups came together. The ISPN had already published this idea that there needed to be a WHO resolution on folic acid fortification in order to prevent spina bifida. Jeff Blount representing ISPN, myself representing the G4 Alliance, got together, but the tip of the iceberg of now about 200 people who work together on a regular basis on this issue. We published many articles bringing this community of advocates together, the most important of which was in Lancet Global Health, which drove the resolution. So neurosurgeons took the lead in developing a public health goal for all of global surgery to show what a group could do if we carved out one specific aspect of a domain for which we were responsible and took on the public health challenges. We felt that neurosurgeons could do it because of our unique vantage point in taking care of these patients, but because also the care of the spina bifida patient is not only done by neurosurgeons, but it's multiple surgical specialists, orthopedists, urologists. It's multiple medical specialists who are non-surgeons, pediatricians, OB, maternal and child health, and it's by people within the medical ecosphere who are not physicians at all, nutritionists, social workers, mental health workers, and so forth. We did studies that looked at how our neurosurgical workforce was negatively impacted by this, because although it represented only about 300,000 patients around the world a year, small in comparison with big domains like TBI, it represented a disproportionate amount of activity of the neurosurgical workforce, because our study showed that up to 30% of a pediatric neurosurgeon's time was spent taking care of this one diagnosis. So for that reason, we chose this target, not only for neurosurgeons, but all of global surgery came with us on this journey. This also was happening to come together at the time of the pandemic. We started to look at folic acid fortification as we look at the efficacy and cost effectiveness of vaccines. And this also helped us make the case, because for every dollar spent on fortification, a country saves $27 in health costs and lost productivity. So looking at it, a vaccine, bringing together the 30 years of class 1 evidence that folic acid fortification could do this, we looked at this and spoke to people, importantly, outside of the neurosurgery or even surgery community by describing folic acid fortification as a vaccine, and that resonated with the global health community. So we had all of these initiatives, multiple papers seeking resolution, but the key thing was expanding to other stakeholders outside of neurosurgery and learning how to work on a neurosurgical problem of public health, but make a big tent and bring a lot of people together. We had individual country initiatives that involved neurosurgeons and others, and we characterized its impact on our workforce. So these are just examples of the slide deck. We developed a tool for patient communication. We developed infographics based on the CDC. We worked with the PUSH Global Alliance that had looked at the folic acid fortification levels country by country, and we started to build this coalition that we're working toward supporting a WHA resolution so that every country could benefit and should benefit and needed to benefit from folic acid fortification. And then we had the key role of Kemal Ghatmi, pediatric neurosurgeon, who is able to, using all of these elements, convince that here he is pictured at a cabinet meeting of his government. He was able to convince the government of Colombia to support and sponsor this folic acid fortification resolution by showing them how it could benefit their country, and other countries could benefit from their leadership. So again, growing the coalition outside of even medicine, such that, as you all know, in May of last year, the first ever neurosurgeon-sponsored resolution was passed unanimously at the World Health Organization. So as I conclude here, what did this strategic target of neurosurgeons for global surgery do for us? And what have we learned now at this point, 6 months later? Well, the activation of that WHO Liaison Committee of the WFNS was crucial. The development of the Global Neurosurgery Committee was crucial. And having partnerships within neurosurgery, but outside of neurosurgery, so that we could address public health issues was essential. So these are where I would say we are today based on this successful experience of recent global neurosurgical public health advocacy. We now have a practical knowledge base of how to do this. We are becoming global health diplomats, and these are a skill set that we don't learn in med school or residency, but how you build a coalition, what the nuts and bolts are of getting a resolution through WHO is something that we now know and we can build upon. We have sustained progress and energetic relationships with all these other disciplines because we created this big tent of other involved stakeholders. So neurosurgery is now a trusted partner in this whole global surgery ecosphere, which is very important. We didn't go in there just pounding our fists asking for CAT scanners in every district hospital. We did something that in fact was effective, low cost, and would lower the need for our services for a certain segment of the population. So it was a generous and altruistic goal. We have, though, a very large burden of disease of global health for which we are responsible. Think of the numbers, the huge volume of progress we need to make in the public health effects of TBI, spinal cord injury, stroke, degenerative spine that Salman just spoke about, hydrocephalus, and so much more. So we need to continue our very expansive efforts in research that Kenan just spoke about to better define the extent of neurosurgical conditions, the prevalence, come up with novel and low-cost solutions, develop surveillance of interventions so that if things aren't working and they're not working fast enough for enough people, that we can find ways to be more efficient, to cover more patients better. We need to actively and creatively expand our workforce. There's a lot of work to do. There's not enough of us to do it. We need to enhance our workforce's capacity to use our knowledge base and our front row seat at all of this misery to be able to affect healthcare system strengthening. And finally, we need to become the champions, the experts who provide the public with the public health solutions that are needed in those domains for which we are responsible. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Gail. I really want to call out the organization you represent and your work, which has done a phenomenal job of taking the goodwill neurosurgeons have worldwide for a common good and an achievable goal. This has given us a roadmap, which will be important for the very many projects we need to take. We have a moment for a good question from the audience, please.
Or bad.
For you. When I came back to Pakistan, I was inundated with meningomyelocele and meningoceles and all kinds of spinal bifidas, including capiloceles. And I just saw one while I was training abroad. So what happened there? And once during initial times, we had an opportunity that a Canadian professor visited us. And when he saw 6, 7 patients of meningomyelocele lying in a ward, and some of them being operated and 1 or 2 have not, he said that he has operated only one in the whole of his life. And he was a retired professor. At that time, I was a young neurosurgeon. We started a campaign, and I have a slogan for you. Just like a helmet campaign, we had a great impact of that in the northern areas of Pakistan, especially. And we actually had a photograph of an apple as well as a folic acid put together. Apple is more expensive than the 100 tablets of folic acid.
That's right.
So we had a slogan. The slogan was, a tablet of folic acid a day keeps the meningomyelocele and the life full of miseries away.
Oh,
So
I like that.
probably that was the slogan that I wanted to actually
propagate. Unfortunately, obviously, it needs a lot of media attention and also community education. So I hope that you on a global stage probably can really raise this issue for the community, although there is a very strong health education for the ladies and also prevention of spina bifida by having folic acid, for example. It is mandatory for all pregnant ladies, for example. But here, they are only started, the folic acid is only started when the lady goes to the doctor.
Way too late,
Which is
as we
too
all
late.
know. Yeah.
So therefore, I
Thank
think
you.
a slogan, a folic acid a day keeps all
Keeps
disease away.
the. Thank you. I'm going to take the prerogative of the moderators to dismiss this moderator panel, call the next moderator panel up while we take your question, because we have the unusual opportunity that the next speaker is already on the podium. So if Dr. Qureshi and his colleagues could come up, we have a question from the audience for Dr. Rousseau, please. No? Okay, do you?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So sir talked about the campaign. So basically, we just ran a cross-sectional study. We were trying to aware the awareness of women of childbearing age about folic acid use in the prevention of neural tube defects.
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest, when you look at the results, it literally shocked us. Like very few women knew that folic acid prevents neural tube defects. Very few women knew that folic acid should be continued throughout the first trimester. So we really need to look at this problem, and we need to run campaigns and stuff so that, because this region needs it, and the data is not reported that how many cases of neural tube defects here are, but we need to do something about it.
Right. So one of the basic lessons that we've learned from 30 years of class 1 evidence in this area is that supplementation really isn't the answer. As has been said, the neural tube closes by 3 or 4 weeks, right? And so the solution is fortification in the general diet. And so wheat flour, corn flour, rice, and we're doing very interesting studies now in India with doubly fortifying salt, which is iodized with folic acid. So it needs to be sort of in the general diet in order to really make a demonstrable difference. But this is also an example of very ethical working with industry, working with the millers. It's very inexpensive for them to add that. And it's an association between professionals and industry that it actually comes together for low cost benefit to public health.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am now pleased to reintroduce my friend, Dr. Gail Rousseau, for the next topic of unmet neurotrauma need and the comprehensive policy recommendations for the management of head and spine injuries in the LMICs, the Peshawar recommendations.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Professor Lucina. You'd think we'd be ready since I've been standing here, but we're. You want me to reboot that? Here we go. There we go. Mm-hmm. Let's try this again. Don't remember the next right after. You okay? Yeah. Okay. You good?
Okay. Then you can call Franco.
Yes. Great. Thank you. And thank you for your patience. The next topic that Tarek had asked me to talk about were the challenges and opportunities we have for neurotrauma, which is certainly the largest domain of public health for which you're responsible. And this, of course, all of this ramping up started in 2015 with the Lancet Commission. And one of the important things for us to recognize is that at this phase in the evolution of neurosurgery, we have a responsibility. We've acquired a second core responsibility, and that is, in addition to taking care of individual patients, we now have an additional responsibility, which is to address those issues that are in our domain, in our area of expertise. And number one of those is trauma. And so we know the scope of the problem. We know that trauma occurs everywhere. We all deal with it. And it is our job not only to do a good job for those patients, but also to, because we have that front row seat, caring for these patients and their families, we need to address the health system changes, likewise with spinal cord injury, that are such a huge burden on public health. I'm just flipping through slides. You know these things, that there's huge numbers of TBIs, spinal cord injuries, that affect all of us. They're a large part of all of our practice. But disparity may lead to some lack of answers for the questions we have about how to best care for these. So this is where global neurotrauma research is huge, and it's one of the great benefits of this global neurosurgery movement, is that we are now starting to have a better idea of what global trauma, neurotrauma really looks like, because of the efforts of so many of you and the studies that have been done, many of them, the GOTBI at Cambridge, which allow all of us to contribute to the database of what is coming through our emergency departments, what are we doing right that saves lives and saves brain, and what are we doing wrong. And this is a great opportunity for us to work together for the public good. It's a huge public health issue. There are research challenges for sure, but we can, we're neurosurgeons, we can overcome the problems with variability and baseline knowledge. And conferences like this help minimize the variability in our knowledge and in the dissemination of knowledge about these in our facilities and systems. So we're starting to have infrastructure that helps support us having a better handle on what are the challenges that we face as a global community, so that we can then take good data to ministries of health, to the World Bank, to WHO, and start to harness sovereign budgets for this big problem. We've already had great talks about academic productivity and where it comes from. And I think every country is getting on board. We're trying to make sure that when we talk about global neurosurgery, we're inclusive, and that the diversity of our own community is reflected in our publications. Just sharing with you some of the reviews that have been done and how many more need to be done, so that we have a good handle on all of this. The other issue, as we think about our neurosurgical workforce, how we increase it and expand it, is to take on this role of task sharing. We know that neurotrauma is being cared for everywhere in the world because it happens everywhere in the world, but there aren't neurosurgeons everywhere in the world. So we need to better define what is our role during this period of our lives and careers, where there will be a transition to all patients getting neuro care from neurosurgeons. But in the interim, how can we best equip those general surgeons who are caring for neurosurgical patients? How can we best task share with them so patients get good care? This is one of the things that neurosurgery is doing within the global neurosurgery community. And because of what I talked about earlier, because neurosurgery now has become a trusted partner in the global surgery ecosphere, we have the recognition and the support of people like Dr. Tedros for the things that we're doing. And we've phrased what neurosurgeons and the general surgery community are trying to do as suturing the gaps in global health security. Public health has largely been about clean water, vaccines, antibiotics for a very long time. And we're trying to suture those gaps and make people aware of the very important investments that need to be made in surgery. So the scope of our problem and some of the things that I hope will be talked about in these 2 days are ways that we can focus our attention and our efforts on things that will address much larger issues like TBI. We've had some early success and need to continue in the work we've done with spina bifida, but TBI is an order of magnitude beyond spina bifida. So one of the things that Tariq Khan is championing is this notion of having cranial and spinal trauma become a notifiable disease so that we can get good statistics from every department of health around the world. We need to increase our focus on falls as a cause of trauma because they are now the #1 cause. And what can we as neurosurgeons do, especially when we're putting patients on platelet inhibitors so that every fall now becomes a subdural hematoma? What could we be doing better or more safely? What could we be doing in the role that we all play in sports and sports concussions that take very supremely healthy people and often take them out of their best possible life and out of the workforce? And then finally, I'll share with you, and this may be controversial, but that picture that you see there is the February cover of Neurosurgery. There is an increasing need in my country and probably in some of yours for neurosurgeons who are the ones who are taking care of patients with gunshot wounds to the head and spine to address the public health issue that is expanding. So this concept of taking what we know from our daily practice, our daily professional responsibility, and expanding it to also using our expertise and energy to help the population that needs neurosurgical care means that we can't conceal what we know about the individual patient by not acting on it. We have a responsibility to take what we see and do in our daily practice and use it for the good of a larger group. So one of the ways we're doing that is trying to bring more public health knowledge into the curriculum of our residents. So we have a team at Rutgers, University of Michigan, UCLA, and George Washington, where we've looked at all of the residency training programs in the United States, distilled out who's learning about public health in the medical professions, and we're developing a syllabus and a curriculum for what should every graduating neurosurgery resident know about those public health domains so that we can speak as experts from the very beginning. And these are just some of our analyses. We need to share with others what we do. I mentioned this only because this article was my most cited article of our career. It was in 2020, but it's because we published about something that will just seem ho-hum to all of you, what you do about chronic subdurals. Maybe not exciting to neurosurgeons, but we published this in gerontology, and it had a huge impact because people who are in the community who are prescribing platelet inhibitors are now recognizing what is happening to those patients. So we want to be able to publish not just for ourselves, not just talk amongst ourselves, but go to target populations where we can make a difference in public health. I've already mentioned sports concussions, but there are these 4 areas that I just want to mention briefly that are emerging roles for neurosurgeons within this global surgery topic that we're addressing with this conference: volunteerism, encore careers, diversity, and decolonialization, I would include, and advocacy. So this is an article by Dr. Dempsey and others about the importance of volunteerism. Neurosurgeons have a huge amount of energy and love of our field. And it turns out that one of the best cures for burnout wherever you're working is to volunteer somewhere else. Another area of interest is encore careers. And we've published about this even in Journal of Neurosurgery. You know, when you think about it, our generation is the first in the history of the world that is likely to live long enough with health and hopefully financial resources beyond our normal retirement age. What are we doing with that time and with that great area, amount of amassed knowledge and expertise? There's an opportunity for encore careers that will advance public health in the neurosurgical domains. There's a lot of work to be done for neurosurgery to lead the way with a more diverse community, and also recognizing the colonialism at the roots of our training programs and how we can separate those things so that we can do a better job of helping train the next generation of neurosurgeons. And then we've already talked about the mechanisms within the WFNS and other organizations like the G4 Alliance that are advocacy organizations that help us have a collective voice outside of neurosurgery. So the G4 Alliance, which I'm proud to chair, is about 70 organizations. It's a federation of societies. But I wanted to share with you just those societies, those 70 or so active members that are neurosurgically involved, starting with the Congress of Neurological Surgeons in the United States, FEANS, Think First, Solidarity Bridge, the Harvard Program in Global Surgery and Social Change, and so many others. So I'm proud to share with this audience the fact that neurosurgery is leading the way in global surgery and in global soda care. I thank you for that. I respect you for that. And we need to continue that role. Likewise, Intersurgeon was started by neurosurgeons, and now it's powered by the G4 Alliance, and it's an online site for connecting people around the world. So with that, I'd like to just close with one other aspect of global neurosurgery, and that is that the Red Journal last year started a section on global neurosurgery, just like there's a pediatric section and a spine section and a tumor section. I'm proud to be the section editor for that. You can see who the team is. We have a senior and junior academic neurosurgeon from each of the 5 continents who are reviewers, and look for the 7-part series on global neurosurgery that will be starting later this year. We welcome your contributions. We solicit them. We hope to hear from you as we build our community together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gale. And I think we will need to proceed to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Gail. In the interest of time, we'll move straight on. You must wonder how somebody as well-known as Professor Dempsey can be introduced, but I would like to try. Professor Dempsey in the global neurosurgery world must be the individual who has racked up neurosurgical miles like nobody else. Wherever you go, you mention Professor Dempsey and they say, oh, he was operating here. It's Southeast Asia, in Ecuador, in South Latin America, in East Africa. The slide that Professor Franco Servade showed about a lady with a third nerve palsy, I was supposed to operate in Barara, Uganda. The anesthetist was too tired. And I reached out to Professor Dempsey, who was visiting Kampala, and he says, in typical American fashion, yes, I can. So he's the one who operated on that third nerve palsy, posterior communicating artery aneurysm. It's a pleasure, Bob, for me to reintroduce you as a global icon. And I'm sure being in Pakistan, you are going to announce something else as well. So over to you.
Thank you so much. I am deeply honored to be here, to be among so many friends, both new and old. I really congratulate Dr. Khan in this magnificent meeting, and I'm honored to be here. I hold 2 hats pertinent to this talk. One, I chair neurosurgery at the University of Wisconsin, and one I chair the Foundation for International Education in Neurological Surgery, both which have small roles in this talk. This talk is about partnerships. That is really what we thrive on. And it's about partnerships. It's about expanding our focus from initial training of our neurosurgeons to the graduate training of our young neurosurgeons in low-income, middle-income countries so that they are sustained, prosper, and remain in their country of origin. And it also talks about the partners we can make in other fields, especially such as our general surgeon colleagues. We all know a lot about the concepts and also the conflicts which trouble us this time. Many of us flew around areas of conflict to not invade airspace of war zones. This is a primary tenet of our problem because of any map that looks at war and peace will also look at health and lack of health. And these are distinctly related. So it tells us that we as surgeons need partners in advocacy, social justice, and government. We know the problems. We know that there are 5 to 6 billion people lacking our care, and the results are millions of unnecessary deaths. We can solve that. We will do it by partnering, and we'll do it over time, and we will do it because we are relentless in our desire to care for others. This is a social justice issue as much as a medical issue, and we embrace that. Now, the unmet need is worldwide, but there are areas that we and FEANS have emphasized over the past years, and we need to consider others. This includes Central Asia. This includes Western Sub-Saharan Africa. These are areas that we wish to expand our influence. And I believe one of the methods that we may do this is by repurposing our regional training centers or expanding their purpose. And that is really my topic today. I really want to talk about what FEANS has done, but it's only a small part of this. Most of this is done by so many organizations that the World Federation is in a position to take leadership. FEANS has been interested always in developing self-sustaining care, not colonial care, but self-sustaining care, where the teachers or the people who help organization disappear into that organization as it becomes taken over by the surgeons and citizens of the region of need. This has been very important as we have looked at expanding this into postgraduate education, which allows people to become successful in their home area. We took a concept from another partner organization, the Senior Society in the United States, which I headed at the time they developed the concept of boot camps in their country. And we, with their permission, just tried to take this internationally. The first was by good fortune and their invitation in Bolivia, and that will have a role in what I talk about in the 2 case studies that have resulted from that. Because at that time, we made half the teachers be from the high-income countries and half from the host countries of low and middle income. And the lessons I learned were that these people taught magnificently, and they gained confidence they could do this. And at that time, they said, we want to start an educational institution for Central South America. That will be the 2nd case study. The first case study, which I've had small roles in, so this is the work of others, is that the work of the American College of Surgeons, enormous organization with relatively little neurosurgical impact, but a lot of resources, who became interested in regional training centers at that same time. They were good enough to ask me to be a consultant, and I sit on both their education and their global health organizations. And what we've developed there are training centers for general surgeons in Africa. The first one in Ethiopia with 6 dyad or twinning programs from the US developed in Ethiopia, and the second with 9 programs in Lugasa in Zambia. Their success has been remarkable. It is really the area which the certification of advanced training in their specialty takes place. It's the area where research abstracts take place. It's certificates of training and clinical courses. These impact on average 5 countries in that region and is allowing graduate education to be local, excellent, and allow to raise the bar. Now there are 3 surgical hubs we've developed, Ethiopia, Zambia, and Rwanda for this. And this successful model is ripe for neurosurgical graduate training. Now, the example that I want to give for neurosurgical training is a remarkable work of Richard Mosier, who you will hear about later during the afternoon sessions, and this program of Solidarity Bridge. This is a program which was designed for cardiac surgery in Bolivia because of great need there by local philanthropists. Dr. Mosier really began to teach them of the needs for neurosurgical need there in Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, Peru, and developed at the basis of that initial work that he did a Neurosurgical and Neurology Institute for those countries, an educational institute dedicated to service indeed, but far more than that, dedicated to education, educational programs. Now, I'm proud to say that many of my colleagues at Wisconsin have been instrumental in providing curriculum and training. And the model they used was not only for graduate, but also residents training residents, both online and in person. And this has taken on a mind of its own. We developed a microsurgical skills laboratory to prepare areas that wanted to develop microsurgical techniques. And I'll show how that was done first online and then in person education. Resources, again, have to require equipment supply and equipment repair. And his expertise, here's Dr. Mosier doing a lot of the work, not only in supplying the equipment through donors and philanthropists, but also in repairing that and understanding the importance of biomedical engineers. Research has been co-authorship. It's essential because no neurosurgeon can stand on the training they received yesterday. It is out of date today. We must continually improve. We do that through research. And when we do, there's fire, there's imagination. And so many breakthroughs have come from low and middle income countries of the world. And service directly. I want to particularly look at this here, this is the coming of microvascular neurosurgery to Paraguay, which prior to that was unavailable on any large scale. And it was done by first the preparation through these courses online, then microsurgical courses, which remarkably started online and then in person. And then one of my trainees, who now is a professor at Harvard, Dr. Noor-ul-Huda Patel, went down to work with them in person on cases. And the cases are difficult. This is a cerebellar ruptured AVM in an 8-year-old. But with the help of this preparation, they were able to confidently take it on with great success. And we saw earlier the picture of the postoperative child, and be able to proclaim they can now do cerebrovascular microneurosurgery in Paraguay because of it. And the accomplishments are many. They're something to be immensely proud of. 21 courses done by my residents with their residents continuously until an exchange of residents, conference presentations, courses, participation by 28 institutions in the United States in this program until it becomes their program with hundreds of Bolivians, Paraguayans, and health professionals. And we hope it will become Uruguay and Peru shortly. How does this happen? Well, one person in my laboratory, this is Abdullah Keys, a wonderful gentleman who teaches our microsurgery course to our residents, etc., but then began to take it online. These are equipments that we put together, and then he found a remarkable way to get stereo microscopes repurposed, refitted, and shipped, often by our fellows who, when they completed, no one leaves our programs and returns to their country without a case full of these microscopes so we can do online courses. And the courses are remarkable under Dr. Keys, where we can work online supervising people in countries worldwide on their microsurgical skills until they become adept, and this is non-cadaver work, which is appropriate worldwide. Here's the Paraguayan program where we shipped microscopes with Solidarity Bridge, and then did the courses online and then traveled to do it in person until their microsurgical skills could be adapted to the OR with the help of Dr. Patel. This is the Bangladesh program, which goes on to train 60 participants online. It's a remarkable program, an idea that we can repurpose our initial concept of regional training centers just at the resident level, but take it to the postgraduate level so that we can continually move the 21st century of neurosurgery into these areas of need. And in doing so, we learn far more than we teach. Because over time, as we've seen in country after country, the successful programs become that of that country, and we become a footnote in their history. And that's the idea of a teacher, that the teacher is subsumed into the students and surpassed. So regional training centers supplemented by virtual teaching will rapidly expand our quality and availability of specialized neurosurgical care, such as neurotrauma, such as vascular neurosurgery, through collaborative educational efforts. It's what you and I do every day, but we continue to do because we are challenged and inspired by our students and our patients. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dempsey. If there is some question, otherwise we can pass for the next speaker. Thank you. Thank you so
very
much. It's a pleasure, it's honor for me, of course, to introduce next speaker. He's Professor Servadei. He's honorary president of this conference, former president of WFNS, and of course, he doesn't need any kind of introduction. So let me just remember the pathway of the global neurosurgery, the starting about 10 years ago, preparing the presidency and to open the World Federation to this problem of the difference of the international neurosurgical skilling, the difference of the rate of publication, opening to all the world of the neurosurgical skills. Thank you, Mr. President, if you want to start your lecture.
Yes, we did have always an interest in the publication from low middle income countries with a multinational and multi-center team, including, as you see, Tariq Khan from Afghanistan, Azraf and Feed from Indonesia, the people from UK, and in recent papers also guys from Cameroon and from Rwanda. And we have extended the study from the publication from low middle income countries in the first one, the second one, then a publication is now on the way on neurosurgery, comparing the collaborative publication between high and low middle income countries. But more, we have done a study by comparing the number of publication and the incidence of traumatic brain injury or spine injury as compared to the publication. So what is the incidence of the disease and which is the output of the publication? You see that these are the two studies we have done, 2015, 2017, 2018, 2020, and this is the percentage of the single countries in low middle income countries. India is by far the first contributors, but if we move to collaborative papers, what Professor Anatovic has already shown, the contribution of India much decreases, and we have an increased contribution of Pakistan, where we are, and an increased contribution of many African countries like Kenya, Uganda, Cameroon, and Tanzania. So these countries are really now publishing in collaboration with Western countries. Which Western countries are collaborating with these countries? You see, US, UK, Canada, Italy, and then Japan, Germany, and Spain and Netherlands. So these are the countries who are more working with the low middle income countries. And you see it here that the most publishing countries in the world in American journals are almost corresponding, except China, to the countries who are publishing collaborating papers. What is the authorship of these papers? As you see, half of them are from Asia, almost half from Africa, very few from South America and other countries. And concerning high-income countries, most of the collaborative publication come from US, then we have Europe, and we have Asia. So again, US, as you have seen, is the most contributing country. And but if we look at the name, the position of the name of the authors, the total number of authors are, you see, the majority still in the high-income countries in collaborative papers, but 43% of the total authors of this paper are from low middle-income countries. But if we look at the first, the last, or corresponding author, this percentage decrease. What does it mean? That in collaborative papers, still there is a tendency to have first and last author from high-income countries, and this is the same that a group of African and or worldwide young neurosurgeon did with the same. The results were the same. Where are the position of the names in collaborative papers? Most of them are in good positions, are high-income countries. What about trauma? You see that if we look about spine and brain trauma, the most publishing country is again India, but we have quite a number of articles from Egypt and other African countries. But if we go to trauma articles from 18 to 20, again, India is one of the first. Moving to collaborative papers, we have a tremendous increase of Pakistan, Nigeria, Tanzania, Philippines, Ethiopia. So as compared to the previous study, we see that in collaborative papers, the role of India is decreased, and the role of Pakistan, Nigeria, Tanzania, Philippines, Ethiopia, and so on is increased. So we do have the possibility to have more countries involved in collaborative papers. What about the incidence of trauma paper? You see that we are in between 11%, 16%, 14%. So trauma doesn't seem to be the most important topic for low middle income countries. It's one article out of 7. But if we look at the number of operations they are doing in, let's say, Africa or Southeast Asia, then you see that trauma is by far the first. So we do have a situation where publications do not reflect the real routine work. And if we compare this, it's our paper. If we compare in blue, the number of publication, and in red, the incidence of the disease, in red, the publication, in blue, the incidence of disease, you see that in US, you have a lot of publication where trauma are a limited number. And if we move to Africa or Southeast Asia, the opposite is true, both for brain injury and spine injury. We had done the same system we use for spine injury, and you see again that there is a tremendous disparity between huge number of publication and short number of cases. So this is something that we should take into account. It's even worse if you look at the most cited articles in the world. You see it, they are all ear, whereas the trauma are all ear. So we have an incidence of disease in one part of the world and an incidence of publication right in the other part of the world. So we usually, and what's the problem? The problem, this is neurosurgical cocktail. When we talk about, we do very high quality presentation, but if you look to cocktail, you have the spirit of what the people is thinking about, and you see who is a great neurosurgeon, the one who publish, who does many surgery, who takes a speech in conference. Obviously, number 2 was the one most followed. And the same here, I can do surgery, I cannot speak, I cannot publish, I am very good. This is something we should really discuss, because it's the feeling in many countries that when I have to work more, I cannot publish. And if we don't publish, we are not recognized. Against, in the 17th century, Galileo Galilei said, I don't tell you in Italian, I tell you in English directly, measure what you can measure and make measurable what is not available. So the target is making measurable whatever we do and publish. So there was a large debate after a letter in neurosurgery, and we have many systems to improve the number of publication. One is what we call it a twin university system. And we know, for instance, that in Europe and US, we are discussing what is the best time for early surgery in traumatic spine injury, 24 hours. Now our spine is delivering a new guidelines about 24 hours. Within 24 hours should operate every spine injury. But in this paper in Tanzania, the mean distance from hospital to treatment is 278 kilometers. And the mean time from injury to management is 33 days, not 24 hours. So, and this is due not only to the link distance, but also to the cost of the instruments. We discussed it today. Fixation is costly and we need to find money. So this is what our colleagues in Africa have done to improve the management of traumatic spine injury. So they have not only published, they have also done an intervention in Tanzania to improve the management of patients. This is what we have signed 2 days ago here, a collaboration between one university in Pakistan and our university. Then we have to consider that guidelines are generated by randomized clinical study, good studies. If we don't publish, we don't get guidelines access. So most of the guidelines are done without the contribution of low and middle income countries, because you see that most of the randomized clinical trials are not done in these countries. So the guidelines are evidence-based, but they are made by high-income countries for high-income countries. And we have seen that it may be different. Already in 2017, the oncologists have said we need to prioritize our guidelines and see what it can be done in countries with limited facility, but following the evidence-based medicine. So already our oncology colleagues have addressed. And then obviously we need to understand that if we have to publish a study coming from countries with limited facility, a long-term follow-up is not possible. So we should accept to restrict the follow-up to those who is possible. We have to work more. Many of us are reviewers in this room, and the reviewers have to work. When we did this focus on neurosurgery and pandemia, we accepted 8 papers from low middle income countries, and I was the editor. We had to work a lot. So, and obviously what Gail has shown, dedicated sections in major journals will help a lot in increasing. As again, I tell you in English directly, if you invite someone for dinner he or she needs to like the food. That's a Latin proverb, but not those one who cook it. If you cook your food, it's not for you, it's for your guest. So Western institutions like the one I'm working and your institution need to reduce disparities, work with the people and try to check and publish the results that we obtain. Working together, talking may be not enough. Enough is doing. As I have shown you from our Tanzanian colleagues, you find the problem, you publish your data, you correct your behaviors, and your results were published again. This is, let's say, a virtuous way of moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Franco Salvadori. And I think for the interest of time, we may proceed to the next panel already. Thank you so much. And let us call to the next panel, Professors Key Park, Naveed Ashraf, and Maximilian Medorn to the stage, please. Thank you.
Good morning. I'll be standing in for my mentor, Dr. Key Park. I'm Dr. Ernest Bartholomew. Thank you. Okay, so our next session on neurotrauma and rehabilitation will begin with Dr. Eleni Stianaka presenting on strategic globalization of neurosurgery guidelines.
Okay. This one? Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the so kind invitation to this so well-organized conference. And for the next 15 minutes, I will talk about the strategic globalization of neurosurgery guidelines. I'm Dr. Eleni, and I'm from Greece. Currently, I work in Kuwait. We will try to answer a few questions like what is global neurosurgery, what is the definition of guidelines, if it is mandatory to follow the guidelines or no, who is responsible for developing patients' guidelines, what is the current situation regarding the neurosurgical guidelines worldwide, and at the end, should we promote the globalization of neurosurgical guidelines or no? So global neurosurgery is the clinical and public health practice of neurosurgery with the purpose of ensuring timely, safe, and affordable neurosurgical care to all who need it. And the approach should be in multiple levels as a public health practice involving the global health advocates, local governments, policymakers, and of course the neurosurgeons. So it seems that it's a very complicated process. The policymakers, local governments, and global health advocates, they create tools to help us neurosurgeons. Of course, we help on this process. And these tools are policies, procedures, operational standards, clinical protocols, clinical pathways, clinical guidelines, and operational guidelines. So according to the Cambridge Dictionary, guidelines is the information intended to advise people on how something should be done or what something should be. And the medical guidelines are documents with the aim of guiding decisions and criteria regarding diagnosis, management, and treatment in specific areas of healthcare. And they are part of our armamentarium of evidence-based medicine and the knowledge translation tool. So are they mandatory? The answer is that the clinical guidelines are not mandatory. They fall in the group of advisable tools, which means that neurosurgeons, they have to judge before applying them. Mandatory are policies, procedures, operational standards, clinical protocols, and advisables are clinical pathways, which includes the detailed care process sequences and localizes the expectations of a clinical guideline to our clinical care environment. The clinical guidelines, it describes the expected best practice to reach a particular clinical goal or manage a particular clinical condition. And the operational guidelines, they are the equivalent to the clinical guidelines, but in operational status. So who is responsible for developing patients' guidelines? There is a paper from China, 2017, and they identified 244 patient guidelines. They found that the patient guidelines from the same organization tended to employ the similar group. And as a conclusion, who should be involved in developing patients' guidelines was not clearly stated in most of the guidelines, which is alarming for all the doctors, not only for the neurosurgeons. As regarding neurosurgery, there are official organizations responsible for the guidelines, like Brain and Trauma Foundation, the WANS, the Neurocritical Care Society, European Federation of Neurological Societies, and more. But still, there are documents claiming the title of guideline without obtaining the formal approval of organized neurosurgery. As you can see from these graphs, neurosurgery guidelines publications continue to increase and are published at a rate comparable to all other specialties now. And as an example from the United States, that they contribute actually with guidelines the most, 2014, there were 53 published guidelines, new published guidelines. As regarding the bibliometric analysis of the neurosurgery guidelines from a study on 2019, there were identified 372 different guidelines, and from them, 106, they were about spine and peripheral nerves, 81 trauma and critical care, 78 pediatrics, 45 cerebrovascular, 39 neuro-oncology, 12 stereotactic and functional, and 12 all other subjects of neurosurgery. And when it comes to the level 1 evidence for the guidelines, there were 125 identified guidelines, and from them most, 68, were from vascular area. Neuro-oncology 35, hydrocephalus 10, spine 8, functional 3, and TBI only 1. So coming back to Europe, there was a study involving 65 countries, and this study was about it was a survey actually, and it was about the TBI management. And from the centers that they participated, 38 stated that they follow structural implementation of guidelines daily, and 17% that they don't use guidelines at all. And the most frequent answer on why you don't use guidelines was that every patient is unique. I'm sure that you heard it a lot. And the overall quality of recommendations and clinical practice guidelines is relatively low, but similar to that observed in several other medical specialties. And there is wide variation in the different approaches to guidelines, grading and publication, and of course, a unified approach would be beneficial. So a common question is which guidelines to choose, especially from the junior doctors. So the situation is that there is the high number of guidelines, and they increase yearly. There is large variability in therapeutic approaches worldwide, large variability in guidelines development process, and all these, they lead to misinterpretation of the guidelines, misconception, and distrust. And there are statements that all of us, we hear in our everyday practice when we discuss this issue with our colleagues, like which guidelines to choose, why should I follow these guidelines? I follow the guidelines, but with modifications. I do not follow any guidelines. Or do you still follow these guidelines? And maybe you think that all this is conflict, confusion, and chaos, but actually is no. There is no confusion and chaos. It's just the reality of our world, because there is a large variability in its geographical area according to the financial status, culture, equipment availability, neurosurgical coverage of the population, medication official approval, and medical devices official approval. So as every patient is unique, I can say that also every geographical area is unique. So the last question is, should we promote the globalization of the neurosurgical guidelines? And the answer, I think, is yes, but it should be a strategic globalization of neurosurgical guidelines. So the global neurosurgery community should provide neurosurgeons around the world, not just with guidelines, but also with appropriate tools to adapt these guidelines based on each geographical area specific features. And these tools are mainly the expertise and support, and they must target the searching and screening of the appropriate guidelines, assessment, decision and selection, customization according to the needs, external review, final production, and of course, continue post-implementation assessment. So I can say that the guidelines should meet the needs of the area and the needs of the neurosurgeon. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Stianaka. Do we have, yes, question?
Comment. Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. Actually, there was a paper written by Andres Rubiano from Colombia, and there we talk about in high-income countries, their evidence-based guidelines. What he suggested, what you were saying is that there should be resource-based guidelines for lower and middle-income countries, because evidence-based guidelines are very difficult for LMICs to follow. So I think that's just commenting. Thank you.
Yeah, can I say something? Just that we must take into consideration all the factors. Yes, of course, we will follow the evidence-based guidelines. That's absolute. Yes, we will. But we must try to manage the situation according to what we have, what we really have. And this is the challenge for this issue.
Sure, I just want to comment briefly. Indeed, and Dr. Rubiano's bootstrap TBI framework is quite novel in this regard, in that it offers stratified pathways for TBI management based on the resource context of the country. And I think it's an important start. And I think you also raised a lot of other important factors that we can start to consider in guideline development. And there are such guidelines already in preparation for spine care as well.
Well, actually, we modified it for the local use. Available evidence guidelines. Whatever is available, that becomes an evidence for that community. There might be 100 tests somewhere else, but there might be just 2 or 3 tests available for you. So that is what is available. So that would also be not getting out of line. That's what I meant. Thank you.
Very good. Maybe one final comment, and then for the sake of time, I think we'll proceed.
I personally agree with the guideline to follow the guideline. The guidelines are international. They are, you see, they are national, they are local, and they are institutional. But the problem arises when you don't follow the guidelines. So sometimes they become important for ethical issues and sometimes for the legal issues. So still we feel doubt that either if we follow the guideline, which guidelines should be followed? And if the ethical or legal issue arises, so how to address these issues? This is a big problem for us.
I would like just to add something on this about the legal issues, that the guidelines, they are just recommendations. So there are cases that they have a legal identity, but most of the times they cannot be used in illegal cases because they are just recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much again, and we can discuss in the break. Now it's my great pleasure and honor to introduce Professor Rakic, who is known to everyone and who is going to talk about the collaboration between high and low and middle income countries. As example, the EANS Global Humanitarian Committee mission.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Luka Sasovic, coming from Belgrade, Serbia. Second time here in Pakistan, thanks to this kind invitation and great hospitality of our great friend Tariq Khan. I'm very pleased to present some of our activities in terms of what we are also talking about today. We are all talking about today and tomorrow about our striving to serve in a global manner, to provide the best of our service, knowledge, activity, engagement in the terms of improving the healthcare globally, neurosurgical in this manner. And I have a privilege to serve as a chairman and let's say one of the founders of the Global and Humanitarian Neurosurgical Committee of European Association of Neurosurgical Societies. And I will now present some of our achievements. More or less, these theoretical aspects are already mentioned. These are some, let's say, important data, but what is the essence? Essence is here to provide service. In order to provide service, you have to learn, to teach, to work, to improve your skills, and of course, to have some resources to introduce in everyday practice. And this learning curve is very important for these activities. What is the true essence, true meaning of these activities are interdisciplinarity through the geographical specificities. And what we would like to focus on surgical activities. This is meticulous activities by the surgeon preoperatively and postoperatively in the field. And internationalism is another beautiful thing in this manner, tolerance towards the diversity, ability to look at things differently, accumulating experience by applying well thought over strategies, and of course, to expose, to do surgical job. Investigation of the future is now, I think, main activity of every second investigator of something in the world. So this is a Earth 5.0, and this is very rapidly going, let's say, very fast in order to develop all this, what is so-called seeking perfection. And in this seeking perfection of human being and machine, what is now everyday present, that's a very big question, how to implement this in everyday practice, especially in the low and middle income countries. This, like this, of course not. This is, let's say, very well known that this is not useful. With interactive communication through all these levels, this is already what we are going, like European Association of Neurosurgical Societies through the ENS training courses, basic and advanced, and communication between community and neurosurgical community and general community is very important in this manner in order to, let's say, introduce this kind of digital teaching in low and middle income countries beyond the frontiers of the traditional education. This is something which is now evolving everywhere, but of course it's very difficult to standardize all this, and there are some weaknesses of this intellectual learning. So in this short introduction, I would like to come to the point. This is a hand of the surgeon, is an irreplaceable factor, despite how world would like in 21st century. And this is the main focus of all our activities, especially in the low and middle income countries. What about peripheral nerve surgery? I'm a peripheral nerve surgeon. I'm a guy who are suturing the nerves. I have my very close friend, Deborah Garozzo here. She is also a member of this Global and Humanitarian Committee of European Association, also peripheral nerve surgeon. These are some, let's say, tasks and activities in creating peripheral nerve surgery in an area of limited resources. In Serbia, we used to be also in a previous period country which is used to be considered as a low and middle income country, but now we are a high volume center for peripheral nerve surgery, also accepting international fellows for mentorship and fellowship. In 2018 to 2003, as you can see, there were many colleagues all over the world in our department. And now coming to the what I evolved from this peripheral nerve surgery guy to the chairman of the Global and Humanitarian Committee, because I'm doing some mingling all over the world all these years. This is something what I will present you shortly what we achieved so far. These are the members of the committee in this previous my term, and this is completely certified as let's say completely true. This is a committee successor of the International Relations Committee of the ENS, and global and humanitarian neurosurgery are becoming an important part of every major neurosurgical society. Lancet Commission, we told everything about this, and the essence is that there is a tremendous need around the world for neurosurgical service training and equipment. These are low and middle income countries by the World Bank classification. We have our vision, mission, goals, strategy, projects, tasks, and activity plans, and now intensively working on our resources and fundings to spread ENS mission globally, to let's say accomplish developing a relationship and partnership between the ENS and low and middle income countries. Goals to enhancement the international engagement with an emphasis on countries in need, help in improving global care, help in developing and maintaining self-sustaining service of neurosurgical care in countries in need, service through the education and provision of consistent level of care curriculum, certification exposures worldwide. Through databases and surveys, educational activities, communication, social media presence, resources and funding, donations, networkings, and surgical missions. The intervention should be designed is to increase capacity, to strengthen the quality of surgical training and empower local work, and the most important, communication, collaboration, and coordination with national and continental society and interdisciplinary approach. So far, official communication with Red Cross, WHO, then all humanitarian help, such as materials, instruments, sending through the official channels to the countries in need, and then collecting data, especially regarding Ukraine, and then the results from the survey should provide centralized information of these units, and this is something what is already ongoing. And I believe that we have the capacity to benefit humanity collectively and individually. What we do today not only influence neurosurgery now, but will also resonate in the future worldwide. And the main task is to establish the ENS as a leader in the international neurosurgical community in providing the best possible education. Since the establishing, presence and promotions of GSC section on the ENS website, survey on global neurosurgery interested, opportunities and challenges, barriers of the low and middle income country point of view, and then supporting fellowships. And this is a special activity regarding Ukrainian crisis, flow chart of the neurosurgical departments who are surrounding Ukraine, and through the beyond that, through the Europe, in terms of helping Ukrainian colleagues to treat the patients, and then sending the mission in Ukraine. And this is the interactive map of centers who are already doing this. Then we identify European centers who are willing to donate the used equipment in a good quality to the low and middle income countries, and then we conduct survey of the European centers who are willing to participate of the twinning program, and with the low and middle income countries, and then this is a survey which result in a networking of visiting fellowship across the Europe. These centers are ready to accept fellows from low and middle income countries for the educational purposes. Shipping this equipment is practically now ongoing. Then this is a twinning program also with the departments in low and middle income countries. And then, of course, publications we participate in 2 major papers in the last few years in this manner in Journal of Neurosurgery. Then we are in constant communication with African colleagues. There are some participations in COSEXA exams in Namibia, then participation in the Cannes Congress in Nairobi, participation in a working group within the European collaboration of people interested in global neurosurgery. Then we created a hands-on lab for training in Ukraine with donation of our industry partners. So twinning program between European and neurosurgical institution and others, introduction of European Association inaugural humanitarian award, which already delivered in Barcelona. And then there was already first course in Tanzania. Last year now is second in preparation. This is mainly developing in terms of ENS and Cannes collaboration, and identification of centers ready to accept the low and middle income country residents in their department is ongoing. Organizing surgical missions are already ongoing, and the implementation of these activities, prepare plan, independent activities, many more. So many business meetings in the last 2 years. Then we create a special issue within the Journal of Brain and Spine devoted to the ENS global and humanitarian activities. Then these are some of the activities, donation of the equipment for an interoperative neurophysiological monitoring by our industry partner to the Tanzania also. And in conclusion, we believe that hands-on course on-site training with the financial support of the foundation and the continental national societies and web-based activities together should be a bridge between countries with the more and countries with the less resources. 1 minute. This is just for the example for this. To do peripheral neurosurgery in low and middle income countries is easy. You have to know anatomy, you have to know surgical approaches, and you have to of course, have some experience in decision-making process. But this is the point. You can do peripheral neurosurgery quite efficiently with the basic sets of instruments and the basics magnification and the basic monitoring. And you should cover everything simply in terms of making clinical history and exam and indications for surgery, make the surgery simple, and then if you have complications, you have to deal with it. And this is what we are already doing in terms of peripheral neurosurgery worldwide as a task force group who are doing this. So thank you very much for your attention. I thought that it was a 15 minutes, but this is a 12. So this is my kind invitation to the UNS Congress, European Congress in Barcelona this year in October. You are already more than welcome. And 10th annual meeting of Serbian Neurosurgical Society, which is devoted to the pediatric neurosurgery in Belgrade and Serbia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Razalic. Before we can open the questions for you, there was still from Neurosurgical TV, there was a question from Afghanistan, from Dr. Ahmed Pirsad. To everyone, thanks for the good presentation of Dr. Tsianaki. Can we modify guidelines to with our capacities? I think the answer was yes, as we have discussed. So just want to mention Neurosurgical TV is working very well and is well accepted around the world. So thank you again for this initiative. No questions to Dr. Razalic. Please come to the microphone.
Thanks a lot for a nice presentation, Professor Lucas. One of the initiative the ANS is taking that it is giving a wave up to the conferences to the lower and middle income countries. But the most important thing and the most important for the early career neurosurgeon in lower and middle income countries is the hands-on courses. So far, I have attended a few hands-on courses, but there is no such a course as a specially designed for the lower and middle income countries or a slight discount despite that, like if you are an ENS member, whether you are from a high income or a lower middle income, it's same to both. But there is no such like a kind of courses that are only designed for lower middle income countries, or there is a special way for lower middle income countries. So I had this in my mind, and I would like to bring it in your notice if you can do it in the future, something like that.
Thank you for this question. This is a very important question, but yes, if I understood correctly, you are talking about lack of these courses in low and middle income countries, or
like you gave a waive off to the registration in the registration fees for the ENS Congress, like here one is held here in the Sofia, Bulgaria in the coming October. There is a waive off to delegates from the lower and middle income countries. Yes,
there is.
But there is no such waive off for the courses, and that are most important, like a peripheral nerve course, a cranial hands-on course, or a spinal course. There is no waive off is given to such delegates or participants for such countries. So I want, if you can establish such courses for these participants when they are like at like a waive off is given, or they are specifically for these countries, emerging neurosurgeon, early career neurosurgeon who can attend these courses and who can just hone their skills and gain more from your expertise.
Thank you for this suggestion, but as far as I know, in every ENS course, basic, advanced, or every national course in Europe, there are significant waivers for low and middle income countries, not to mention individual examples like, for example, my department or some other issues. This is a matter maybe of circumstances at the moment, but generally speaking, this is a global trend to release, even to remove this kind of expenses for the fellows from the low and middle income countries on the European level.
Thank you very much for your good question. We have to take it to the financial committee of the EANS. That's not only the obligation of the Congress president to organize it, but we have to discuss it, and you take this consideration with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have to finish question for your talk, but we have a little bit burning question. Okay.
Professor Lucas, I would like to ask you if there is any plan from the committee of the ENS, the humanitarian committee, global and humanitarian, to support the neurosurgeons in the Middle East where now is a crisis.
Indeed, yes. And indeed, yes.
There
And
is a plan?
there is not only plan, there is ongoing activities in this manner.
Okay.
What specifically you are
If
interested
there is a plan just to help to support the work of neurosurgeons in Middle East where now is a crisis. So is there any plan from our society?
Yeah, many activities are already ongoing in Italy. Professor Massimiliano Visocchi and his team in Germany, in Serbia, then in other countries, in Greece. But maybe this is a lack of information. This is maybe a matter of the promotion of this information through the social media and through the communication channels. But there is.
I think we have to organize it in our website also, because in our website we have organized all our activities, the humanitarian activities. So I think we must organize all this information.
Everything what you are interested, you can find on the ENS website.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I'm going to invite the last speaker of this session, Randall Chestnut. He is going to talk about the prospective validation of the Kravis algorithm for management of TBI without ICP monitored monitoring. Here, I may tell you that Randy is an international leader in multimodal neuromonitoring, but he's also a very strong advocate of providing quality care to non-monitored patients, and he always finds ways to go about it. Over to you, Randy.
We'll see here. It's amazing to be up here after all of these policymakers and earth shakers. The only earth I ever shake is on the rugby pitch. So I will try to do my best here. I'm going to talk about protocols and protocolization and improvement in outcome in resource-limited settings. When we published the randomized trial on protocols, to which you referenced, in 2012, one of the ancillary outputs was that we gave a message of hope to physicians and LMICs that what they were doing actually worked. That may have been the biggest thing we did with that. Now, you remember we tested two protocols, one from the Brain Trauma Foundation using ICP monitoring and one using imaging and clinical examination without ICP monitoring. That didn't exist before the study because, again, as we've seen, people don't publish from LMICs and they certainly don't publish when they don't monitor ICP. So we came up with one and we tested it. The imaging and clinical examination protocol, the ICE protocol. And when we finished the study, we were curious about what role did the ICE protocol play in achieving the results. There's a thing called the Hawthorne effect, which is the change in human behavior from simply being observed. When you know you're observed, you do things differently. And it's a bit of an issue in all trials because it has to do with generalizability. And we asked the Hawthorne effect question about the ICE protocol. If we had equivalent results in both, did being in the trial improve the outcome in the non-monitored group? And in particular, we were interested into whether or not it was adherence to our protocol. And then we got funded for that through the Fogarty International, through the National Institute of Neurologic Diseases and Stroke. And we set up a trial. In one limb of the trial, it's a two-phase trial. And in one limb of the trial, we used people who were familiar with the ICE protocol. They were out of the best trip trial. And then the other group was centers that used no protocol, new centers. They quite definitely didn't use a protocol within their centers. We prospectively gathered information on patients and then compared outcomes. This was done in 17 centers in 5 countries, of which 5 of them had been in the best trip trial, and those were the protocol centers. The results of that first phase of the study were unequivocally positive. We had better outcomes in terms of morbidity and mortality in the groups that followed protocol. The second phase was a bit more complex. We wanted to come up with a much better, more thorough, and more consensus-based protocol and then test that. And that's what we did, and that actually developed the CREVIS protocol, the consensus revised ICE protocol. And that was done in Buenos Aires in 2015 through a consensus conference. And the consensus was developed by the people that were used to treating people under those conditions, not by us who had never done that. And so we took the CREVIS protocol, we gave it to both sides, and they prospectively used that. And so we could analyze no protocol to CREVIS, ICE to CREVIS, and then across the bottom. And the results from no protocol to CREVIS, again, improvements in morbidity and mortality across the board. From ICE to CREVIS, we similarly had improvements in morbidity and mortality. And you can see the leftward shift here in terms of outcome. Even in the CREVIS to CREVIS, there was a slight difference in morbidity, but not mortality, to which we attributed that to the fact that protocolization is not an instantaneous activity. And it probably took a long time to sink in. But in doing this Hawthorne effect study, we found that having an institutional protocol appears to improve outcome. There seems to be a strong benefit from protocolization, and we can say that pretty definitely from the study. But sort of incidentally, in doing this study, we also showed that the CREVIS protocol is safe and effective. We did not prove that it's the best protocol out there, but we showed it works. That really wasn't what we intended to do when we did the study, but that may be the most important outcome of the study. Those are now published in neurosurgery, the phase 1 and phase 2 results, so you can look at those yourself. So we have the consensus-based protocol. It was published in Neuro-Trauma when we first developed it in Buenos Aires. It's open access. You can get it quite easily and look at it yourself. I'm not going to go into horrendous detail with it because it is open access. But I will note a very interesting thing. Before we had published the second phase of the CBG study, centers in Latin America had already adopted it. Latin American Brain Injury Consortium survey found that of centers managing traumatic brain injury without ICP, 80% of the centers that responded to the survey were using some variation of this protocol. So people wanted the protocol. They want some guidance, and there is no guidance. Again, those of us that publish have all the toys. So again, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. The one thing I will note is that when you do medicine-based evidence in the absence of the evidence to do evidence-based medicine, you have to let the people who do it do the consensus. So although we organized the consensus, we didn't get to vote because I've never treated patients in LMIC conditions without monitoring. One of the most important things in this is deciding who to treat. It's easy to treat when you put a monitor in. When the ICP goes up, you treat it. Who do you treat when you don't have a monitor? Who do you treat for suspected intracranial hypertension? We came up with criteria for that. The major criteria, if you have one major criteria, which are CT-based, you are to be treated for suspected intracranial hypertension. So it's Marshall DI3, DI4, or non-evacuated MASH lesion greater than 25 cc's. If you don't have one of those, you can have two or more minor criteria. GCS motor less than or equal to 4, pupillary asymmetry or abnormal reactivity, or a Marshall DI2 CT pattern, multiple small lesions. Actually, we've done sensitivity and specificity analysis on that using other monitored data, and we found a 93.4 sensitivity for ICP of 22. So it's actually pretty sensitive. It's not very specific. It's about 1 in 2 specific, but it is pretty sensitive for detecting suspected intracranial hypertension. We also set a CT schedule because this is the imaging and clinical exam protocol. So we had to come up with something, a minimal image. Now, a lot of LMICs have trouble getting images because they're expensive and the patient's expected to pay for them. By leveraging this problem through our protocol, we greatly increased the number of available CTs because social work or administration started to fund them because they thought they were standard of practice. So again, an ancillary benefit. And then the protocol also has the recognition of worsening, how to deal with acute worsening, neuro worsening, and then how to escalate treatment. The treatments are based on the tiers. The first tier is the most favorable risk to benefit ratio. I think maybe the most interesting thing is scheduled hyperosmotics is in the first tier, which is not something we usually use for ICP monitored patients, but it's the standard of care or the basic mode of care when you don't have monitoring. Then there's tier 2, which has a less favorable risk benefit ratio, and tier 3. There was a group of non-used. This is not that you can't use them. They're not verboten, but they're not routinely put into practice. And then there's the issue of neuromuscular blockade, which will lower ICP, but it takes away exam. If you don't have an ICP monitor, that's the downside. So that was actually unresolved. And then an equally sticky wicket is, when do you wean therapy when you don't have an ICP monitor? So now you're treating, when do you back off? You don't want to back off too early, but you don't want to treat forever. And so we came up with a protocol for that and algorithms for that. The heat map is to assist people in that decision making. So what are these? What are the consensus? What's the scope? They are a suggestion for safe and modern means of treatment. They are not legal weapons, QA weapons, mandates, necessarily the best way to go. This is a consensus-based suggestion and should be taken with that in mind. You can adapt it, you can adopt it, but it's been validated, but you can adopt it certainly to your own reality. They are not binding. They're really the lowest evidentiary basis. They're more like recommendations. And again, when you read an evidence report, you always have to keep in mind the level of evidence as well as what is said. What should you do with consensus recommendations? When you can ignore them, that's what we do with a lot of things that aren't comfortable. Maybe not the best thing to do, but it's up to you. You can adopt them. It's a reasonable approach. They've been validated. If they fit into your reality, you could adopt them, or you can adapt them. You can use them as a framework in which to form a treatment protocol that you can use at your center. But whatever you do, you need to do it as a team because trauma is a team sport. You need to get your trauma surgeons, your intensivists, your nurses, everybody together, come up with a protocol because it's protocolization that probably makes the biggest difference. Now, when you look globally and you'll use the old iceberg allegory and you look at traumatic brain injury, obviously, as we've heard so many times, TBIs treated at high-income countries, academic centers are much orders of magnitude less than TBIs treated at LMI centers with minimal resources. When you go to publications, as we've heard several times just recently, the number of publications on traumatic brain injury from high-income academic centers, and then the number of TBI publications relevant to LMIC centers are disproportionate and reversed to the distribution of patients. That's a big problem. That's a big problem because these people treat most of the patients don't have guidelines. They don't have advice. So the LMIC centers seem to have the attitude, well, I mean, the high-income countries seem to have the attitude, well, let the LMIC centers catch up with us. While the attitude of the LMIC centers is really, what do I do at the moment while I'm running as fast as I can? And we need to address both sides. We actually do need to support non-ICP monitored traumatic brain injury treatment because it's done all over the world. We can't ignore this, and we need to help that group. And we're the one with the resources to assist them. The Crevice protocol does not support treating traumatic brain injury patients without ICP monitoring. It does not support that. If I have an ICP monitor, if they have an ICP monitor, they'll use it. It does support physicians treating traumatic brain injury patients who don't have ICP monitoring. And I think that important difference is what we need to recognize and support. I am not advocating treating patients without ICP monitoring, but I am recognizing that most of the world does that. And if we can come up with ways to help them with it, I think it's a noble venture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Randy, for a very evocative talk. The house is open to questions. We can take a couple of them. Yes, please, Frank.
Randy, compliments for showing your data, which are very good and impressive. As you know, there is always a question when we travel in countries with limited facilities. Your protocol requires 4 CT scans per 1 week. 3. Anyway, too many, because in many countries you have to pay and the family will have to pay for it. And it's difficult to do a second CT scan. We have seen publication. I've reviewed a publication recently from Nepal showing that they have to do with 1 CT scan, so 1 shot, because the family will not be able to pay. What do you think? I mean, you think there is maybe a solution in the future, or what?
I do. I agree with that. And in our PEDS trial that we're doing right now, we have an even more worry because not only are we getting many CT scans, we're radiating kids, and we don't want to do that. When we drew up the protocol, we asked for 3, we got 3. And so if we vary from the protocol, the validation doesn't necessarily hold. So that's kind of an issue. It's interesting that when we wrote the protocol and administration, social work, and the physicians saw that more than 1 CT is useful, suddenly they were able to get more without charging the patient. So you got to figure out the priorities. I mean, a CT to a neurosurgeon is like an IV. If we need to image something, we want to know the anatomy because we're surgical anatomists. And if you can't get it for reasons that are not medical, that's unfortunate. 3 is probably too many, and they don't always get 3. You don't get 3 if they're approved. You don't improve. You don't get 3 if they're too sick to go for 1. But 3 is the suggestion. It may be worth to modify, or maybe biomarkers, non-invasive measurements, et cetera, can be substituted. Sure.
Yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. I'm Imad from Palestine. Hopefully, I got the way to come here. I don't have ICP monitor. I was in Italy with everybody and all our friends working with high technology. But I am using the CT scan and the clinical data. But my problem in Palestine that, okay, we need the compressive craniectomy. Here the problem, technically, how the others are doing it. Not only who need it or doesn't need it. Many of the people, they didn't decompress the brain in a good way. They came to me after the first surgery done somewhere with very small craniotomies. And this is the problem, how to improve technically also after we found that they have increased intracranial pressure, how to learn them to decompress very good the brain.
Well, if you're a skier, it's go big or go home, obviously. That's an error, and that's just an educational thing. If you're going to decompress someone, decompress them. But I can say that in resource limited settings, there's an indication for craniotomy, that decompressive craniotomy that has never been studied. We've got DECRA, we've got rescue, high income countries, good pre-hospital care, monitoring, et cetera. If you don't have monitoring, I'm finding in Latin America with adults and children that a lot of people leave the bone off or take the bone off as a substitute for the lack of ICU resources and monitoring resources. And it's done all over. Is it a good idea? I think it probably is, but it hasn't been studied. So I think it's a very reasonable thing. It needs studying. We're collecting data on it now. Obviously, if you're going to do a decompression, do a big one. And that's a matter of education from neurosurgeon to neurosurgeon. But, you know, that's a very important point about the role of decompressive craniectomy and these algorithms.
We'll take the last question from Professor Mumtaz.
Yes,
Shazad, you also have one. So
I personally think there is some confusion between the ICP monitoring, the ICP measurement. These are two different things. And if you measure the ICP, they need device. And if you are monitoring ICP, that can be clinically, they can be radiologically, and they can be with the device. And the putting of device is basically to decompress a closed head injury, as far as I have the concepts. So the question is that the difference between the measurement and the monitoring should be clarified, number one. And second, how much time is needed in closed head injury when you jump from conservative treatment to surgical decompression?
Sorry, what was the second question?
Surgical decompression. When you decide for surgical decompression, because we see so many centers where the head injury patient are landed closed head injury and they're decompressed immediately.
Well, that question hasn't been answered, has it? I mean, even with the randomized trials, DECRA caused me not to do it too quickly because DECRA was a study of decompression when I was frustrated. Rescue was much more sick patients got decompressed. That's when you're completely exasperated and you don't have anything more to do. So you have to work backward from there. Rescue worked. DECRA didn't. So somewhere in there is a patient-centered timing for whether or not you think it's possible working your rear end off to get them through without decompression. If it's not, sort it out, do it early. But that subtlety has not been worked out. I use barbiturates more in susceptible patients than I did before DECRA, but I do decompressions as well. And I have all the toys, you know, what to do in LMICs, I don't know.
All right. Shazad, final question also.
Well, thank you for the talk.
Very
Randy.
interesting.
I would
All right,
request you to please help
after
me.
Shazad, you can ask.
I would request you to please help me understand why the recommendations for repeat imaging aren't linked with the change in GCS. Because we know in a patient with an improving GCS with head injury, repeating an imaging doesn't serve any purpose. Putting them in the recommendation sort of implies that you have to do it 4 times during the stay of the patient, which again doesn't serve any purpose in low income countries.
This is done, again, having been in this reality for a couple of decades, this is done for leverage purposes. I mean, it's up to the physician exactly when to get it. And a lot of times they don't. They say the patient's getting better, they don't need a CT. Or they're getting worse, I'll just take them to theater and get a post-op CT. This is really trying to leverage. It's really unfortunate. How could you practice? I can't practice. If I wanted a CT and was told I couldn't get it because the patient couldn't afford it. I don't practice in that environment. I don't know how I could deal with that environment, but that's the environment in the world. We're not saying you got to do it in 48 hours and 3 seconds. And we're not saying you need to do 3, but we're trying to leverage people's recognition that imaging is a fundamental part of traumatic brain injury management. And it's just wrong to limit it based on whether or not a patient has a pocket full of money.
Thank you very much, Randy, for a very nice talk. And we finish with the first plenary session. The chairman doesn't allow. Can we? It's great. We are going to be late, so you can discuss it with Randy outside. Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Tea break. We'll come back.
Having tea outside, please.
During a short tea break for 15 minutes. We'll come back sharply at 11:55. Thank you.
I'm also patient with my parents are dating, so I like how we diagnose it. Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Okay.
The product is this is for yeah. Are you the boss here?
No, sir, I'm not boss. I'm a photographer, but I can.
In terms of connection, if you have connection for my computer, can you tell or they tell?
So tell me. Give me the.
Lucas connected his computer here. I think it's his computer. I think it's the same as mine.
Type C converter.
No idea. Local vertices. When you are 4 in the morning. You? Yes, no. No, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Wait, can I have the right? No. Usually when you connect, very good. So you are right, general. But I have a small dilemma now. My mother is not in operation. My wife has to go to Norwich. You know Norwich? Norwich. It's near. So she used to stay with her for a few days, and I have to study alone. And no one else for. So your children are only actually without any other grandfather, grandmother. But the grandmother is only on operation. And I get that. Okay, yeah, the grandmother. Yeah, so but I can find babies during the day, but not. I will go back from here. I was going to go from here like I did the same with you, but I had it back. I had it back. When I was
Lucas. Yes. मैंने भी कोशिश की थी सुबह मैंने कुछ मैंने कहा यार सुबह के 6 बजे
Now we are going to start the next session. The first session is neurotrauma and rehabilitation. So the chairs are already here. So please come, sir.
So it's my pleasure and an honor to begin this new session, and I would like to ask the first author, who is Amos Femi Adeleye. Oh, okay. So we are very strict with time schedule. So the first author is asked to come.
I heard. Thank you. So we go to have to rush through the presentation. Good afternoon. Good morning. I'm presenting the crevice protocol for ideas, insights from Nigeria. I work in the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Nigeria. Nigeria is about a little north of the equator in the crotch of African continent. I have no conflict. Well, Professor Randall Chestnut, the brain behind crevice, presented a short while ago. So I can rush through these and say, HICE is imaging and clinical examination-based protocol for managing traumatic brain injury in the absence of ICP monitoring, while crevice is a consensus revised protocol. The reason for ICE crevice is because, as is well known, invasive ICP monitoring, the standard of care means of monitoring TBI, severe TBI, is not available in many resource-constrained settings in the world, not just developing countries, but even rural, underserved areas of high-income countries. And in these regions, significant proportions of severe head injuries is taken care of with no guidelines. So in the BEST strip trial, Randall Chestnut and his team showed that in a data-driven prospective study of ICE protocol for TBI management using clinical criteria, including Glasgow Coma Score, motor score, pupillary findings, brain CT scans for diagnosis of suspected intracranial hypertension, and using CT classification by Marshall for diffuse injury, they show that traumatic brain injury is being cared for in much of the world without ICP monitoring. But this management protocol was carried out in the setting of brain CT scan that was done at baseline 48 hours later, and then 5 to 7 days, and low moderate dose use of hyperosmotics. They also did mechanical ventilation in as many as 100% of the patients, and mild hyperventilation, other things you see there, arterial blood gases, EVD, neuro worsening elicited use of barbiturates sometimes, and they obtained good outcome in 6 months with low complication profile. But under this ICE protocol, they noted was actually the prior standard of care in the 3 study sites in the Latin America. My comment was that these must be low-middle countries that are more equal than other low-middle countries. And the authors themselves agreed that these preconditions were not to be expected to be obtainable in other parts of the world. So the same group in 2020 published a revised ICE protocol, a consensus revised ICE protocol, because they noted some inefficiency in the brain-specific treatments in the initial paper, in the initial protocol. And so they constituted a consensus-based cup-side consort of 43 Latin American experienced neuroscientists who are experienced in TBI care, and devised raised cranial pressure treatment categorized into tiers for treatment initiation, escalation, and termination vis-a-vis the TBI severity, clinically, and CB and CT findings. And they also they address issues of initiating and escalating therapy by determining definition of neuroworsening, developing a hierarchy of treatment modalities based on risk-benefit ratio in patients with suspected intracranial hypertension. And also, they also address tapering ongoing suspected intracranial hypertension therapy by specifying methods of therapy tapering and all that. So the issues addressed include setting a target for minimum mean arterial pressure, determining the timing and indication for CT, the classified CT imaging. So some synthesis, if I attempt some synthesis of all of that, Krevis is saying that you need to obtain brain CT at less than 4 hours from trauma, and then at several times. And in the setting of ICU personnel with neurointensivists and who are possibly also neurointensive care unit certified, and maybe nurses too, with logistics and labs that are not expected to be found in low-middle income countries. The reality is in low-middle income countries, there are challenges and logistic limitations, patient-related, system-related. Some of them including pre-trauma care, presentation in the hospital, and the in-hospital registration, CT, MRI, not fairly available, but in the next slide. And open ward, nurses limited care on the ward, ICU cannot be guaranteed. Brain CT, the key is not to be expected to be easily available, as Dr. Chestnut was challenged in his previous presentation too. There's delayed presentation, so you cannot hope to get a 4-hour CT. Some become 24 hours, 40 hours later. There's delayed payment for CT. Patients have to pay out of pocket. Out of pocket by patients in Nigeria who live on less than $2 a day for a total more than 70% of the population. And the CT itself, the cost of one CT is multiples of their monthly earnings. Just one CT. The geographic location of CT sometimes is impossible.
Sorry, excuse me, it's my task to remind you that the time is already over, so please come to the...
Already over? The CT machine hand times. So for suspected intracranial hypertension in TBI, all you can do in hospital is low intensity non-surgical medical care of risk suspected intracranial hypertension. And for treatment escalation, you also have logistic limitations. So what is possible is to have attending neurosurgeon and neurosurgery residents and subselected paramedical care personnel, and possibly also have a low threshold for the comprehensive craniectomy, even prophylactic to comprehensive craniectomy. I know that's a high judgment call because it's a highly invasive surgery, highly mutilating surgery. You just don't want to start mutilating anybody. But where there is a well-trained neurosurgeon and patient general clinical status and CT findings are in keeping, or maybe in the setting of non-invasive intracranial pressure monitoring, which is another point that may be brought up in this discussion, you may have to do that. two clinical vignettes. A 36-year-old man, GCS 10 from road trauma, abbreviated injury scale of more than 5, of 5, and injury severity score of 25, with brain CT showing 24-hour post-trauma, showing this. Where's the pointer, please? Sorry.
Sorry, if you may come to the conclusions.
Okay. In the setting of the typical low-middle income countries, there are realities, constraining realities that prevent the full-blown use of crevice. One has to then be pragmatic in one approach and do the best you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since we have a shortage of time, 1 minute discussion is possible. So short questions requiring short answers are more than welcome. Yeah, please.
I think Dr. Adele, I've already given you a heads up of what I'm going to say. My question is this, or rather a reflection. We seem to be having faster horse solutions to LMIC in terms of looking at protocols that are outside of ICP monitoring. But other technologies are readily available, such as mobile phones and other things that we have in our settings. Rather than looking at serial imaging and other elements that come with these protocols, why don't we look at innovation of cheaper ways of ICP monitoring instead?
Yeah, one idea that comes up along this line, like I alluded to just because I didn't have time, is the use of non-invasive ICP monitors, transcranial Doppler, optic nerve sheet diameter measuring. There may be something to consider down the line.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No, if not, oh, yes. Yes, please.
But I think, again, when you talk so much about it, LMIC is a terrible word. It's LIC, MIC, and then shades of gray. And, you know, we did this in mostly MICs. And how you graduate it to places with altered resource availability is completely unclear. And so I think any way you can adapt the crevice protocol to your reality is exactly what you should do, and then perhaps disseminate your adaptation to other people in your resource strata. This is a developing process.
No, I think mine is very pointed. There is no expectation in high-income big centers to ever not use ICP monitoring. Yes? So that should be the standard. And what we need to ask ourselves is, how do we disrupt this technology to make it locally available? Because in whatever you call it, LMIC, SIC, even the cleaner has a mobile phone, meaning that adapting technology to make lower cost but effective solutions is the way to go. Because the idea of CT scanning, if you CT scan somebody 3 to 4 times and you have an ICU scan, ICU that half of them are traumatic head injury patients, very quickly, you're just going to run out of time and human capital to do it. So, adapting EVD and adapting other forms of because a lot of those modules are reusable. It's just the bolts. So the question instead should be, what can we as a group of neurosurgeons, as a group of intensive care, do for advocating for cheaper bolts and cheaper modules instead? Because that's actually more cost effective in the long run if you look at it globally rather than serial imaging.
Develop a monitor and don't FDA or CE certify it. So you can't use it in places with money and the cost won't rise.
So now the time to go to the next speaker. That is Andreas, and he's talking about barriers in following neurotrauma protocols.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the kind invitation, especially Tariq. I know it's been a long effort to get here. Congratulations already. I'll wait until Do I need to do anything? Okay, great. So this is something about following guidelines. A lot of guidelines are developed with high resources in mind, the ideal scenario. So we came to this from a different angle to see whether it's possible for everyone to follow them and whether it is possible to identify barriers. No financial disclosures, some acknowledgements to colleagues who made this possible, both individuals, but also through the organization. What I'm talking about is available in Brain and Spine Open Access. Now, it's estimated that 90% of spinal trauma occurs in low, middle-income countries and low-income countries, and only 10% of about 1 million spinal trauma a year occurs in high-income countries. And of course, we know these probably now outdated slides from Key that show huge inequities between the countries, including the number of surgeons, political instabilities, different levels of modernization, and availability of resources, which can influence who and how gets treated for spinal trauma. In such different situations, guidelines can be seen as a lighthouse, as they represent the best available evidence-based medicine for clinicians to follow their advice. But it may be that some of these recommendations may require, across all the phases of care, whether directly or indirectly, tools and resources that may be absent or inadequate in some realities, which can limit their application and, of course, affect the outcomes. So the main hypothesis of this study was to see whether some of these recommendations that are already established in guidelines be not practical and not applicable, and to explore the ability of colleagues in different settings to apply these guidelines. So the methodology was simple online survey, addressed at people with resource limitations. We followed the World Bank classification of low income, low middle income, and upper income. And then we only concentrated on the low and middle income. You can see that we had an impressive number of responses, 1,154 from 79 different low middle income countries. And you can see the percentage of that component broken down. 47 in upper middle, 48% low middle, and 5% in low income countries. And most of these were from the map you can see on the right. The majority were people between 30 and 49, experience of spinal trauma more than 10 years. More than 90% of the respondents stated that they are aware of at least one guideline. Specifically to the WFNS guidelines, only 52% were aware of the spinal trauma guidelines. And they all agreed, that 95% agreed that following such guidelines will improve outcomes. So when asked to evaluate the self-perception to be able to apply the actual recommendations, 80% said they're able to do so. And then we tried to verify whether this was true or not. According to the last World Federation guidelines, patients at high risk of spinal cord injury should be immobilized by a hard cervical collar and a spinal backboard. However, there were remarkable differences amongst the economic areas, and these differences were parallel to the availability of professional pre-hospital system. You can see there that only 50% in total could apply a collar, and only 42% could apply a backboard. And the poorer the setting, the less the availability of this simple intervention. On the timing of transport for core injuries to the definitive center of care, more than 40% in sub-Saharan Africa took more than
24 hours. I'm sorry to
hours.
point out you are beyond your time.
Okay,
so
I will come to the conclusion.
Try to conclude.
So in the 1 minute left, I will show you that the facilities were unavailable in 98%, less than 24 hours in higher income countries, more than 40%, more than 24 hours in low income countries. The same goes for MRI availability. Most of them could not have access to MRI within appropriate timing. And again, it was according to the gradient of the resources. Access to ICU 50% no. And timing to surgery also 67% more than 24 hours. In low-income countries, 44% no. So again, more than 24 hours. So where does this leave us? Come to the conclusion. A moderately large proportion of physicians treating spinal trauma in low and low middle income countries believe they're able to apply the guidelines, but various recommendations seem not to be actually applicable or applied. There are differences amongst economic and geographical areas in the application of these guidelines. And again, it points to the now pretty well-known fact that resource-targeted guidelines for trauma should be the way forward in treating our patients. Thank you for your time.
Because of shortage of the time, we can allow only one question.
No, 8 minutes, please. 8 minutes and 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Edwin.
Well, I can't go back. Let's open to discussion. I wondered whether you were cheating me on time because my timer here was saying 4 minutes and you were telling me I have 1 minute left, but that's it. I'm not going to go back. So no problem. I guess the message is we need to develop resource-based guidelines. I know Andres Rubiano from Colombia has done a lot of work in developing a bootstrap type thing. We're also working with him to develop that between the ENS, the FLANC, and also the World Federation. At the end of the day, if we don't apply the resources to the reality, which is exactly what Beverly was saying at the comments of the last talk, we're just publishing papers that nobody can follow. So we need to become a bit more pragmatic.
I think you pointed out quite accurately that the time lapse between the trauma and the management, by the time that they reach the hospital and the competent doctor, it's more than 24 hours, and sometimes even much more than that. I think they're not only because of the lack of resources, but also because of the lack of public education, and also training of the peripheral doctors, for example. And also, more importantly, probably there is no accountability in a number of countries that we so-called low-income group. And I feel if that comes out, probably even with less resources, the things would improve. Probably health education and public education, along with some accountability measures, would improve. Don't you think? Did you find anything like that in your study?
Thank you. Very, very pertinent comments. Thank you for that. I fully agree. We didn't specifically look at the accountability issue, but I can reassure you that that is a problem also in the Western countries.
Thank you, Dr. Demetriades.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Lucas Rasulik, who will talk. Yeah. Global neurosurgery projects afterward, myths or reality?
Nothing is going on. Okay. Good morning once again. This conference is very exciting. It was like this 4 years ago. Now it's still warming up for these 2 days. This is my second talk today. Global Neurosurgery Project After War, Myth or Reality? So I would like to ask all of you, do you think that this kind of projects are myth or reality? What is your opinion? You think it's possible or not after war to have a global neurosurgery projects? Okay, let's see. So first project after World War is a European Association of Neurosurgical Societies. And this is just some short views of this, let's say, beginnings of this first international neurosurgical gatherings before Second World War and after World War I. But what is also realized in a international neurosurgical community, that this is importance of outstanding importance to organize neurosurgical community to evolve after this kind of disasters. Modern warfares are ongoing. Now, this here, I didn't miss only actual situation in Gaza, but this is some what is in, let's say, happened in world in last 30 years. So significance of neurosurgical communication in gatherings is to improve neurosurgical care training and research, to work together in expanding the horizons to the benefit of our patients, to follow contemporary professional accomplishments, trends, and innovation, to develop neurosurgery and neuroscience without geopolitical frontiers, and aimed at building brilliance and knowledge and understanding across disciplines, institutions, individuals, and generations. So high-ranking Nazi officer and French Jew, both of them neurosurgeons after Second World War. This is Wilhelm Tonis and Marcel David, initiate this kind of development of first this kind of project after World War, and this was this European Association. So think global. This is my favorite. Act local. Of course, collaboration with global neurosurgical activities are very important. This is one example what I just mentioned in my previous talk about activities of the Global and Humanitarian Neurosurgery Committee of ENS in a previous period. But act local. Act local means here, this is a former Yugoslavia war. And on that war, which was lasting many years, this is from, I'm talking now about 1991, 1995, and 1999, NATO bombing of former Yugoslavia. We come to the 2012. So this now separate countries, all former countries of former Yugoslavia, now independent countries, which were involved in this war. In 2012, in Bratislava and in Belgrade, create a Southeast European Neurosurgical Society. And this is what we realized, what we realized that this is very important. So Southeast European Neurosurgical Society is now existing, evolving society of 100 and more neurosurgeons from all these countries. And what is all about Southeast European Neurosurgical Society? Sense and sensibility, building brilliance and knowledge of understanding. This is the group of neurosurgeons from Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia, and North Macedonia, Albania, all countries, 14 countries for geographically and demographically belongs to the Southeast Europe. But point is that this society, which is a full member of the World Federation and affiliated regional society of the European Association, is now still working and ongoing in terms of full activities. This is our retrospective first 5 years. Now we celebrate, last year we celebrate 10 years, And this year we have a 6th Congress. We organize every year at least 8 to 10 regional educational activities, all kinds of activities, hands-on courses, theoretical, basic, advanced, and so whatsoever, with the international participation, full power. And this is my favorite. Management is doing things right, but leadership is doing the right things. And that's what we are promoting now as a project, global, regional, global, local project after the war in former Yugoslavia. So do the right thing even when no one is looking, and be ready to accept all let's say, problems and to deal with them. And thank you very much for your attention. One moment, invitation for the European Congress, also with my previous talk in Sofia in October, 13 to 18 October. Please join us in a large number. There will be a rich and interesting scientific program and, of course, social activities. And then following that, the 10th annual meeting of Serbian Neurosurgical Society, Pediatric Neurosurgery in 21st Century. Thank you very much for your attention. How much time is for this presentation? 8 minutes, 6 minutes, 4 minutes? Okay. So the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Is the global neurosurgical progress after the war myth or reality? Not myth, reality. Who wants, find a way. Who don't want, find a reason.
Thank you, Dr. Rasulik. Any question? Please go ahead.
It becomes an opportunity when it's converted into
Take a microphone, please. Take a microphone.
As you said, war is a challenge or a conflict, but it is at the same time is an opportunity to survive.
Exactly.
Yeah, survive any trauma. So yes, the answer is yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, it's always an opportunity, a reality, a conflict also of minds, which remains in history. It is a conflict of resources also. The resources, once it is everybody on the two sides thinking of winning the war. They claims that we will do this, this, this. At the end, one wins. So half of the things are always destroyed. The opportunities which we were looking towards another side are lost. The opportunities which are gained by the people who won the war, they are implemented on. And that is the myth, remains a reality sometimes cannot come true. In a few years back, we were having a war in our neighbors, and we have seen many commitments regarding health projects. After 2 years, all the health projects are gone from the big powers. And that is the myth now for us.
It's all about people. It's all about sustainability and dignity. It's all about people, not about anything else. So, as I said, who wants, find a way. Who don't want, find a reason.
Thank you. And the next speaker is invited, who is Corrado Iacarino.
Okay, so I will jump some slides to save time, and thank you for invitation. I will start to talk before slides. Here is a presentation about Italian recommendation on intracranial pressure management and decompressive craniectomy management. And it was published. What I suggest, the choice that we done is the third one. Is that inside the publication, we also published the survey about the recommendation, just to show the probability of the adherence of the recommendation. Okay, this is the publication. This is a list of recommendations. The recommendations are done with the group of neurotraumatologists chair of the Italian Society of Neurosurgery and a group of neurointensivists treated TBI. So the recommendations are published with the intersocietary group for intensivists and neurosurgeon. And for this reason, we conduct a survey between these two groups, between the neurosurgeons and intensivists, asking not only about the agreement of each recommendation, but also the rate of agreement. So this is the results. The green line is 80%. So all the reply, all the answer over the 80%, that means a total agreement. And the red line is 20% if there is some answer that more than 20% of disagreement, that means that the recommendation has a low rate of adherence. So 4 are the main debated recommendation. The first one is that in case of the first CT scan with a small petechial foci or small subarachnoid hemorrhages, post-traumatic subarachnoid hemorrhages, there is no need of ICP monitoring and to wait for a second CT scan. And this comes from the first consensus conference ICP monitoring by Italian Society of Neurosurgery and ENS, and the different selective perspective of the intensivist and the neurosurgeon appear here because for 2/3 of neurosurgeons that are agree to wait for a second CT scan, while just 1 on 2 neurointensivists are agree to do not perform a CT scan. Another debated recommendation is the ICP monitoring following the compressive craniectomy. This is suggested by several international consensus conference, and this is a different postoperative perspective. This is now the converse that before, because the intensivists are very agree to perform a ICP monitoring after the compressive craniectomy, while the neurosurgeons a little bit less agree. You see 59% of neurosurgeons compared to 71% that are agreed to monitor the ICP after the compressive craniectomy. Another debate is this one, following ICP monitoring, should be used antibiotic impregnatic ventriculoperitoneal shunts. That is just derived from the international trial with very powerful the point of view statistical, because it is a randomized control trial. And there is the same updating perspective because even neurosurgeons that neurointensivists are still not enough updated on this topic. Another debated, of course, is the elderly patient, where there is uncertainty about the benefits of intracranial pressure. And so the recommendation, the publication is prone to be more caught with less aggressive behavior or elderly. And so the recommendation, the publication suggests to understand which elderly can benefit from intracranial pressure, because we know that the middle age of the previous publication about the recommendation do not treat elderly patient. The elderly is a well-known poor prognostic factor. Despite all this evidence, all the community of neurosurgeons and intensivists are still in doubt about to select the elderly patients. And this is confirm the same conservative perspective for the elderly patients. But to abstain for therapeutic tools is an old debated question. About the compressive craniectomy, the recommendation was much more agree with a much higher agreement. But there is some difference. Of course, the surgical perspective is very different. For example, this is a clear indication for all neurosurgeons about the sites of the compressive craniectomy, and we add in the recommendation, in Italian published recommendation, that if we manage a decompressed patient with a smaller craniectomy, this patient should be excluded from any kind of speculative approach. I mean, if we won't publish about decompressive craniectomy, we have to publish just with patient with this kind of decompressive craniectomy. Of course, 90% of agreement compared to 78% of intensivists. About the decompression brain contusion, following the suggestion of the Cambridge Consensus Conference, there is still a different surgical perspective between neurosurgeons and intensivists. And about the secondary compressive craniectomy, we know all the suggestions from literature, and also in Italian recommendation, there is more or less aggressive behavior attitude for the secondary decompressive craniectomy, and it's clear that there is another different perspective monitoring. The neurosurgeons are more agree to be more in agree with uncertain effect of a favorable outcome, and that secondary decompressive should be applied more selectively. But there is a difference you see with the intensivist. What is clear for everybody that we have needs to collaborate to have a recommendation, to develop a local protocol daily practice. And this is the conclusive consideration that recommendation and guidelines should be always tested to check the future adherence. So is that suggesting it was very interesting, it was very speculative to understand after that you prepare a recommendation list that you can propose before to publish to your stakeholder groups to understand the adherence. And it's clear that ICP management seems to be a more debated topic among intensivists and neurosurgeons, despite the low level of evidence. And the decompressive craniectomy seems to be more clear, and the neurosurgeons are more selective, and intensivists seems to be more inclusive. And of course, still the elderly is still a higher debated topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or remarks? We still have time for discussion. Well, if not, so we are closing this part of the session, and we are changing our position.
So we are moving now to the next session just before lunch on neurotrauma rehabilitation. I would like to invite Richard Moser, Kashif Sultan, and Hon Jun Jion. So there are two announcements to be made. The buses will leave for the city tour just after the lunch break around 2 p.m. The meeting for Global Neurosurgery Committee will be held in Neelam Hall just next door. Their lunch will be served in the Neelam Hall. So over to you people for to start the next session.
The first speaker is Elzaz Javid, minimally invasive surgery versus conventional treatment.
Good afternoon. My name is Azaz. I'm a second-year neurology resident at the University of Toledo. My topic is minimally invasive surgery versus conventional management in ICH. There's an overlap in the topic, so I was given the opportunity by Dr. Tariq Hashim to speak on this. So approximately 10% of the almost 800,000 strokes per year in the US are ICHs. And their incidence is substantially higher in lower and middle income countries. Mortality is around 30 to 40% after intracerebral hemorrhage. Causes damage due to two issues, direct pressure and then through secondary physiological and cellular pathways. Now, surgical hematoma evacuation can be either through craniotomy, minimally invasive surgery, ventriculostomy, And most clinical trials have used thresholds of greater than 20 to 30 milliliter as an inclusion criteria. Surgical, so yep. Then history of ICH. So in 1961, McKissock and colleagues, they were the first people to do a trial in neurosurgery. They looked at operative treatment and they saw there were worse outcomes when they operated on patients with spontaneous intracerebral hemorrhage. In 1989, Auer and co-workers reported the opposite result when they did a trial of endoscopic removal. So trials started picking up after the first stage 1 trial happened in 2005. They randomized patients within 24 hours. They were supratentorial, lobar, or deep hemorrhages. 1,033 patients, 83 centers, 27 countries. Primary outcome was the Glasgow Outcome Scale, and there wasn't a statistically significant difference between the surgical and the medical group. Secondary outcome was mortality, no difference again. But on subgroup analysis, they said that lobar hemorrhages, which were within 1 centimeter of the cortical surface, some benefit was seen in them. However, it failed to demonstrate superiority of surgery over medical management. Next came stage 2. They did it specifically in superficial lobar hemorrhages, and this time in the inclusion criteria, they went with the signal of less than 1 centimeter from the cortical surface. The surgeons were expected to undergo the evacuation within 12 hours, 601 patients, 78 centers, and 28 countries. Primary outcome was again Glasgow Outcome Scale. Results, yet again, non-significantly different. High crossover rate from the medical to the surgical group, and negative findings, a non-significant decrease in mortality. Next came the MISTY-2 trial. In this trial, they decided to do minimally invasive surgery. It was an RCT phase 2 study in 26 centers. 56% patients underwent minimally invasive surgery, 44% underwent medical care, and the main goal was to reduce clot size to less than 15 milliliters. They used a stability protocol, and the difference from other studies was that in this one, they looked at safety outcomes and not functional outcomes. Mortality, SICH, and infections were all reduced, but non-significant. One cautionary finding was asymptomatic hemorrhages were higher in the minimally invasive group, and Kaplan-Meier analysis at 365 days showed no adverse effects of minimally invasive surgery on survival. However, there was a signal when the secondary outcome was assessed, which was the MRS. MRS assesses functional outcomes, and MRS 0 to 3 is good functional outcomes when we're looking at intracerebral hemorrhage. At 6 months, there was a difference. There was 33% in the MIS group and 21% in the standard group. And therefore, they wanted to test this in a larger population, and hence the MISTY-3 trial was conducted. They randomized 506 patients, 50%, 50%. Supratentorial bleeds, 60% were deep. And the primary outcome, still again, which was functional outcome, no significant difference. But there was significantly less death in the surgical group, both at 7 days and 6 months. And when they did an exploratory analysis, they found out that if the clot is reduced to less than 15 milliliters, better MRS scores were seen at 365 days. And functional independence at 30 days had increased by almost 4 times. Then came the ENRICH trial. The results were just announced. It was an adaptive trial, meaning that when they're enrolling patients in the trials, if better outcomes are being seen in any specific subset, more patients are enrolled in that. 300 patients were enrolled. They went to the OR within 24 hours of last known well, and it showed for the first time that functional recovery can be improved from surgical evacuation within 24 hours. They used utility-weighted MRS, 0.46 for the MIS, 0.37 for the non-surgical control, and the benefit on intervention was 98.1%. This was mainly achieved through MIPS. This is called minimally invasive paravesicular surgery. It is built on preservation of white matter tracts, and basically they go in parallel to the white matter tracts to decrease shear forces. So a shorter pathway to the bleed is not necessarily the best pathway to the bleed. They had comparatively higher bleeds, more lobar as compared to deeper hemorrhages, and they showed that there were better outcomes at discharge 90 days, 30 days, 180 days. And this year, a lot of trials came out. The Interact 3 came out. They used bundled care, and it showed that if patients are given bundled care, there are significantly improved survival and quality of life compared to those in the usual care group. The Nexanet Alpha versus usual care, this is still expensive, not available in a lot of centers, but those with DOAC-associated bleeds, it shows better outcomes. And then the enriched trial, which I just spoke about, the final manuscript is yet to be revealed. And that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Questions? We have some time. Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Dr. Richard Moser. He's also the chair of this session. He has 40 years experience in neurosurgery, specifically in the neurotrauma and at molecular level. He had an extensive work on the role of RNA on degenerative spine disease.
This is next. Yeah, please. Which next? Okay, okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And I'm going to talk within 10 minutes on the work that we've been doing in Bolivia to develop a comprehensive neurotrauma initiative. And I have no financial conflicts, and I think no biases related to my involvement in various organizations. Dr. Dempsey had talked about the Neurosurgery and Neurology Institute. Really what it is it's a institute without walls. It's a collaboratory. It's a fascinating group of dedicated and committed neurosurgeons and neurologists and nurses and others who come together to come up with solutions to how we improve access to safe, timely, and affordable care. We have a number of initiatives that are going, including resident education, neurotrauma, stroke and cerebral vascular epilepsy, and resource mobilization. The target for this study is in Sucre, Bolivia, which is a very interesting part of the country. The center of this is the Santa Barbara Hospital. This is a hospital that's been continuously operating since 1561, started in the era of the Spanish control of the country or colonization of the country. We started with an assessment process back in 2019, and then COVID interrupted for a couple of years until we could begin the actual initiative, which is more or less based around being able to demonstrate an outcome. The important thing here is the people that we are working with, truly dedicated professionals that are on the staff and the faculty of the Santa Barbara Hospital and in the surrounding areas. So we thought it was time to work with the Neurotrauma Initiative, since this is the major clinical problem that they are confronting. This is the basic structure of what we have in mind, which is the premise is no person should experience undue disability or death from head or spine injury. But we said it's a team sport. You don't solve this problem, you don't improve outcomes if you're just looking at neurosurgery. You have to look at the entire spectrum of care, from pre-admission resuscitation all the way through post-discharge rehabilitation. So our goal is to achieve a reduction in death and disability from head and spine injury over the course of the next 3 years. We did a very simple preliminary study, which is just to ask people, what are the limitations that exist in Bolivia? This is a study that was actually sent out to all of the public hospitals that are dealing with neurotrauma throughout the country. It consisted of 18 chiefs of neurosurgery at these public hospitals reporting on what are the limitations. My thanks to Dr. Aliaga, the president of the Bolivian Neurosurgical Society, for getting 100% compliance in this particular, really very brief survey. But what it did show was that there are limitations, and these limitations that they have here are predominantly related to the ability to have critical care, to have imaging, and to have monitoring, neuromonitoring. In this case, without getting into discussion, they considered ICP monitoring important. So the end result was the biggest delay in being able to achieve intervention was in the availability of critical care beds and the equipment and supplies they had necessary to do an intervention if that was necessary. They include ICP monitoring as a limitation that they have. Imaging and the availability of imaging is also a major limitation that delays intervention. The conclusion is that there's a lot to be done, but we're optimistic that we will be able to make progress. The key actors in being able to achieve this are numerous. One is, of course, there's the hospital, and then there's all of the departments that are involved. And we're not talking just about neurosurgery. Then we have to engage with the community. We have to engage with the provincial or department government, in this case, Chuquisaca, but we also have to do it in all of the surrounding departments as well. In total, there's about 1.5 million people that depend on this hospital as their reference hospital for care. This is the hospital that will define the standard of care throughout this entire region. And we have to engage the ministers of health in the individual departments that are there. And all of these things have to be put together to be able to move the agenda forward. The program of work is many. This is a list of all of the things that need to be put into place in order to make this work. In November of 2023, we started the second phase of this study, which was basically to get the neurotrauma registry up and running. And we have this as, again, that neurotrauma care is indeed a team sport. I have to give credit to my wonderful colleagues in neurosurgery, global neurosurgery, because, it's everybody working together to produce these effort for improvement in outcomes. This is just an example. So during the November 2023, this young man came in with a motorcycle accident, not unusual. The surgeon here, John Weaver, is mentoring as he's helping the local neurosurgeons instrument the spine to restore stability and alignment and function. And this just happened, it's the nature of trauma. You can't predict it, but this just happened there. Something that I'm not talking about, and it's an entirely different discussion, is how did we end up with that instrumentation? The patient could not afford it. The family could not afford it. The government does not provide it. The hospital does not have it. And yet we were able to do this in a timely and affordable manner. That's another talk, but we created a company, a social entrepreneurship company in Bolivia to import affordable spinal instrumentation. And at another meeting, I'll discuss how that happened. So thank you very much.
Any question from the audience? It was
Yes.
a wonderful lecture.
The lack of ICU beds, we see places with AICU beds of 600 patient beds. And often the ethics mean you can't triage in Latin America. So it's first in, first in. You can't say this patient needs it more than that patient ethically. So you end up with this other population that's never been studied. We call them pacientes huérfanos, the orphan patient, who comes to hospital, would normally go to ICU bed, there's no ICU bed, and is nursed elsewhere and receives less interventions, less observation, less care. You certainly must see those, because if you run out of ICU beds, they go somewhere, right?
They stay in the emergency room until they die. And one of the residents, third-year resident, wonderful fellow there in Sucre, is actually doing a study now to look at what is the impact of that delay. And we hopefully will see how many deaths it results in, and that will push the powers to be to increase that capacity.
Is that in the registry?
Well, it's counted in registry, but he's actually instituted this even beforehand, and he presented an initial concept at the FLANC meeting in Tarija just last October.
Any other question from Dr. Moser? Okay, thank you, sir. And the next speaker is Dr. Hong Jong from South Korea. He has a vast experiences in neurovascular surgery.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm talking about new concept about traumatic brain injury. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for invitation here. It is a very nice place. I introduced some concept of a hybrid operating room. In either when it meet a complex situation, we can choose surgical procedure and intervention procedure, and sometimes it can be combined approach. This is my hybrid operating room, and the angio machine and radiolucent frame and working booth. It can be checked like intraoperative CT and expert CT and angio machine rotatory. It makes a 600 frame, and it can be changed like a CT imaging within 1 minute. The purpose is approach about that safety and effectiveness at the hybrid OR. The subcategorize combined approach, CT confirmation, new region or OP region, and guidance hematoma aspiration. And during periods, this is demographics. I'll show several cases about that. Usually do a decompressive craniectomy, make more space and remove muscle, cutting the scar and duraplasty. Yes, this is a combined approach. 38 male man, deep throat mental state, EDH, epidural hematomas, basal skull fracture. Right away, the prominent spinocean, middle meningeal artery, controlled by the MBCA glue embolization, and then remove the hematoma very simply. And 21 female patient, traffic accident, and also EDH, a basal skull fracture, like this, and also do a performer intervention and glue embolization. After that, remove the hematoma, checking the CT, yeah, without any remnant. And 40 male patient also fall down. At the time, initial massive subarachnoid hemorrhage, we checked the CT base and skull base fracture injury about the other posterior inferior cerebral artery. It makes a dissection. Yeah. Ongoing bleeding, it was checked and hybrid operation room. And right away do a coil embolization about pseudo sac, and it preserved well pica. And other case, 47 male, also in TA traumatic patient, It also assays democratic mental state. It injured by the vertebral dissection and right away EVD and intervention. It makes a more safety enhance and like a better injury, and doing a combined approach is more safe. And other confirmation by the expertise, and when you check after procedure and EDH massive hematoma pull down during our working place. Initially decompressive craniectomy and exposite check expansion hematoma in the left frontal deep CC area, doing after finish the rear gain operation, and so the procedure checking the vessel, and after finish check the exposite deep CT the hematoma left temporary. It was also removed like that. Post-op CT, clearly well done, massive craniectomy, and he survived well, and cranioplasty using a 3D print and titanium like that, and delayed chronic hydrocephalus and managed by the free patient. And 36 male patient fall down also, very severe state, tips for several times CPR. And theta suture is a disc fracture, and also very severely, you can see. And massive craniectomy and neuroplasty like that. This is me and operating hybrid OR and exposite confirmation. Yeah, remove hematoma and EVD like that. And exposite confirmation like the intraoperative CT, similarly. And we all know about intraoperative CT have enhanced the safety our procedure because of no labeling, transportation of patient. And guidance hematoma aspiration, aspiration cases, deep-seated combined traumatic bleeding interparenchymal region. And after decompression and navigation guided real-time image, it can be aspiration very simply. A similar case, otomy hematoma, remove evacuation hematoma, and deep-seated area is remove the aspiration like that. That is your outcome. Yeah, for case initial insult and mortality, but I think maybe it helps our procedure, the enhance safety, very quickly response about all situation, and that is a summary. Yeah, reduce time and real-time confirmation, and COVID, the vascular injury, and any other disease area targeting aspiration. Yeah, thank you. Listening about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Hong. Any question? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hong. So here we conclude the trauma section, and I request everyone to move for the lunch. And as ordered by the chairman conference, lunch is only for 30 minutes. It's not 1 hour. So you need to be back after 30 minutes. Thank you.
So the lunch will be for 30 minutes. The next session will start at 1:45 p.m. sharp. The meeting for Global Neurosurgery Committee is in Neelam Hall. So they will go there and their lunch will be served there. The buses will leave shortly after the lunch for Peshawar tour. So anybody who is interested in Peshawar tour, they can go after the lunch.
वो लाइट गई है ना तो उस पे थोड़ा सा लाइट का झटका लगा बस पूरा होता है कोई चार्ज
Okay, I'm first speaker, so just leave it go. Huh?
आपने कितने लिए ना आपका लंच
नहीं ये देखें
Oh, Claudia, what do you want on the answer? I think. Very much. Nobody bought movie in there. Movie about
Also, for the next two, I have two more presentation because Dr. Pev and Dr. Gusha both didn't make it. So I will give the presentations about our consensus activities. The department has a long tradition in spine surgery, actually. So we have a little bit more than 50% spine surgery cases. And there's always this fight in historical books whether the first microdiscectomy was indeed done in Hamburg or it was done by Yashagil in Zurich. Probably it was done in Hamburg, but the guy who did it was Kaspar. Kaspar was not very active in publishing. So you might remember him because he developed with Esculap all these MIS retractors and the Kaspar plate, but he was not very active in academic structures. So what about the spinal cord injury? So, well, this is the typical situation you're faced with a trauma patient. The first thing is to evaluate whether you have multiple traumatic injuries. And the most important thing is that you talk about and you evaluate what is the kind of trauma the patient is suffering from. So if it's a high-speed trauma, if it's a fall from great heights, or the mechanism is unknown, then you always have to assume that we have multiple traumatic injuries. Well, the injury severity score divides the body into 6 regions, and it's head and neck, including the cervical spine, the face, the chest, the thoracic spine, the abdomen, extremities. It's not working?
No, it's fine. I'm just telling him it's 15-minute talk, not 5 minutes, because he put you on 5 minutes.
I will not. I try to be done in 5 minutes, but 5 minutes is very short. but this talk is not that long. The consensus talks is more difficult. So let's rather shorten that one and then be a little bit longer with the consensus. Okay, so head and neck, face. Dr. Sharif is now here. We all notice that he is the second speaker's arrived. Thank you. We just discussed with the moderator that, you know, I might take over the third presentation for the second because you were not here in time. It was difficult to come from Karachi. It's far away. So head and neck with cervical spine, face, chest with thoracic spine, abdomen, and including the pelvis and the lumbar spine, extremities, and then superficial skin subcutis. And well, for us, of interest is the head and neck and the spine. And the trauma mechanism is evaluated, as I said, and then we look for the Glasgow Coma scale. I think it's an important evaluation for head trauma. It's not in the focus for spine trauma, of course, but it's important evaluation for head trauma. And it gives you a hint, even for spine trauma, if you have a complete transversal cord syndrome or not. And I think this is quite important because frequently we get an intubated patient transferred from another hospital and nobody knows about the function of the spinal cord. Then clinical examination, and then this patient should be treated with a stiff neck and a spine board to the emergency room. This is, well, I think probably in most of the countries to think about it, this is done. But we have recently given a talk about spine and head trauma in Kenya. I think Moody is not here. But there was a big discussion about spine board. There were no spine boards available. So you don't know, you know, if you might miss even a patient with a spinal cord injury with just a fracture without complete transversal cord syndrome. So you have to try to put this patient in the position that you can transfer him to the emergency room. Reevaluation of the coma status, and then frequently is decided whether you should intubate the patient or not. There's a big difference depending on the region where you work at, whether these patients are brought intubated or not. In Germany, basically all these patients are intubated at the trauma site and will reach the emergency room with intubated. Then again, there's an addition to the pupillary response and then head inspection to rule out any head trauma which needs emergency treatment. It's more life-threatening than the spinal cord injury. So then we send all these patients for trauma scan, at least if it's available, all these get a complete CAT scan, and then we evaluate them. It's important to evaluate the neurological status, particularly for the spine trauma. We have to look for movement of the legs and any sensory idea about sensory deficits. I will just skip this. This is mainly about the cranial trauma, but then you have to rule out with this CT. If you do a complete CT of the whole body CT, there's no difficulty to rule out emergency indication for head trauma. If you just do X-ray, which is sometimes done for example, in Africa, they don't do whole body CT. Then, of course, you have to evaluate the patient closely, whether you should do a CAT scan of the brain or not. So what about emergency surgery when we look at the spine? The fractures, well, you can put them in different classifications. Well, most widely used, I think, is the Margall classification, and we have to look for stable fractures or unstable fractures. And then if the fracture is stable, you have no neurological deficit, it's very obvious that you bring this patient to conservative treatment. And if necessary, if there's a progressive deficit in the supervision in the ICU, then of course we do a surgery within 24 hours. If we have an unstable fracture, this is more difficult. Unstable fracture without neurological deficit, it's important that you immobilize the patient, and you should try to fix this instability as soon as possible. It's not absolutely emergency, but it should be early surgery within 24 hours. If we have an unstable fracture and neurological deficit, which is incomplete, if it's a complete transversal cord syndrome, well, it's a little bit different in my opinion, but then we should proceed for emergency surgery right away if the patient condition allows this to proceed for surgery. This is the classification. I will not go into detail too much because everybody can look this up. This is not the focus of this presentation. The three-column model, I think it's a nice idea if you decide later on whether you should, think about stabilization or not. In the emergency room evaluation, I think it's probably too superficial to give you the idea whether you should proceed with emergency and early surgery or not. So the Margall classification gives us a good idea. The disadvantage with the Margall classification is that it's best that you need a CAT scan. If you just have X-ray, sometimes it's very difficult to really analyze the fracture appropriately. So what is the peculiarity of the cervical spine? The cervical spine, we have the vertebral artery, and frequently the vertebral artery and carotid dissections are missed. Carotid dissection is a problem because these patients develop then, in most of the cases, a severe brain infarction. And the vertebral artery injury, it's not that common that they develop neurological symptoms. At least it's not that likely. You have a good chance, even with one vertebral artery, to survive if it's not a very dominant site. But as soon as you have a cervical spine injury and a distortion trauma with some additional symptoms like a Horner syndrome, or you have a fracture in the CAT scan, which involves the vertebral artery canal, you should apply CT angiography, which is quite easy. Since you have a CT, it's not a lot of effort to do this right away. However, frequently this is missed, and people just don't think about it. And like in the example here, you see that there's already a thrombus in the vertebral artery here after this fracture. So when we have the trauma mechanism, the clinical examination, and the trauma scan, we have to make an interdisciplinary decision what to do next. And the acute spinal cord injury in many situations actually is not the first one you have to go for. Why? Because it's neurologically is threatening, and it's a second-degree life-threatening condition if you develop the transversal cord syndrome, but usually it's not immediately life-threatening. So you have to argue with the traumatologist and the other surgeons involved, which is the most important situation to treat. However, when we divide the acute spinal cord injury in primary phase and secondary phase, the primary phase is already gone. We have stabilized everything. We cannot treat the primary spinal cord injury. We can only treat the secondary spinal cord injury, and this is important that we proceed. I have put in here the Asia classification. I think it's not particularly helpful, in my opinion. It's too superficial. But if you want a patient transferred from a non-neurological unit to a neurosurgical unit, it's good enough to get an idea how severely this patient is impaired. So what are the recommendations? So if you have a stable fracture without no neurological deficit, of course, you go for conservative. Everything else which is unstable needs surgery earlier or later. Use of corticosteroids is still under debate. There's very, very weak evidence to support this. However, in most of the cases, still these patients, when they're transferred to us, they have corticosteroids. And then if they have started, to be honest, I usually don't discontinue. I just let it go for a day. Timing of surgery, there's a debate. I think it's very obvious that a small subgroup of patients really do benefit if you schedule them for early surgery. And these are the patients which still have some compression and not a complete transversal cord syndrome, or these patients will have an instability, but they have no or very, very subtle neurological deficits. And these patients you should fight for, because those patients you can really help with an immediate surgery. Of course, the severity of injury is important, because if you have a severe injury with a lot of blood loss, patient is already in an unstable state, probably it's not a good idea to go for a long spine surgery. So what is our protocol? Well, we have really, since COVID, the German healthcare system has a problem. It was already before, but you did not notice that much. Now we have the situation that we don't have enough workers, mainly nurses, in our hospitals. And since COVID, we have a trauma network, about 17 hospitals participating in this trauma network. And very frequently, many of those cannot cover the night shift. So what happens is that we get really every day 1 or 2 fractures, spine fractures now. And this is, it's a problem for us, because we still have all the brain cases and the standard spine cases we want to treat. So how we treat it means that we try to put as much as possible in early surgery, just because we have this high volume of patients. So conservative treatment in stable spine without deficit. There's no reason to proceed for surgery. You just evaluate the patient and send them back where they came from. Unstable spine without deficit, well, this should be done early. It's not emergency if you have another 2 cases waiting, but if it's a standard spine fixation and this patient has no deficit and you have no other emergencies, we try to do them as early as possible, because you have an instability. So even if you just, there are conditions you can just not think of. Patients are old, they have some psychological issues. They are not fully oriented. So try to fix it as early as possible to avoid any secondary injury. Instability, no deficits or progressing deficit or complete deficits with remaining compression, we go for surgery right away. Instability with complete deficit, well, and you don't see a huge compression and there's really no function left. Well, we try to fix these patients, but it's not emergency surgery. If you have other cases, these patients the neurological function of these patients is definitely lost. One word about the complete deficit with remaining compression. we had a patient with a trauma, and he had really no function left. It turned out that this patient had an unknown tumor, and he had still compression in the pathological fracture. Was a young guy, was like 35, 40 years old, and we went right away for surgery. And this patient completely recovered. Completely recovered. You know, when you look at the books, this is not possible, but he completely recovered. So if you're not sure and there's still remaining compression, at least don't believe the referring physician that this is a complete transversal cord syndrome. Look at yourself. And then if it's complete, you can discuss that. It's it doesn't need immediate surgery. So this is where I got most of it from. It's a guideline from the German Trauma Foundation. Images are from Google. And if you're interested, this is our courses this year. Spine junction surgery, it's in May. And then we have another 5 courses this year, a lot. It's neuroendoscopy week, a week. Then we have the International Society of Minimally Invasive Spine Surgery World Meeting. I'm the president right now. And then we have hydrocephalus and bypass courses. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Joachim. I think it was a very good talk. At least somebody talked about the basic things, and I think the confusion is no more there. What is an early surgery and what is a emergency surgery? I think a very good talk, and you gave a very good classification and what to do and when to do. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dr. Salman Sharif, and he's going to talk about the outcome of spinal cord injury. So I think let us see what he is going to tell and what is the bottom line of his talk.
Well, thank you. I was in the global neurosurgery meeting. So as soon as I got the message that we were starting, then I came over. So I was having lunch there, by the way. Thank you. Oops, we don't have the slides here yet. Actually, this is not the outcome talk. They put in a prognostic talk. Anyway, I was going to give it anyway. So we'll just go through this. Okay. We know all about this. I don't need to tell you about this. Cervical spinal cord is the most commonly affected. MRI, biomarkers, electrophysiological examination that can provide some clue about what the outcome could be like. Aggressive cardiopulmonary management and early surgical intervention of these patients have also been shown to improve outcome. So timing of surgery, Joachim already showed a slide on this. This is one of the most important slide of this. That 10 to 15% of individuals with ASIA, the people like that Joachim was talking about, convert to ASIA B if they are treated aggressively, urgently, straight away. However, only 3% regain functional strength below the lesion level of ASIA D. So you can imagine if you treat 100 patients like that, you know that 10 to 15% will have some movement, but at the same time, 3% will have reasonable functional strength. So I think it's important to understand that all these patients require urgent treatment. Half of these patients with initial sacral sensory sparing ASIA B gains a substantial functional strength below the lesion. So it's important that we know that ASIA B, majority of the patients will recover out to C or D. The other thing is that 86% of those classified in C or D at 72 hours regain useful muscle strength. They start to ambulate, walk, etc. So all we know from the literature that yes, all these are important factors. Obviously, we need to know the anatomy, and you can see here we're showing the topography of where exactly our sensory and motor fibers run, and they overlap. And because of this overlap, we know that if somebody is sensory sparing, there is a good chance that they can improve if we are aggressive in these patients. So evidence suggests that persistent compression of cord after primary injury represents a reversible form of secondary injury, and it reduces neural tissue injury and improves outcome if we are aggressive. Early patient mobilization and physical therapy is also one main factor here. So look at the spine trauma study group. They defined early intervention as 24 hours. Early stabilization is basically to open up the canal and obviously reduce the worsening spinal instability. So if we look at early versus late, there's a lot of data out there. Initial studies were regarding within a week, and then there were studies within 72 hours, and after 72 hours, there was a clear difference between the two. So if you look at this study, then you're looking at a meta-analysis that increase of 2 ASIA grades was regarded as successful and improve in the early stage of this group, 22% compared to 10% in the late group. So you can see nearly it doubled if you operated early, the improvement. And this indicated a paradigm shift that aggressive surgery should be the way to go. Then ultra early surgery came in within 12 hours. So if you have people who can do that, if you have got proper infrastructure, ideally this should be done. If you were the patient, what would you like? If you're, for example, our fingers stuck in the door, what would we like for ourselves? Straight away. So ideally that should happen. So we know that patients in the most severe ASIA grades benefit more with the ultra early surgery. So instead of doing surgery next day, if it's a complete injury, think about doing it ASAP. And if there's compression, straight away as soon as possible. Whenever patient is stable. For patients with cervical spinal cord injury, better outcome was observed with ultra early surgery versus early, which was between 12 to 48 hours with lower complication rates. Recommendation by Staskis, decompression surgery prior to 24 hours after injury was safe and was associated with improved neurological outcomes defined as 2 ASIA grade improvements. So you can imagine if you're able to, if this hand start to move, it was not working, and you can bring the level down by 2 levels, then this is worth doing. And we know these are all the other factors that could play a role here. So if you look at shock, resuscitation, intubation, Glasgow Coma Scale, all of these obviously will move from a better grade if they were less problematic beforehand. So prospectively observed 340 polytrauma patients with an injury severity score of greater than 16. So now we look at overall injury. So if the injury severity score is worse, then obviously your outcome may be worse. But in this, you can have MIS surgery if you can. And if you're slick and if you're quick, you could do that. And then aggressive hypertensing patients treating hemodynamically, and you can reverse whatever has happened. Spontaneous neurological recovery in patients with complete spinal cord injury per level of injury, surgical decompression within 24 hours was beneficial and was clear-cut outcome in these patients. Again, sphincter and functional mobility seen in patients of early decompression at a year follow-up, completely different kind of results. Well, future, obviously we need prospective and randomized controlled trial. What about cardiopulmonary management of spinal cord injury? So this was way back. If you look at Levi from 1993, they showed that 82% of these patients had hypotension requiring vasopressors, 5.5 times more common with complete spinal cord injury, 40%, including complete injuries, had neurological improvement. So I think they showed that at that time that all this is possible. This is from 97. And we have been following this. Incomplete spinal cord injury, clinical improvement for 92% of patients after 12 months, improvement in 40% of patients who suffered complete spinal cord injury. So there may be some patients who were missed. They were probably sick, sparing was missed, etc. But whatever it is, it's shown at that time that it was possible. So what are the recommendations that we have for nearly majority of the societies worldwide is that if you correction of hypotension in spinal cord injury, a MAP of more than 90 when possible and as soon as possible is recommended. Maintenance of MAP above 85 to 90 for the first 7 days following an acute spinal cord injury is recommended. So all our patients who come with spinal cord injury now have that. A MAP of more than 85 shown again and again that it works very well and it's been repeated. Intrathecal pressure measurement is the way forward, and there are many studies, but really not many studies have shown that really intrathecal pressure and spinal cord injury monitoring has shown as a statistically significant benefit. What about the drugs that we use for keeping hypertensing these patients? Norepinephrine or dopamine could be a good option. For lower thoracic injuries, where hypotension is usually the result of peripheral vasodilation, phenylephrine is a better choice. What about importance of radiology? Can that show that we can predict the outcome? So we know that a normal initial MRI scan is usually associated if it's associated with complete recovery. So we know if you have a normal MRI, you could have any neurology, you know there's a good chance that you would improve. Unless you see a clear-cut contusion, you can see myelomalacia, etc., compression, whatever. So MRI, as soon as possible, would be beneficial if available. I know a majority of the centers in the West, they have issues to getting in urgent MRI, but if at all possible, you should do that. Why would radiological prognostication help? Well, it can predict functional outcome, and then it can influence rehabilitation strategies, better understanding of degree of neurology improvement, and assessment of neurology injury in children as well. So what about this basic score that we use nowadays? Simple score to predict outcome in these patients. So you've got something like this in which gray matter, white matter is shown, and what if the injury is getting worse or not. So if a score of 0 means no appreciable intramedullary cord signal, whereas grade 4 all the way down here shows that there is hemorrhage and there is complete involvement of gray matter there. So I think all that is very, very important for us to understand that, your outcome starting from here to here would be completely different. And this is shown here in this study that if you had basic score 0, majority were on D to E and stayed E or D. Whereas score 1, C or D, and coming down here. Whereas patients who had complete involvement of the cord along with hemorrhage in the cord had no improvement in all the patients who were treated. And we have the same experience, and it's been replicated. So basic score has excellent prognostic potential for all spinal cord injuries. And this data has been replicated again and again. And it shows that the ASIA score obviously improves in patients with less kind of injury to the spinal cord. What about multivariate analysis of MRI biomarkers for predicting neurology? So it was actually a retrospective study looking at axial grades. So you look at various things. You look at the length, you look at the diameter of the contusion, and at different levels, and the ratio of the canal versus the contusion itself. And then you add the basic score onto it, and how much of sagittal grade was involved. So 1 level, 2 level, 3 level, and then it can significantly predict what kind of outcome you're going to have in these patients. So all these scores actually tell us more about how we can predict beforehand what the outcome is going to be like. So when you have got a score in which you know that you can change the scenario, you have to be very, very aggressive. Having said that, there will be patients who will improve no matter what your grading shows. What about DTI? DTI and functional MRI is being used more and more, and a majority at this time for studies and not able to predict at the moment, but yes, overall it can guide you. So it's basically analyzes spinal cord structure integrity and measures the microstructure alterations that affect diffusion of water molecule and the pathology. Most studies at the moment are animal studies. Few clinical studies are out there, total of 39 studies. Only a couple of studies with 1 year long-term follow-up. So basically, overall, the summary of this is that presence of facet dislocation on CT is suggestive of poor neurology. So if you have facet dislocation, obviously you're going to have more myelomalacia, more problems. And the longer you leave it, obviously the worse outcome. MRI T2 is an acceptable method to rapidly screen patients with cervical injury. And then predictive findings on T2 sequence, including sagittal grade, length of injury, maximal canal compromise, and maximal spinal cord compression. Basic score provides the best and easy way to predict outcomes. DTI may help predict outcomes in both acute and chronic spinal cord injury patients. Obviously, more and more studies are coming out, and a lot of work is being done at the moment. There's ongoing research. The Walk Again project has shown that, patients who were not walking for 7-8 years, with the help of various kind of adjuvants, we are able to get them to walk with the help of a smartwatch and brain-machine interface kind of thing. Epidural stimulation, that also works. Reset trial, ralozole in spinal cord injury. Having said, many of these studies have not shown much of benefit, but in some patients it does work. And the Miami project to cure paralysis has also been working. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Salman. Very good talk. If there are any questions, yes, gentlemen, from the both speakers, from the first and the second speaker, we can join them. And please, Jakim, could you kindly come over as well? Yes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sharif. So given the excellent presentation, given the hypothesis that elevated intrathecal pressure correlates with worsening spinal cord perfusion and worse outcomes, what are your thoughts about expansile duroplasty in acute cord injury? And then secondly, clot evacuation with intraparenchymal hemorrhage.
I think, Ed, I'm sure you've come across the studies that have recently come out, but unfortunately, none of them statistically clearly shows there is any benefit at the moment. There have been some suggestion that there could be improvement in some patients, but really statistically, nothing clear has been shown. So nobody has really done a randomized trial to see if we didn't do anything, and if we did do something, what's the difference? So it's very, very difficult to do a study in humans. But with rats, it's shown benefit, but I think we haven't replicated in humans.
Thank you.
You want to answer?
I'm Dr. Nazir Ahmed from Lahore. My question is to both the speakers. You have recommended early surgery. What type of surgery? Is it only the fixation or the decompression? With laminectomy or durotomy and duroplasty, what type of the surgery you recommend in these patients?
Obviously, if you're talking about cervical spine injury, if the compression is anteriorly, it would be nice to do it anteriorly. If the compression is posteriorly, yes, you can do either anteriorly or posteriorly, whichever way you want, or you could go 360. When they have serious injuries like this, obviously, the longer the injury, the more problems you're going to create. So we want to keep it to minimum possible. And, I think anteriorly is much shorter in our hands, and majority of the time we do that. But having said that, there are times that I've just put in vertical screws in patients who I just wanted to stabilize. So it depends on the type of injury. So obviously, a particular type of injury, you can do anterior, posterior, or 360. Whatever you're used to, whatever you're comfortable with is the best way to do it.
Right. Thank you very much. I think it's very good talk. I think we have to move on to the next talk. And I think, Jakim, you are going to give on Nicholas.
Yes.
It is the back pain and the injection versus and the surgery.
Well, actually, this is the presentation about the consensus meetings we did in Karachi about 2 years ago, in May 2022, and in Istanbul, I think in September 2022. And there were like 8 or 9 papers now, which are in the progress of being published. And one part of this was done by the first, I think, by Dr. Zippel, and the second as well. And then Nikolai took over, I think, for the publication. So this is the first presentation. I have also another presentation, because Artem Gusha is not here. So I will just go over this. This is the presentation which was used in Istanbul for the second round of the Delphi method for the voting. At the end, I actually summarized 2 or 3 slides of our consensus statements, which are now in the paper. And I think this paper is not yet published, right? Someone? I think this is still in the progress. There are a couple out there already in the world neurosurgery. 4 are published and 4 are waiting. 6 are waiting. Okay. So the Delphi method, It's not only evidence-based. So what that means is that we analyze the papers on the best quality papers of the last 10 years on the subject. And then these data are extracted by one or two of the experts. And then the statements are formulated. And these statements then they are voted on from the expert panel. So that was the first one in Karachi, and the second voting, then there's another voting going to follow. This was done then in September 22. And out of these voting results, the consensus was made and some recommendations were, well, not really guidelines, recommendations were formulated. The topic here is acute back pain, roll-off injection techniques and surgery. You see that Giovanni Grasso was also involved. I see Christoph Zippel and Nicolai Cleave. And role of epidural injection techniques. Well, when we look at the published data, there are quite a few randomized controlled studies out there, and epidural injections are useful in acute back pain to some degree. These are the 4 papers which were discussed and they were found. Then injection, where to put the injection, the type of injection, and then when you look at the data of these 6 publications, they are all prospective, mainly randomized studies. It turned out that the injection position, if you orientate yourself lateral, close to the involved nerve root, the results are better than just putting the injection technique to the epidural area and the thecal sac. What about the effect? The effect, when the short-term effect is probably similar between the particular and the non-particular steroids. So there's no really clear recommendation whether you have to use the particular steroids or the non-particular steroids. With the long-lasting effect, probably is a little bit better with the particular steroids. So if you want to use this injection technique for just acute pain relief, probably it's better. It doesn't matter what kind of steroids you use. If you want to have a long-lasting effect, most of us, and at least I think this is done at least in all the areas I know of, you use particular steroids and you get a better long-lasting effect. What about complications? Well, there are quite a number of complications reported. I was a little bit surprised, to be honest, because this is an injection technique, so it should not be that high number of complication. Particularly here, the 2014 paper, they had an intravascular infiltration in about 23%. Look, this was very high in my opinion. Anyway, there's a potential of various complications, so you don't should take it easily, the decision to do these injections. But most of them, the vast majority, are not long-lasting, and in general, it's still a safe procedure with no permanent deficits. So what about injection techniques and thermal ablation? Well, for thermal ablation, this is not, doesn't fit to it. And there was about the, okay. It's not my presentation. So about the evaluation of the SPECT CT and the management of low back pain, there is not really a primary role of the SPECT and the CT. It can help to get you an idea about the activity of a lesion. So it's just an add-on diagnostic tool. What kind of imaging gives us the ability for differential diagnosis? You see that the vast majority, the most important thing is the MRI, and only the X-ray and the CT, and then the very, very last one is the SPECT diagnostics. What about effectiveness of lumbar facet joint blocks? This is another, the first presentation was about epidural injection, and nerve root injection. Now we talk about lumbar facet joint blocks and predictive value for denervation. Well, they are not very clear, the data, but there is, if you have a very high success rate of a lumbar facet joint block, and CT-guided intervention studies, then you have a likelihood that the thermal ablation will work as well. Well, quite obvious that if you do an injection and it helps, that you have a thermal ablation would might help, but there are not many data out there, and this was the only randomized style on this, randomized study on this topic. So when we don't use the CAT scan, what about the ultrasound-guided injection techniques? They are feasible and they reduce the radiation exposure. In my opinion, they're not that easy and easygoing. So I have participated in a couple of these ultrasound injection techniques, and I still prefer the CT-guided one. I think it's more accurate in my hand, but at least the data support that the ultrasound-guided fluoroscopy, the ultrasound-guided injection is as good. So do we consider injection to be successful? Well, in general, it's a cut-off value of 50% should be considered positive response. So it's a little bit like the evaluation you do when there are any pain procedures in neurosurgery. Pain relief after radiofrequency ablation of the facet joints is durable compared to injection when you use the thermal ablation, but still it's time limited. So all these patients basically have a high risk that they come back with a facet joint pain. The average success rate of repeated radiofrequency is 80% in patients who experience a good outcome at the first procedure. So it reduces by numbers. So if you do the second one after the first one and then the third one after the second one, the success rate will reduce. So role of surgery, what, when, and why? Usually the conservative treatment, we discussed this yesterday in the course, is self-limiting, resolving in 6 months is conservative treatment. In up to 80%, 85% in disc prolapses is a very high success rate. However, if we have a high recurrence rate with these injection techniques, and then we have up to 85% of the patients who have to undergo surgery in the long term. After injection, 60% can return to work within 1 month, 90% within 3 months. So it's quite a long-lasting effect. But in the long term, many of these patients go for surgery. Among all patients with low back pain due to a specific cause, we have 4% of these acute low back pain patients have disc herniations, 3% spinal stenosis, 2% have spondylolisthesis, and you see that the vast majority of these patients, don't find a specific cause for their acute low back pain. So now I come to the statements. I think I will go over this because I will just show you what is the summary of the consensus statement. So we identified a total of 210 published studies, 100 were screened, and 40 studies were included with full test assessment. So I'm here now. And then at the end, 15 studies were included for the consensus statement. And these are the FFNS Spine Committee recommendations. So epidural injections show significant benefit to discogenic back pain, and even saline injections may provide significant pain relief. So obviously there's a high psychological influence. A lateral approach is superior to midline approach for the epidural steroid injection. Short-term effects of epidural injections are similar between particular and non-particular steroids. A long-lasting effect, more than a week, can probably be achieved with the particular steroids. Epidural steroid injection have a variety of potential complications that are usually transient. Rare severe complications have been described, and well, they have to be considered, but I think they're very rare. CT guidance or fluoroscopy can be used for lumbar facet blocks or ablation. Ultrasound might be useful in patients in whom radiation exposure is associated with potential harm, and or when radiological adjuncts are not available. So it's an option, but I think it's more difficult than CT guidance. Lumbar medial branch blocks and radiofrequency ablations can be performed in patients experience a minimum of 3 months improvement following a previous steroid injection. The procedure may be repeated to no more than 2 times per year. So if you have a patient who comes back with problems again and again, then probably this is a good patient if he has a facet joint syndrome for fusion. Acute back pain is usually self-limiting. It resolves in 6 months in the majority of cases, and that does not require surgical intervention. Well, thank you for listening. These are the topics, the top statements we have now formulated in the paper, which is not out there yet.
Thank you very much, Jacob. I think very interesting, and I think we need to have a little debate on that if there are any questions. There are 2 definite groups I think he has elaborated. I think an acceptable surgical outcome of about 80 to 85%. And those who have a failed back syndrome for any reason can go to the pain management group. So if there are any questions or people would like to make any statement or want to comment.
What is important is the consensus was an acute low back pain. It's not chronic low back pain. That's an important thing, because if you look at chronic low back pain, the data are much less convincing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
You didn't include the cause of the psychological back pain in females particularly.
Psychologically in females.
Yes,
No, we did not include that to my knowledge.
Most of the females visited us, and they have the problem of the low back pain, but when they given antipsychotics or antidepressants, it improves without any analgesic.
Okay, so the
And I'm
topic of
sure
this
that will
talk
be
was about
prevalent all
injection
over the
techniques. I don't know about the psychology of females. We did not evaluate this. This topic of this consensus paper was about the injection techniques. I have no idea, but
I think
it's not my experience, to be honest. I don't think that I have that many females.
so. Maybe your
back pain.
friends didn't.
Right. I think. So yes, there's a.
I just wanted to respond to that. I think if you do have a group of females that have back pain, it is very important to consider other reasons women get back pain. Because in my service, I get to see a lot of women, and there's an underdiagnosis of gynecological issues. Endometriosis is significantly underdiagnosed, and many other conditions. So prior to sending them to a psychiatrist, I kindly request that they get a pap smear, they get an ultrasound, and they get seen by a gynecologist. There's an underestimation.
Can you
of
just
other
show
reasons.
the one slide? Just the one slide, because I mean, this is the reason for acute low back pain. You see that only 10% it's clear. Can you show the slide? This is when we have a specific cause for acute low back pain. It's very low. 90%, it's not unknown from the studies. So these patients, you have to think about a lot of differential diagnosis.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say is let's make sure we've excluded physiological reasons.
Right. Fine. Okay. Fine. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Shazad, then Dr. Mumtaz.
Yes. I would just like to add on Beverly's comment and say here that maybe as neurosurgeons, we're not adequately trained to treat chronic back pains without radiological problems. So as a neurosurgeon, my approach is if there is a radiological problem I can identify as a reason for the back pain, I treat them. If not, I refer them to chronic pain management, because honestly, whether it's psychology, whether it's gynecological problems, we're not trained to deal with that. And perhaps there should be something in the recommendations pertaining to that. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Last question, Professor Mumtaz.
Yeah. The pain management team, nowadays, they're more talking about the role of stem cell therapy in the backache, in the facet joint arthropathy, and in the non-specific issue. You see, and I was just discussing with one of the UK consultant, and she was telling me that the role is excellent. And I saw a few cases who visited Germany and UK, and they were quite satisfactory. So what is the consensus about the stem cell therapy in the backache?
Salman, would you like to say something, or Giacomo?
Well, again, this is acute low back pain consensus. So as soon as there are chronic patients, all the studies we analyze for an acute low back pain. So these patients have acute symptoms, and then they went for diagnosis, and then I cannot comment on any other issues for chronic low back pain or for pain medication, because for pain treatment, because all these patients would have a chronic problem. Of course, they're not good candidates for a neurosurgeon. Definitely not. You will not help them.
Thank you very much. I think we have to move on. I think the chairman is telling me to just keep on moving, so we have to move on to the last speaker.
Last speaker is Mr. Zhen Chen. He's going to talk about acute back pain, how to prevent it from becoming a chronic back pain. So hopefully we'll have the answer to so many questions.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Chen from China. My topic is how to prevent acute pain to be chronic. It's my pleasure to be invited by Professor Simon to join this great congress. And yesterday, we participated in the spine technique workshop, and we meet a lot of new friends. It's a very memorable experience. And I come from China. China is an old city. It's the capital of three Asian dynasty, and it's also very new. It's pretty big, about have a population of 40 million. And this is my hospital, capital Xuanwu Hospital. It's old. It's founded just after the new China founded, and this new building is our neurosurgery department, and we are the National Neuroscience Center of China. And last year, we performed the first brain-computer interface operation in the world, and we helped this paralyzed patient to improve his function of hand. And this is our neurospine team. We are the biggest neurospine team in China. Now let's talk about the back pain. Back pain is a major public health problem and also the leading cause of year lived with disability, according to the latest global burden of diseases. It ranked as the ninth highest in the 3,368 diseases studied in the 2019 global burden diseases. When we talk about back pain, we can classify it into acute or chronic back pain. We can use this questionnaire to do the classification. It's published in JAMA and on 2021. Generally, the acute pain will last no more than 6 weeks, and the subacute pain will lasting from 6 to 12 weeks, but chronic pain will lasting more than 12 weeks. Chronic pain does not mean the acute pain lasts longer. It has more complex fundamental pathogenic mechanisms. So we should give the patient a careful clinical history and examination, supplemented by psychological screens for depression and abnormal somatic perceptions, as well as a pain journey. We will identify the patient in whom psychological influences. To answer the question, how to what's the risk factors for acute pain change to chronic pain? We checked the database. This is a strategy how we do the search. We checked PubMed, Cochrane Library, and eBase. In recent 10 years, the literatures, we search terms involved the combination of MASH and keywords related to the following aspects. First, the prevention of chronic back pain. Second, risk factors of chronic back pain. And third, psychological evaluation of chronic back pain. And we follow the guideline of Prismer. And this is a strategy of how we check the database. And we set the inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. The inclusion criteria included that the studies with a clear definition of chronic back pain, and studies mentioning risk factor of chronic back pain, and study mentioning psychological evaluation of chronic back pain. And we excluded some articles that included conferential articles, review articles, case report, and the studies that only mentioned the mechanism, treatment, prognosis of chronic back pain, and also limited specific population and non-English articles. Our purpose is to explore the risk factors of chronic low back pain and identifying the role of psychological evaluation. After review of the articles, we found that the risk factors of chronic low back pain included these 12 articles, and we listed below. And these risk factors included age, female, body weight and height, BMI, smoking, alcohol, chronic disease, unreasonable nursing in early stage, and some hereditary factors. And also included physical strength of work, sedentariness, and depression, tired, fear avoidance beliefs. There did some protective factors for chronic low back pain that include high education level, high income level, sport, job satisfaction, mental health, good sleep quality, and social support. Totally, 16 risk factors were identified that are associated with a higher prevalence of chronic low back pain. First, greater body weight is a known risk factor for chronic low back pain in adult, and it may increase the physiological load on the lumbar spine and intensify the fatigue of paraspinal muscles, accelerate the generation. And the incidence of chronic low back pain also varies between genders, with women being more likely to be affected by chronic low back pain. Other modifiable factors included smoking and nicotine dependence, alcohol dependence, high physical strength of work, and sedentariness. It may imply that a healthier lifestyle have an association with less chronic low back pain. And about the protective factors of chronic low back pain. And the most frequently mentioned protective factor is physical activity. Exercise of appropriate intensity can reduce the incidence of chronic low back pain, and the effect of exercise are multifaceted, including psychological factors, because exercise can reduce the anxiety and depression, which are clearly psychologically related risk factors for chronic low back pain. Excessive exercise can cause fatigue-related muscle and scalp pain or injury to related anatomical structures, which may even induce chronic low back pain. About we have a lot of evidence from a randomized controlled trial that demonstrate that exercise therapy is effective at reducing pain in the treatment of chronic low back pain. Its directly treatment effects on acute back pain may be limited. There is no evidence that one particular type of exercise therapy is clearly more effective than others. Further trials are needed that should focus on identifying specific type of and dose of exercise for specific populations. And for the psychological evaluation of chronic low back pain, we we included the articles listed below. And if we evaluate the psychological state of our patient, we have to use this kind of measurement skills. And for depression and anxiety, we will use DEC depression inventory and state trait anxiety inventory. Also, depression, anxiety, and stress scale, hospital anxiety and depression scale, and other several skills. For fear avoidance beliefs, we use fear avoidance beliefs questionnaire and TSK, and also pain catastrophe scale and a photograph series of daily activities. And psychological factors plays a greater role in the influencing chronic low back pain than biomedical and biochemical factors. Psychological distress such as depression and anxiety are significantly correlated with chronic low back pain. The severity of anxiety and depression is positively correlated with the level of function impairment. The strength of fear avoidance beliefs is also positively associated with dysfunction. Higher job satisfaction, social support, healthy psychology, and good sleep quality are negatively associated with chronic back pain. So, to analyze all of the literatures, we can give such a recommendation. First, maintaining a normal body weight while avoiding obesity and maintenance support activity can help prevent acute back pain to be chronic. And second, exercise therapy plays a crucial role in the preventing acute pain from progressing to chronic back pain. Third, early psychological assessment of back pain patients and appropriate intervention of abnormalities can help reduce chronic back pain. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. It was so well explained in every respect. Just one little explanation. Do you have any association? Did you find any association with the posture of the person? For example, even posture at sleep. For example, if you have a spring mattress as compared to the normal mattress, as well as if you have a straight chair instead of the very comfortable chair, for example, the posture. Did anybody mention anything in your review about the posture?
Yeah, sorry. But in the literature, I had found such of maybe I not noticed this kind of factors.
Okay, any questions? Yeah, just one question, please.
First of all, I would like to say this is really an excellent paper. It's practical, and the part of the studies that have been included in this is sort of a meta-analysis, and the recommendation that you have given to prevent low back pain is to reduce the obesity and some exercises. So, do you have any specific, you have mentioned that there are some specific lower back exercise which will prevent the chronic low back pain. So do you have any recommendation right now? Which sort of, because you are planning to, evaluate that what's type of specific exercises will help to reduce the lower back pain. Right now, can you have some idea, or you are working on it? Can you give us certain
Yeah,
clue?
in the literature, there did some reported some kind of special exercise can reduce low back pain, such as stretching and Pilates or yoga, and this is very helpful to reduce the risk factor of low back pain to be chronic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. With that, we come to the end of this session, and now the next session will be occupied.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So starting with the next session, we'd like to invite Zen Chen, Okem Ortel, and Salman Sharif sir.
Acute spinal cord injuries.
First one. Yep.
Is he going to give it? It's fine. I'm second, then it's fine.
Okay, these are still some. Okay.
I think this is another one. No. You're not there yet. We have 6 more papers.
2 more talks.
Sorry about this.
No worries,
Okay,
no worries.
then let me start because I have to go to the airport then. Okay. Okay, I hand over and it's that one. Kusha. That's me. It's not me, but I have his talk.
The next speaker is going to talk on acute back pain, clinical and radiological diagnosis. He is going to present on behalf of Gusha.
He's not there, huh? Yeah. Okay. Okay, good. So we go back to the consensus meeting. It's about the radiological and clinical diagnosis in acute low back pain. And it's originally was done in the same session, same scenario I just mentioned. And I think actually Artem Gusha from Moscow, he did both presentations, right? And he did also write the paper. So literature research, Delphi method, again, the same. So this is his presentation. I just added a couple of slides at the end. So 2,425 articles. Out of the last 10 years, it's 1,400. Relevant articles, 289. And included in the study was 127. Acute back pain for a few days up to 4 weeks. Subacute 4 to 12 weeks and chronic back pain 12 weeks or longer. 20% will develop chronic back pain. I will go over this a little bit fast because there are a lot of slides. 85 to 90% are non-specific. This is what we have already heard because this is the same slide from the different perspective I just showed to you. Non-specific low back pain. And cause of back pain differential diagnosis, I think there are a lot. When you look at the books, there are minimum like 30 to 40 differential diagnoses for back pain, what might trigger the problems. Important for the acute low back pain, which you can treat and diagnose, is the discogenic pain. So it's a center of the lower back with minimal radiation. If radiation is present, it locates pseudoradicular to the buttocks and thighs. It's described as deep and dull aching, and patients will often report that pain improves with standing or lying flat and may be reduced with extension. So basically, it's a pain We all have these protrusions. You see sometimes these so-called soft disc prolapses when you have an axial load on the disc that you have a protrusion and you generate your pain. It's noted with worsening with sitting, driving, lumbar flexion, bending, Valsalva maneuvers, so everything which increases the pressure and cuffing, and a high incidence of discogenic lower back pain occurs in patients who are obese and smoke tobacco products. Smoke tobacco is not that obvious on the first hand, but obese is very obvious because just have a higher axial load on the disc. What are the pain characteristics? It's exacerbating waking up from bed or trying to stand after prolonged sitting. Patients often complain of back stiffness, which is typically more evident in the morning. And 7 features with facet pain were correlating with the discogenic pain. Facet pain characteristics often described by patient as a deep and aching sensation. It might be unilateral, doesn't have to be bilateral. Sometimes you have a pseudoradicular radiation to the groins and thighs, and it stops over the knee. It doesn't radiate to the foot. Factors that can exacerbate this facet-mediated pain include psychosocial stresses, and physical activity is increased or decreased physical activity, lumbar extension with and without rotation, and prolonged standing or sitting. Physical exam often show pain on extension, lateral bending, and paraspinal palpation. Diagnostic sacroiliac joint pain. This is a difficult task because there are so many different investigations, clinical investigations described, and there's no pathognomonic clinical history, physical examination finding, or imaging study that exists that it gives an 100% diagnosis of a sacroiliac joint pain. Although provocative physical examination tests have not received reliable consensus, if 3 or more of those are positive, the diagnosis of sacroiliac joint pain is very likely. Sacroiliac joint pain typically occurs in the lower back or upper buttock overlying the joint. So these are the various provocative tests. I will not go into detail. Actually, I don't use them in my daily practice. Myofascial pain is characterized by the presence of myofascial trigger points. So it's another type of pain we go now. It's located in the fascia, tendons, and the muscle. So, and when triggered, these result in symptomatic pain response. So the patients say, this is exactly the pain I'm suffering from. Trigger points are very irritable spots in the skeletal muscle tissue, and they are associated with a hypersensitivity due to palpation. Diagnostic criteria were proposed by Simmons in 1990. However, it was rendered insignificantly in identifying eliciting pain on palpation with patient's feedback as being the most clinical relevant investigation and determining the presence of myofascial trigger points, and simple palpation only possible in the specific tests for identifying the trigger point. So just, you have to investigate the patient. That's always what I tell my colleagues. Just don't look at only the images, investigate the patient. Pain over the lower back pain, where palpation usually reveals a taut bend. Palpation over the trigger points reproduces severe pain, and range of motion of the lumbar spine is reduced. So this is the diagnostic criteria for myofascial pain. And then pain that is provoked by forward flexion is suggestive of discogenic pain or vertebral body-related pathology, so like an osteoporotic fracture. The Patrick's test evaluates hip and sacroiliac pathology, both of which are associated with lower back pain, and pain in the groin area suggests hip pathology, while pain in the back suggests sacroiliac joint pathology. So I come now to the statements. Let me just go to the red flags here because I flip back to the statements here. Let's do it like this. No, I just skip the statements and I go back when we go to the results. I think that's best. When to order a radiological investigation in cause of acute back pain, lower back pain, it's only lower back. It's not cervical, not thoracic. So when do we do this? There are a lot of guidelines in low back pain primary care, and the main categories for serious pathology is malignancy, fracture, cardiac Weiner syndrome, and infection. And if these red flags are present, we have to go for a radiological diagnosis. So possible fracture, major trauma, minor trauma in elderly or osteoporotic patients, possible tumor, so age very young or moderate, not old with 50, history of cancer, constitutional symptoms, recent bacterial infection, IV drug abuse, or immunocompression, and patient wears at night and when supine. Possible significant neurological deficit, that's another red flag. So if you have severe or progressive sensory deficits, if you have bladder or bowel dysfunction, and if you have evidence of any other neurological deficit in the physical examination the patient might not be aware of. These red flags, when you have those, you have to proceed for imaging. Which modality? So what do we when? CAT scan, MRI, plain X-ray, flexion extension. I think this is just a slide on degeneration, modic changes. The most important thing to investigate is the MRI. It's not only for modic changes, it's that it gives you an idea about the bone and the soft tissue. And, you can definitely identify the underlying cause in almost all cases. So the MRI is the gold standard for diagnosis. What about the CT? The CT gives us a good bony information. However, if you want to evaluate the soft tissue, the MRI is much more specific than the CT. Here, for example, an MRI of a patient with a facet joint, and you see here, this is a synovial cyst you might miss on the CT. So when do we do plain X-ray? When CT? When if there's a fracture, tumor, or infection suspicious, and when MRI. MRI is important if you want to have proceed for further procedures. So I think any issue on the soft tissue analysis, you should do an MRI. And flexion extension, well, you can discuss. It's a long study, a long way to go about the use of flexion extension. Well, if you have an instability spondylolisthesis, you might use flexion extension, but it's beyond of the presentation here to discuss this. So here, this is a review article on the different diagnostic modalities. So you see that MRI in all different pathologies, MRI is without any doubt the most specific diagnostic evaluation. CAT scan combined with a myelogram, so myelo-CT, might give you almost the same diagnostic yield, but everything else like plain X-ray, PET scan, or bone scan is not as helpful. So what are the pros and cons about MRI and CT? I mean, in some parts of the world, MRI is not available or might be unavailable if you have at very high specific costs for the individual patient. The MRI gives you soft tissue. Bony structures are less detailed. There's no known side effect on radiation with the MRI. Patients sometimes have a problem, claustrophobic patients. I think this is increasing this problem. We have these patients every day now. They have a problem with the MRI. Duration of the MRI scan is much longer than CT. So if you have a patient with a poor pulmonary function, cardiological issues, it might be difficult to do an MRI. MRI is more costly, it's higher costs. You may ask to hold your breath from time to time. So the patient has to be cooperative. and the many patients with the implants are excluded. The CT, it gives a less detailed description of the findings. Bony structures are clear, but it has some radiation exposure. So with every CT, the likelihood of developing cancer is statistically about 0.25%. So there are side effects. If you think about 10 CT, it's already 2.5%. The procedure is very simple. They have basically no side effects with respect to duration and cost. It's cost effective. It's much less expensive. You don't have you hold your breath in most of the cases, and it can be done with all implants. So what is the correlation of radiological findings and back pain? And this is a big issue. Diagnostic capability, do we reach the top? So we have all these read studies that we have, and 70% of healthy 70-year-old, we have diagnostic findings on the MRI. So the accuracy is unknown. What we see is not what the patient might suffer from. There are no studies evaluating today's more advanced imaging techniques about the specificity and modern diagnostic accuracy for all indicate a large proportion of false positive and negative results. So no to overdiagnosis. We have to really wait for red flags that we bring the patient to the MRI in the situation of an acute low back pain patient suffering from, and a selective approach to imaging is highly recommended because we have in the aging population a lot of different issues. So what is the effect of imaging? Natural development of the disease. There's no effect. The treatment, there's no effect on surgical factors. There's a big effect on that. So if you tell the patient you have a 3-level disc prolapse, or the patient has no symptoms, if this patient is psychologically not very sensitive to these findings, you have a problem. So what are yellow flags? Preventable harm led to additional unnecessary interventions. The belief that back pain is dangerous, lack of physical activity, avoidance of pain, lack of social support, and small numbers of social contract, passive treatment, low mood, depression, search for secondary benefits and health conditions, and low job satisfaction, financial problems, overprotective family members. So to summarize, about 1,400 records were identified. 1,664 records were identified. The studies were screened, 239 were assessed in full text, and out of this 239, 97 were included in this summary. And when we look at the results of the paper, there's a lack of evidence. These are the papers we looked at. And when we look at the statements, axial back pain with worsening on flexion cuffing or Valsalva maneuver and pain relief is suggestive of discogenic pain. There was a high consensus about this. Back pain with unilateral or bilateral distribution that worsens on lumbar extension is suggestive of facet joint pain. The high consensus on this. And then facet joint may radiate to buttock or thigh, but not low to the knee, and is not exaggerated by Valsalva maneuver or cuffing. There was also a high consensus on this. Having 3 positive provocative tests for sacroiliac joint is suggestive of sacroiliac joint syndrome, which can be confirmed with the diagnostic injection. There was a high consensus on this, 100% strongly agreed or agreed. Presence of a taut band trigger point on back with hyperesthesia that reduces pain on firm palpation is suggestive of myofascial pain. There was a high, not as high, but there was a consensus on this. It's about 77% agreed. Patients with persistent radiolopathic symptoms or severe progressive
Please
neurological
conclude.
deficit
Time is
and
over.
serious underlying. It's just 6 more statements. Strongly agreed with the patient of radiolopathic symptoms and patient with first presence of acute low back pain with red flags should require, without red flags, no imaging. With red flags, they should go for MRI. And CT is not as useful in detecting extradural subtissue pathologies, such as MRI. There was a strongly consensus on that. And the strong evidence that routine imaging for acute low back pain does not provide any clinical benefit. And there was also strong evidence for that. Thank you for listening.
The excellent talk on the most common problem of the human beings. If there is any question from the audience. So I think the people has well understood your paper. There is no question.
No question.
The next paper is by Dr. Salman Sharif, Acute Back Pain, the Role of Drugs in Physical Medicine.
Where is Mario? I don't see Mario. Okay. Okay, I'm going to quickly go through this. This got a lot of things to discuss. The role of drugs, physical therapy, and rehab. So the same thing that what we did, how we went about it, what analgesics would we use, is the role of myeloreluxins. So we've already talked about it, that 90% of patients with low back pain have non-specific low back pain. And diagnosis could be on the basis of specific diagnosis versus non-specific. Not going to go into that. List of drugs that are routinely used. What about paracetamol? Does it work? Well, there is no evidence that paracetamol will work in acute back pain. Oh, that's the data suggests from multiple studies. And there was no benefit of paracetamol alone in any of these studies. In 2021 systemic review, 36 previous systemic reviews were included in this. And there is strong evidence suggests paracetamol offers no benefit for treatment of acute low back pain. What about NSAIDs? Well, NSAIDs, anti-inflammatory, analgesic, antipyretic, well used for symptomatic control. And the important thing to know from different studies that it's statistically significant, that it works very well, although it has more side effects compared to paracetamol, although that doesn't work. Among the NSAIDs, COX-2 inhibitors were more effective as well, with lesser side effects. So that's what's recommended for acute low back pain. And the reason being, you don't want to be knocking off their tummy as well as their kidneys if you use COX-2 inhibitor. So comparatively, it's better to use in patients who can tolerate. Opioids, well, there is no evidence that opioids really work for acute sciatica itself. You can consider it if NSAIDs are contraindicated, not tolerated, or ineffective, but their use must be regulated. You know, it was used like chewing gum in the US for a long time, but unfortunately, now it's not there anymore. The evidence recommendations, there is no benefit over conservative management for acute low back pain for NSAIDs for radiculopathy. When prescribed, obviously opioids have to be in patients who, for whatever reason, have side effects or cannot tolerate, and they have to be counseled about it, that these are the side effects available associated with it. What about pregabalin or gabapentin? Well, for chronic low back pain with accompanying lower limb, this was assessed. And 10% of these patients had significant side effect and had to be stopped. So it's important to know that. So if the dose that you're going to use will guide you that you're going to have complications or not, so please do not use humongous doses because we know that it can cause serious side effects. Should it be recommended in management of acute low back pain? No, it's not recommended for acute low back pain by itself. It has mixed results in acute sciatica, radiculopathy. It has beneficial effects in neuropathic leg pain. It's shown mixed results for chronic sciatica and radiculopathy. So I think it's important for isolated back pain, please do not use pregabalin itself. What about muscle relaxant? It's the third most common prescribed drug for lower back pain, and you could use non-benzodiazepines, benzodiazepines, and antispasmodic. So guidelines today are US, Belgium, UK do not recommend or do not give any guidelines. Various studies, very low quality evidence available, little to no effect in 3 weeks and further. Only small controlled trials. What about benzodiazepines? No added improvement in functional outcome in patients with when diazepam was added to naproxen. So we are saying that muscle relaxant may not be as good for in this specific group of patients. Should muscle relaxant be recommended? Although the evidence is inconclusive, but non-benzodiazepine medicines may be recommended for spasm with acute low back pain. There is mixed evidence that benzodiazepines as muscle relaxant work for acute back pain. It may be used selectively to reduce spasm and pain. So you don't use that in all your patients. What about physical therapy and rehab? So, we looked at these things. Bed rest, acute, not back pain, acute, not chronic, management bed rest. So we looked at this and found only 5 studies. Bed rest is commonly discouraged. For acute low back pain, advice to rest in bed is less effective than advice to stay active. So maximum time that you would ask somebody to rest is 48 hours and not beyond that generally, because multiple studies have shown benefit in people who've been mobilized. What about lumbar support belt? Open multi-center randomized clinical study. So, when you're wearing belt, it is a complementary thing, and it has some improvement to your functional status, pain level, and amount of medicine that you're going to take if you wear a belt in patients with acute low back pain. What about orthosis? So we looked at specifically, is there any harmful effect? So there are no negative effects of continuous use of an orthosis for 1 to 6 months. The quality of evidence is again very low in both these studies. Okay, what about exercise therapy? So there are multiple exercise therapy regimes which have shown to stabilize or maybe reduce pain in these patients. There is no important difference in pain or disability was evident when exercise therapy was compared with sham ultrasound, nor for comparative usual care, spinal manipulative therapy, stay active, and educated booklet. Neither McKenzie therapy nor stabilization exercise yield any important differences in effects compared with other types of exercises. So basically, it does work in some patients, but may not work in all the patients. And it doesn't matter what kind of exercise, but staying active is probably better. What about clinical guidelines about exercise therapy in low back pain? So guidelines provided inconsistent recommendation in exercise therapy, acute low back pain. TENS, there are 381 RCTs, etc. TENS should primarily be indicated according to the symptoms, that is presence of pain, rather than medical diagnosis. What about cryotherapy and thermotherapy? Cryotherapy and thermotherapy both had an equal effect on relieving the back pain. Hot water bottle was used twice, etc. But majority of these patients in multiple trials showed that hot water actually worked better in areas where it's cold, and cold water worked better where it's hot. But having said that, there is no clear statistically significant difference. What about acupuncture? So there is significant difference in therapy effects favoring acupuncture. So if it was for less than 1 month, 1 to 3 months, 3 to 6 months, and the quality of life at less than 1 month, or functionality at less than 1 month. Role of manual therapy and massage in acute low back pain. Current evidence, it is unclear whether or not massage is more effective than inactive controls for pain at short-term follow-up. So clearly, we don't know if it really works or not. Spinal manipulation does not confer a definitive benefit over standard medical treatment. Basically, patients who were advised for posture, staying active, reassurance, education, self-management strategies were equal to anything else that was tried. So that is supposed to be probably the best way to go. So our statements were paracetamol is recommended for acute low back pain, first-line usage in patients of advanced stage, GI, cardiovascular, and renal comorbidities, either alone or in support with opioids. So in specific area, opioids could be used. NSAIDs is the first-line drugs in acute back pain radiculopathy. COX-2 are preferred due to lower side effects. Opioids have limited benefit over conservative management for acute low back pain. It is indicated when first-line drugs are contraindicated or not tolerated. A short course of opioids may be considered in patients with intractable pain. Pregabalin is not recommended for managing acute low back pain without radiculopathy. Although the evidence is inconclusive, non-benzodiazepine myorelaxants may be recommended for spasm with acute low back pain. There is mixed evidence benzodiazepines as muscle relaxant work for acute low back pain. It may be used selectively to reduce severe spasm and pain. Bed rest for more than 48 hours in acute low back pain is not recommended. Staying active leads to better symptomatic and functional outcome in these patients. Lumbar support belt may reduce the pain level and augment the functional status. There is no negative effect by use of lumbosacral orthosis by means of muscle weakness and deconditioning. Thermotherapy and cryotherapy are efficacious on relieving acute low back pain. TENS may be beneficial for reduction of acute low back pain and has no serious side effects. There is no evidence that exercise programs work in acute low back pain. Spinal manipulative therapy may provide short-term improvement in patients with acute low back pain compared with other standard treatments. There is unclear evidence that massage therapy is more effective than inactive controls for pain at short term. There is moderate evidence of benefit of pain intensity with acupuncture. Thank you.
Next. Dr. Salman has explained the medical treatment. If there is any question from the audiences. The role of steroids in the acute management of the back.
Yes, sir. Can there be any benefit regarding oral versus, as Nikolai's presentation, his role of injectable steroids?
Unfortunately, there is no big studies to show in acute back pain that steroids work.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So the treatment of backache is a very complex problem. There are so many things which are not we practice, but that patients go to the unconventional treatments and they get better after getting that treatment from the medical doctors. So there are so many treatments available, non-conventional treatment for the backache. Most of the people go to the unconventional people. In our society, people goes to the Hakims, people goes to the Peers, and they get well. This is a self-remitting process. Within a couple of days to weeks, if you take proper measure, it is going to settle down. So every type of treatment, unconventional, also works along with the medical treatments. So I think he has well explained the role of the medicine. Thank you very much, Dr. Salman.
So in this section, the next speaker will be Mario Ganyu.
Is Dr. Mario here?
Is it Ganyu here? Yeah, his
Yeah,
topic.
he is.
His topic will be acute cervical spinal cord injury, timing of decompression, surgical approach, and post-operative management.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's not connected. It's going ahead on the computer, but not on the screen. Wonderful. So I'm a consultant neurosurgeon from Oxford University Hospital, and the talk that I've been asked to give to you is about acute cervical spinal cord injury. And therefore, I will go a little bit on the how and why of many of the papers that Professor Sharif has already discussed. I do not have conflict of interest for this talk other than an SRS fellowship. The aims will be to discuss the background and historical considerations on acute spinal cord injury with specific regards for cervical trauma. And particularly, I will then discuss the timing of intervention. I will briefly touch upon the type of intervention and the postoperative management. So in terms of historical consideration, you can see here an image of the Edwin Smith surgical papyrus. And this is a sort of a textbook from ancient Egypt, which was already discussing most of the spinal condition that we know nowadays. And in particular, there is one case that I'm going to show you about cervical spinal cord injury. As you can read from these brief extracts of the papyrus, they were saying, the author was already saying that one who has a dislocation in the vertebral column of the back of his neck and is unaware of his legs and his arms and his urine dribbles, this is a medical condition that cannot be healed. So this was written over 3,000 years ago. And on many instances, what they had stated was so accurate that remain as a long-standing dogma in clinical practice. This man is Charles Tatter, and I want to pay respect to him. He certainly had a significant role in improving the quality of care for patients with spinal cord injury. And I had the opportunity to meet him while I was working in my fellowship at Toronto Western Hospital. This is one of his papers from 1987. And as you can see here, basically he described a clinical series of 208 patients. And back in the 80s, there was still no difference between patient operated and non-operated, and there was no recommendation about operating on patient with spinal cord injury. The only thing that this article could conclude is that operating on spinal cord injury was safe and there was no increased mortality. And therefore, it opened the path for us to then investigate the timing of surgery, which is what I'm going to discuss more in detail. Now, when I was asked to give this talk, the intention was to provide a preview of the updated guidelines for AO spine praxis, which were completed last year and were due to be released at the beginning of 2024. Unfortunately, though, the new guidelines are not out yet. Therefore, there will be only minimal input that I can provide about them. Certainly, there are some articles that are a landmark, and I'm going to explain them a little bit more in details. Everything started with some experimental evidence that decompressing patient with decompressing animal models with spinal cord injury was leading to a better outcome. And actually, early decompression was identified as a key predictor for improvement. This led to the Staskis trial, and the Staskis trial was the first multi-center international prospective cohort study which compared the patient operated at an average of 14 hours versus patients that were operated at a mean of 48 hours. And in this study, the authors, the first author is Mike Fellings, my mentor. He basically provided the very first evidence ever that patient operated earlier had a better outcome. And this outcome was quantified in terms of 2 grades improvement in AIS. Now, the question is why? Why should we have a clear outcome metrics? Because otherwise we don't know what we are discussing. And the decision to have a 2-grade improvement is related to the fact that if you have a patient who is Asia A and improves to 1 point to B, perhaps this is not a critically important improvement. And equally, if someone improves from B to C, whereas if someone improves from D to E, well, then there is no evidence of neurological impairment. So this demonstrates that there is an heterogeneity of patients, and that's why it was decided that only a 2-grade improvement was to be considered as critically relevant, something we can base our decision upon. And from this consideration, then other parameters for deciding the outcome metrics relevant for decision making were evaluated, such as the minimally clinically important difference, what the patient would perceive as relevant. The AO Spine Knowledge Forum, I'm an associate member since several years now, has therefore engaged in some research to identify the best evidence available in the literature and provide guidelines. Everything started with the 2017 paper in which it was possible to compare outcome of patients operated before 24 hours and after 24 hours. And the problem is that the quality of evidence available at the time was low, and therefore the recommendation was weak. However, a lot has changed in the last 7 years, and the volume of papers published on the management of acute spinal cord injury led to revisiting the literature and providing new recommendation. So the AO Spine Praxis clinical study explored three topics, and I'm going to touch upon two of them. First one is, as I say, revision of the indication and recommendation for timing of surgery. Let's go a little bit more in details of what the recommendation from 2017 were showing. There was a recommendation that for patients with a cervical spinal cord injury without instability, surgery could be considered as an option. Now, when we discuss patients with cervical spinal cord injury without instability, we are referring mostly to patients with the central cord syndrome. And historically, in many countries, mine included the UK, we tend not to offer surgery for patients with a cervical spinal cord injury due to the low evidence available. However, in 2017, this was suggested as an option to offer to our patients. And what we have done in the meantime, we created a new classification for spinal cord injury, and I think this is worth disseminating. And in this classification for patients with acute cervical spinal cord injury, we look at the 3 parameters. Those are spinal stability, so the patient might have a stable or unstable spine, presence of compression, yes or no, and then severity of neurological deficit according to the IAS scale. So upon a calculation of these 3 parameters, one might decide whether a patient might require surgical decompression or not, and if it should be offered early or not. Whereas for patient with unstable spine, then it's much easier. The example that Salman provided is brilliant. If you have your finger stuck in the door, you want to remove it as soon as possible. There is no discuss about that. So, however, the evidence level was low back in the day. So we look at what happened in the last few years. Some papers deserve again mentioning. This is the pooled analysis of individual patient data from over 528 patients. And this is the first time where we could say that surgery within the 24 hours period was leading to a better statistical outcome in terms of IAS at 1 year. And there was something else that is worth mentioning. And this gives an explanation for all that we have studied for so many years. Why patients operated after 48 hours do not improve? Because after 36 hours, you reach a plateau. So either you operate within the window of opportunity or it is too late. Then we had the publication of a She poem, and She poem tried to bring the window of opportunity before or after the 12 hours. And now, if you look at this, the study indicated that the neurological recovery at 12 months was showing an adjusted analysis, a borderline significant difference, which was favoring patient operated earlier. However, by doing a propensity score adjustment, then there was no such a significant difference. And why is that? Because there was a combination of baseline imbalance, there was a ceiling effect in mild traumatic spinal cord injury, and there was a higher loss at follow-up for patient operated later. So how do we put all those information in clinical practice? This is a paper that we published on European Spine Journal, and our conclusion was that if we are to implement these strategies for early surgery, we need to really rethink all our provision of spinal care. The problem that we have witnessed in Europe when evidence about mechanical thrombectomy for stroke was evident, we were to rethink on-call rotas for surgeons, on-call rotas for endovascular radiologists, for anesthesia, availability of an ICU beds. So when we make a recommendation, we need to think of all the externalities and all the impact that this will have, not only in high-income countries, but also in places with limited resources. The reason why we have this debate about whether we should operate early or late, what changes this make in clinical practice, what will be the outcome for patient, and what is a meaningful improvement in clinical outcome, it all related to the fact that, as we know, cervical injury might look very different. There are patients that are so different one from the other. You might have an involvement of the cervical body, and in this case, yes, you are obliged to go for an anterior approach with a corpectomy. There is no discussion about whether anterior or posterior. This has to be treated anteriorly with or not supplementation with a posterior instrumentation. Or patient who have only a disc problem, and in this case, yes, you would again be much more favored in providing an anterior approach, because this will give a solid fusion and will provide enough stability, and then it's up to the clinical condition of the patient whether it requires the decompression or not. Whereas in terms of upper cervical spinal cord injury, yes, still C-spine, but completely different ballgame, different size of the canal, different meaning of the spinal cord at the level of C1 and C2. So in this case, we are using a different classification, not only the Anderson, D'Alonso, and Grauer, but also the AO spine as a defined classification for upper cervical spine fractures. And then what do we have in terms of postoperative management? Well, the guidelines, AANS CNS from 2013 that were discussed previously, were indicating that the MAP should be maintained between 85 and 90 millimeters of mercury for 7 days. However, a more recent paper from the literature, from this systematic review from 2022, indicated that there was moderate to low evidence that this could have an impact on clinical outcome. There is a very low evidence that a range between 70 and 94 could improve motor outcome. There is a low evidence that patients with equivalent MAPs can have different SCPP due to the role of intraspinal pressure. Because intuitively, if you still have a compression, if you still have something that is causing an increase in the spinal cord pressure, even if you improve the MAP, the perfusion pressure will not go that high. And this explains why patient might or not improve. What does it mean in terms of global neurosurgery? Again, if we are to give guidelines, we need to be mindful that implementing those guidelines might have a cost, not only economical, but also in terms of organization of the spine services. And to keep a patient in an intensive care unit or in HDU for 7 days with vasopressor might have also side effects. And that's the reason why the AO Spine has looked into this problem, and I hope that by next month it will be published in Global Spine Surgery. And again, we have looked at the threshold, lower and higher threshold for the MAP, and we have also discussed in very amount of detail what would be the impact in low resource countries. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Great talks, and you give a lot of information about the timing of surgery for cervical spine injury. So, is there questions from our audience? Okay, there's no questions. Thank you.
So, I think there is a new panel of the.
So, this is the end of our section, and next section will be about the pediatric and congenital abnormalities. So, we'll change to the next chairman.
Chairpersons are the Chris Graham.
So moving on to the next session. Pediatric and congenital anomalies. I would like to invite the chairs Ernest Barthelemy, Vladimir Kozeski, Beverly Sherzing.
So we would like to invite the first speaker, who is Shavzat Shamin, and the talk is about developing a national guideline for referral of neonates with spinal issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was always going to be a 2% talk. Dr. Lubna Samad couldn't make it because she is in a global surgery conference in Manila. So I've requested Dr. Saqib to speak on her behalf. I'd like to start by thanking Professor Tariq Khan for organizing this wonderful meeting. And my only complaint to Dr. Tariq is that had we known that there was such a beautiful golf course just next to the venue, we would have brought our golf kits, but perhaps next time. So I'm going to talk about the guidelines for identification, referral, and counseling for newborns with spina bifida. This is truly a labor of love, and I'll take you through it. Pakistan has the third highest neonatal mortality in the world. And as one of the indicators for healthcare outcomes of a country, this reflects rather poorly on us. Congenital anomalies are amongst the main cause, accounting for almost 8%. We do not have a clear breakup of these congenital anomalies, but we assume that brain and spine contribute significantly to it. We know that early cost-effective surgical interventions can significantly reduce the disease burden, although very little has been done in the country to make this happen. Dr. P. Asad has spoken about how we have introduced folate as a mandatory substitute in the diet, and that will most definitely bear outcomes in the future. But so far, there's nothing for the children who are born with these anomalies. So it all started with an audit that we did at our own hospital. I work at the Aga Khan University Hospital, which is one of the largest university hospitals in the country. And we looked at our outcomes over a period of 10 years of all the children managed for spina bifida. And admittedly, there wasn't a huge number, but we found out a few things. Firstly, the study was primarily to look at the quality of life outcomes, which we're very thankful to accept that were comparable to children managed in other big hospitals around the world. However, there were a couple of things which stood out in the study and took us by surprise. First of all, we found out that most of these children, even born at a tertiary care hospital managed for spina bifida, did not show up for late follow-up. So even though we were managing a lot of these children for congenital anomalies, we were not seeing them for the late sequelae of these anomalies later on in their lives. So whether these children were growing up to be effective part of the community or not, we just didn't know. We just lost these children. We didn't even know if they were going to school. Secondly, what we found out was quite alarming, that more than 70% of the children treated at Aga Khan Hospital over a 10-year period were actually girls. But if you look at the literature, the gender difference for myelomeningocele spina bifida is the same. But for some reason, were boys. For some reason, only boys were being brought to be treated for these conditions in our hospital. So what was happening to these girls? So first of all, we wanted to ask whether this is just a phenomena in our hospital or this is a national thing or global thing. So we did a very robust systematic review. We looked at low middle income countries with cultures similar to ours, so Pakistan, India, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Bangladesh, Nepal, and to look at whether there was really a gender predilection for these conditions. And we were surprised to find that other than Pakistan and Bangladesh, there weren't any countries where there was a gender difference. However, in Pakistan, most studies reported that most children brought for treatment of this condition were boys. So the question was, what was happening to the girls born with myelomeningocele? We know they were being born, but why weren't they being treated? And I spoke to some of our friends in sub-Saharan Africa, and they accepted the same. They say that, somehow these families did not bring forth these girls for treatment. And that is a very uncomfortable thought. So based on this, we made a plan to make sure that no child born with this deformity is left behind. And this is a 3-phase plan. Phase 1 is to develop a referral protocol. So every newborn with this condition is referred to the right hospital for management. So we know we're not missing children born with this condition, boys or girls. In phase 2, we've developed a standardized management guideline for these children. So even their children, in whichever hospital they go to, will be standardized according to what is expected for these children. And in the third phase, we plan to make a provincial registry of these children. So we know that these children will be followed up in later parts of their lives. So we know that they are not left behind. So that's the 3-phase plan. And today we're going to talk about the phase 1. And I'll invite Dr. Saqib to talk more about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shahzad, for initiating this important discussion on our study. I am Saqib. I am a consultant neurosurgeon at the Aga Khan University, and as Dr. Shahzad mentioned about this 3-phase plan, today I'm going to present the findings from the phase 1. And before presenting the findings, I would like to mention that this is being done in collaboration with Interactive Research and Development, which is an organization involved in maintaining a congenital anomalies registry across Pakistan. And they have initially started from Karachi, and 3 hospitals, Qatar Hospital, Civil Hospital, and JPMC have been included in their project. And they basically train healthcare workers who are non-specialist healthcare workers, including midwives and nursing staff and GPs over there, plus people from the Department of Gynecology and Obstetrics to basically identify children with these different congenital anomalies. And then they are in the process of developing referral guidelines towards respective specialities for these children. So these are some of the major congenital anomalies which they encountered last year in a 6-month period. And we can see that they also already identify spina bifida occulta and other associated anomalies. Within the neural tube defects, we can see that at those 3 hospitals, they were able to identify 390 children born with these 6 different types of neural tube defects. However, currently, there are no specific guidelines as to when these children should be seen by a consultant neurosurgeon, because we are aware that some of these can have an emergent presentation requiring early review by a neurosurgeon, and whereas others are not that emergent. And because of the large number of such patients and smaller number of neurosurgeons, it's not possible for all of these patients to be immediately seen by a neurosurgeon. So it's very important to decide which children have to be seen earlier rather than later. So we design referral guidelines for these different conditions: meningocele, myelomeningocele, lipomyelomeningocele, spina bifida occulta, dermal sinus tract, and coccygeal dimple or sacral pit. So the draft of these guidelines was shared with 50 attending neurosurgeons in Pakistan who are currently involved in management of these such cases. And they were asked to rate acceptability for each of these guidelines on a Likert scale, and we received a 52% response rate. So we can see most of our respondents were either were young neurosurgeons, including senior registrars and assistant professors, and however, they had variable amount of work experience. So the criteria of including these neurosurgeons was that a minimum number of 2 years of clinical experience as a consultant neurosurgeon was required to be part of the respondents. The respondents belong to different cities in the country. So for meningocele, the consensus we achieved from 80% of our respondents was that for open defects where there was a CSF leak, an urgent referral within 24 hours is required. So the children with open meningocele should be seen by a consultant neurosurgeon within 24 hours. However, children with closed meningoceles can be referred to a neurosurgery unit and have to be seen within 3 months. So the Likert scale comprised of points from 1 to 9. 1 to 3 were were those which were labeled as non-agreement. 4, 5, 6 were neutral responses, and 7, 8, 9 were those with full acceptability. Similarly, for myelomeningocele, again, we achieved more than 80% of agreement for a referral of open defects within first 24 hours and for closed defects to be seen by a neurosurgeon within first 3 months. So when we see lipomyelomeningocele, less than 80% of our respondents agreed that an urgent referral within 24 hours and a delayed referral of 3 months for closed effects, because the 40%, roughly 39% respondents who didn't agree with this, they mentioned that because myelomeningocele often has more neural involvement, so it's important for them, for these children, to be seen earlier by a neurosurgeon, and the parent should not wait for 3 months or should not wait for a sufficient amount of time before being seen by a neurosurgeon. For spina bifida occulta, we can see that these are the children who only have occult signs of spina bifida. However, there are no neurological signs or symptoms. And we had proposed that these children should be seen within the first 3 months. However, only 73% of the respondents agreed with this, because there were some respondents who said that it's not important for these children to be seen by a neurosurgeon at all unless they get symptomatic at any point in their lives. Again, for dermal sinus tract, it was a consensus that these children should be seen within first 3 months. There is no urgency for these children to be seen by a neurosurgeon. And lastly, for coccygeal dimple and sacral pit, although the international guidelines mention that no formal referral is needed unless these children have any signs or symptoms, but most of our respondents mentioned that it's difficult for healthcare workers who are not neurosurgeons to identify whether the patient actually has a coccygeal dimple or sacral pit. So these children also should be seen by a neurosurgeon within first 3 months of birth, and the neurosurgeon can then decide and whether these children need to be followed up later in their lives as well or not. So this was our team. And to conclude, most of so 3 of the recommendations had were 4 of the recommendations were acceptable to our respondents, and for 2 of our recommendations, the respondents had slightly different view. As a next step, we'll modify those 2 points as well, and then again reach out to all of these respondents and then take their responses again to achieve consensus. The important point is that guidelines will only be acceptable if at least 80% of more of the respondents agree with them. Thank you. So we would also like to invite all of our respondents to the Pakistan Society of Neurosurgery annual meeting, which is at Aga Khan University from 7th to 10th November later on this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there questions to the first or the second speaker? Well, if not, we should go further.
Okay, we'll invite Dr. Randy Chestnut to present an update on Bellatrip, pediatric randomized controlled trial, comparing monitored-based care to management without ICP monitoring. Thank you.
Take 20 minutes. What? It can take 20 minutes. Because man and not scheduled.
Well, I feel a little odd in its primary spine session talking about kids.
Spine and
Kid head. Well, we can call the head C0 and then we'll be okay. So we're talking about care of the zero. Okay, perfect. Then we won't call it C0. That's when you think you've been doing too much orthopedics. Let's see here. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay, that'll work. It's not mirroring. The study that we did and published in 2012, the benchmark evidence from South America treatment of raised intracranial pressure, called the BEST TRIP trial,
caused a lot of controversy. It was misread as a study of ICP monitoring, which it wasn't. If you read this, actually read the paper, it was not a study of ICP monitoring. It was a study of protocols. The Brain Trauma Foundation protocol, the most commonly used protocol, and another protocol that didn't use ICP. You can't, if you're going to study ICP monitoring, it's a different study. This was how we use it. And we had an ICP guided treatment, which was the Brain Trauma Foundation, and we had an imaging clinical examination guided treatment, which was our non-monitored group. Now, of course, again, studying two protocols, they produced equivalent results, which was a surprise to all of us a bit, because although they weren't completely equivalent, ICP monitoring was more efficient in several ways. We thought that how can our fancy monitor, our favorite monitor, not produce a profound effect? And we were all kind of surprised about that, although it does strongly suggest that we're simply not using the ICP data quickly, not that we don't need it. Well, in high-income countries, the results of the BEST TRIP trial was really reset a research agenda. And one was about an absolute ICP threshold. There probably isn't one. So we rethink the ICP threshold, starting to think about how best to quantify ICP. Is it the number? Is it the area under the curve? Is it some sort of a time pressure calculation? Then how best to manage ICP? This isn't completely filling the screen. Is it a crisis mode or a prophylactic mode? Currently, we react to the number, but maybe we should try to prevent the number. In low and middle income countries, where most of the brain injuries are taken care of, what the study did was demonstrate that you can do a good job without fancy resources. And then in the long run, it produced the Crevice protocol, which has now been validated and provides a protocol for those people who simply don't have ICP monitoring to guide their treatment. But kids are not simply small adults. That's the problem. The most common question was, what about children? And the BEST TRIP trial did not study kids. We excluded below 13. And pediatric cerebrophysiology is different. If you do both kids and adults, you really strongly feel that kids just are not adults. And there's no reason to believe that the outcome from this trial should be different or should be the same as the BEST TRIP trial. Now, there's ethics considerations in all of these. We met them in the adult study, but when you bring kids in, it's even stronger. So we were very cognizant of this. The science is the same. The Pediatric Brain Trauma Foundation guidelines went through the evidence, not based on HIC or LMIC, just the evidence. And there is no solid evidence that ICP monitoring improves outcome from TBI in kids. Now, there isn't great studies, but this leads to people often not using it, even in the United States. So it's a big question. Now, there's another side of ethics that we've run into, which we've termed visceral ethics. And that's a problem that, even though the science is equivocal, people who use ICP monitoring all the time don't want to not monitor half their patient. The control group, if you want to call it that, of non-monitored kid with a head injury is just not something that people want to do if they have lots of monitors and use them all the time. However, in Latin America, where they don't have them, they said, yes, we'd love to try ICP monitoring in half our patients and see what happens. So the ethics is truly based on science, and that's the way it should be. But if you get dyspepsia from not monitoring half your patients, you're not going to do the study. So we really are unable to bring a cohort of study centers from high-income countries to this study. Now, I'm interested in LMIC outcomes. I really didn't need the high-income countries to do this. But you can see the problem is that there's a visceral side of ethics that isn't really discussed, but it was relevant here. Now, proof of concept, again, to even go farther on this, we went to the Latin Americans and brought a bunch of intensivists and neurosurgeons together to ask, is there need for such study? Is it ethically appropriate? And would these people be willing to participate? And so we had a meeting in Buenos Aires in actually that was 2017. And to ask those questions, and we had quite open discussion, quite an open forum. And the truth is all of them were felt positive. So we decided to go ahead on that. So now we have the benchmark evidence from Latin America, treatment of raised intracranial pressure in pediatrics, so the BELLA TRIP trial. Now, we're doing it again in Central and South America, and that's why it's Latin America instead of South America in the name. We're adding, furthermore, we're adding some centers in Colombia to improve our recruitment. But again, it's a Latin American, it's not the lowest, it's not really low income, although Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador are pretty low income, and Peru is still classified as low income, but certainly in the grand scheme of things, you might think these are more middle income countries. Again, the ICP Best Trip trial was a trial of two protocols. For kids, we have a recent Brain Trauma Foundation protocol, which we can adapt to the study, but we have nothing for non-monitored kids. Again, you know who publishes? The people with the money and the toys. So we have nothing to go from. So again, we had to put together a consensus-based protocol for the non-monitored kids. And I am not an expert on a non-monitored kid because I've never treated a kid with head injury without monitoring. So we had to use the experts. So we used a quorum of intensivists and neurosurgeons, including our potential investigators, and we had a consensus conference to develop the algorithm. We ended up adopting the adult definition of suspected intracranial hypertension. Since you don't have a monitor in half your kids, who are you going to treat for suspected intracranial hypertension? We use the adult where we have the major criteria, which are compressed cisterns, midline shift, or non-evacuated mass lesions greater than 25 cc's. If you have one of those, you should be treated for suspected intracranial hypertension. And then if you have two or more of the minor criteria, GCS motor of less than or equal to 4, pupillary asymmetry or decreased reactivity, or a CT classification of Marshall diffuse injury 2 with multiple small lesions, no midline shift, and open cisterns. So that's the definition of who should be treated in the non-monitored group. Minimal CT imaging, we adopted that from the adults as well. Now, this is even more controversial in kids because you don't want to radiate kids. And this is really the suggested number when you need the maximum number of CTs. You do not have to do this. And indeed, if you can avoid it, it's a good idea. We discussed a little bit that this morning. However, there's no other guidelines for how many CTs, and we would definitely cause the trial to fail if we underserved half of it. It is an imaging and clinical examination trial. Now, here's another controversial thing. What should you maintain as a CPP in a monitored kid and the MAP in a non-monitored kid? There are no answers to that, even on the best science. So we decided that we wouldn't set targets because we'd never get agreement on it. We would set minimums and leave it to the individual treating physician if they wanted to vary above the minimum, but you can't go below the minimum. And actually, these are pretty useful. They're pretty reasonable. They don't disagree with the literature, but they were somewhat of a compromise. Now, level 0 is important. This is the basics that you expect in ICU when you admit a child with a severe head injury, regardless of whether or not he has a bolt in his head, regardless of whether or not you think they have intracranial hypertension. This is just good ICU care. And I think we all know how important good ICU care is to head injured kids. So these are the conditio sine quibus non for ICU admission. Sorry, I went back in there. Now, then we had tiers. We used tiers again from the adult study. We used the same 3-tiered approach. This is for non-monitored patients. And I think you'll notice right on top of tier 1 is scheduled hyperosmotics. The rest of them are developed into the tiers 2 and 3. Mild hyperventilation was in tier 2, and then the more extreme treatments in tier 3. There is no reason that you can't go directly to tier 3 if you need to. And there's no rank order within a tier. So anything in tier 1 can be your first choice. But if you need decompression, go to tier 3, do it. These are just suggested approaches. And then there are some don't use treatments. They're not forbidden, but they weren't written into the usual treatment. Again, this is for the monitored kids, and this is not surprising. It's very close to the Brain Trauma Foundation, except that it's evolved a little bit more into 3 tiers. You'll notice that scheduled hyperosmotics are not there. Indeed, they're in the don't use side. So for ICP treatment, we don't use scheduled hyperosmotics. Whether or not we should is actually a good question for head injury. That would be a tranquility approach based on compliance, but it's not the way we do it nowadays, so we didn't do that. And then, so the algorithm is really, if you come in with a severe traumatic brain injury, and you meet inclusion criteria, and you don't meet inclusion criteria, you're not in the study. We still track all of those because it's a randomized trial, and we have to track everybody we evaluate. And they get treated as usual. If they are randomized and consented, et cetera, they're admitted to the ICU and they all get tier 0 treatment. So everybody gets excellent treatment. And then they're randomized. And if they have intracranial hypertension, they're treated with the intracranial hypertension tiers. If not, they're continued on tier 0, and you can go back and forth depending. And if there's no ICP monitor, again, if there's no suspected intracranial hypertension, or if there is, you still get treated. Now, the important thing is everybody gets really good basic ICU care. And I can tell you in Latin America, we have really good and very smart and well-read intensivists. And they don't have lots of electronics, so it's still hands-on medicine. It's probably similar to the way it is here. In the US, we like our electronics and we want to sit at the nursing station and play with electronics. And medicine's probably better done with your hands on the patient, but you do get good ICU care. And then there is one other way into the study, like in the adult study. If you deteriorated to a GCS less than 8, within 48 hours, you could also enter the study. This protocol has just been published. It's in the January edition of Neurosurgery. And so if you want more information on the study protocol, it's there. Being a randomized trial, you should publish your protocol, and so we did. And then again, all of these issues are also important. The blood pressure levels, the definition of suspected hypertension, number of CTs, tier 0, and then the 2 approaches to monitored, non-monitored children. Again, that's also just come out in January Neurosurgery as a companion paper. So if you want to go over these, you're more than welcome to. But there is a caveat to this that I think is really important when you talk about protocols. These are research protocol for an ongoing randomized study with a lot of feedback, very good oversight. And I want to bring up some caveats because I think it's important when you read this, not to mix it up with what we did with Crevis, which is a validated protocol. So first of all, we had to come up with a protocol. So we had to compromise where there was uncertainty. You might not want to do that in a clinical protocol you want to use on your children. Continuous hyperosmolar infusion is a bit controversial. They used it across the board pretty much in their non-monitored patients. So we put it in the non-monitored patients and the adult patients. And we went to that side of the controversy. Age-specific blood pressure and cerebral perfusion pressure targets were developed by consensus. You could come up with other numbers. The algorithms for low and middle income countries are environmentally affected. Obviously, they're for LMICs. And again, if the environment's not the same, this may not be very generalizable. The composition of the clinical working group. When the first reviewers first saw this, they said, why didn't you bring in international experts to do this, like you did with CBIC? And the answer is there are no international experts on non-monitored traumatic brain injury treatment. People don't publish on it. It's never been done. So we had to bring in, the definition of expert was people who'd done it for 10 years, were still doing it, and wanted to use their experience. And we brought in a number of people, and that was our clinical working group. You may not agree with that. CT scan recommendations were poached from the adults. Their maximum number, we're trying to leverage hospitals into allowing neurosurgeons and intensivists to get them, even if the patient can't pay. It worked with Crevis. And if you don't need it, don't get it. But if you do need it, try not to let finances stand in your way. And then the indications for suspected intracranial hypertension, again, were from adults. We'll know a lot more at the end of the study, but you might not agree with that. Use of the Marshall CT classification, it's central to everything, including the definition of suspected intracranial hypertension. So we use Marshall. There are other CT classifications. Equal role for mannitol hypertonic saline. That's a continuous argument. Hypertonic saline is most people's favorite nowadays, but we left them equal because there was no great evidence for that. Mild hyperventilation, they probably aren't going to use it much personally, but that was left in, and if it was left in one side, it was in both. And inclusion of mild hypothermia in tier 3, it's only mild hypothermia, And it's very hard to cool people in Central America because it's so hot. It may be similar here in a lot of part of the year. So it's an option. And then finally, the format of the algorithms. We use the Crevice Cybic tiers. You may disagree with that. It's quite handy, especially for research, because you can tell which tier they're in. You can tell when they change tiers. But these are the caveats that I would look at if you're going to read this paper and say, should we make a PEDS treatment protocol out of this? If you want to, you can use the format. You can use anything out of it you want. But I would have a journal club or 3 to discuss these points before you came up with the aspects you want to use at your hospital. So at the end of this, if the study comes out positive, we can leverage ICP monitoring. We'd love to be able to do that. If it comes out negative, we can conclude that more research is needed on the best way to use ICP information. We will not and should not suggest that knowing ICP is not useful in management, just like the adult study. And centers with limited resources, though, may decide that their money is better spent elsewhere if it doesn't make a big difference. And personally, if I was in an LMIC and I needed a ventilator or an ICP monitor, I'd probably put the money in, at least at now, on the ventilator. And then finally, we will have provided a management algorithm that is validated for pediatric traumatic brain injury with and without intracranial pressure monitoring. So should be a valuable study. Again, the best way to cope with the future is to create it. We've stepped into the ozone here. Hopefully in 3 or 4 years, we will have answers for you, and it should make for an interesting discussion. Thank you.
Presentation. Any questions from the floor? Or any comment? I have a question. When you're designing the study, did you look at the health economics of both arms in terms of the cost of implementing an ICP vis-a-vis the cost of implementing the non-ICP monitor protocol?
We did. We didn't do it too formally because every hospital was different. We're providing the ICP monitor. We're providing the attachment to the bedside. We're using the Realmedic monitor, and we're using the version that doesn't need a box. It attaches directly to the monitor. A lot of ICUs and LMICs have a potpourri of monitors, a number of different types. So we had to match the cables and all, but we're providing all that. We're doing the importation duties and all of that. So, you know, when the adult trial, it was more efficient with ICP monitoring. We are not suspecting that it will be less efficient with ICP monitoring in children. So it shouldn't lengthen ICU stay and increase number of treatments. So we thought it was a wash.
What I mean is the cost of scanning a child also involves the labor costs for doctors.
You know, I don't really care about that, and I don't think they do. They're not happy that when they want to get a scan on a child, they can't because this child doesn't have a pocket of money. And what we did in the adult, we found that when we set a minimum number of CTs, the hospital found a way to provide the CT scans for those that needed it. We're hoping to do that in children. I'm not being profligate, and I'm not wasting money or over-imaging. That's not the goal. But the goal is to try to leverage a very, very valuable tool away from simply being available if the patient can afford it. That, to me, that's really unfortunate. And if that's a benefit of this trial, that would be worth it.
And I think what I'm trying to say is, if this protocol goes to whatever the conclusion is, one of the questions that people outside of the trial will be asking is, when I review both arms, supposing you find clinical equipoise at the end of it, supposing, and you're trying to work out, I have a child, I will put them in the ICP monitored, and on average, it'll cost X. Or I have a child, and for whatever reason, we're in the non-ICP arm, what it would cost, because those health economics also have an implication in implementation.
We're going to have to look at that retrospectively once we've gathered the data. I mean, we can certainly do that, but there's no prospective data for that, for us to calculate that. And the other thing is, to be perfectly honest, Best Trip was equivocal. DECRA and Rescue studied. OxyTC, which is the brain tissue oxygen study that was just done, came out of France. It was equivocal. And the design of these studies based on ethics means that we randomized the entire group of head injury coming in. Within that group, we all believe there is a small group that really needs ICP monitoring to be better. If that group is too small or the effect size is too small, we will not see it with these study designs. So bits like the Best Trip trial, Bellatrip, OxyTC, Boost, Bonanza, all these major randomized trials, if they find equivocal results, it may well be due to the trial design. And it should not say that you do not need those devices. It says that you need to refine your study cohort. So, yeah, I agree the economics will be interesting. I'm not convinced we won't have equipoise at the end of this, but it doesn't mean we're going to stop looking.
Okay. Yes, there's a comment. Yeah.
Hi. I completely agree with Bev that good randomized controlled trials have an economic analysis built into them, looking at the effect on the healthcare system of each arm. Just out of interest, did you look at costing each of your trial arms? And did you also look at how, if you implement a protocol in which you state 3 CT scans as the standard of care, did you trial it out anywhere to say, okay, let's do a pilot and say, if we say this, how many kids get those 3 CT scans? Because 3 CT scans in a short period of time is a lot of radiation for a child, and many high income countries wouldn't necessarily do 3 CT scans unless required because the child was very unwell.
Well, what would you suggest instead of CT scans in an imaging and clinical examination protocol?
So I CT when needed, but not on.
Well, that's the goal. That is actually what's being done. I mean, we're running the study now. If the child gets better, they don't need it. If the child is unstable, they shouldn't be transported to it. And once they're sort of out of these windows, the windows fall out. It's really about the economics. Most of these kids, if magic occurs, like the social worker likes the child or the administration has a good day, can get a CT scan even if they can't pay for it. When you actually hang out at the hospitals, you find out what the reality is. But the official reality is they need to pay for it. And we're trying to leverage that because it's unfortunate that this economic thing means that poor kids can't get imaged and rich kids can. And it works. We know it works from the crevice protocol. It does not mandate 3. We've never had, in the adults, we got 2.3 something CT scans in the sick people. So it's.
So that was my question. If you trial the protocol that says you can image here, here, and here at 3 time points, how many actually get all 3 CT scans? Is there a pilot that shows?
It's a sticky wicket because if we don't make any statements, they'll just say they can't afford it, they don't need it. And the kid that's having trouble at 48 hours probably should be rescanned, or you should be able to rethink about it. And a kid who crumps, has clinical nerve worsening, should get imaged, right? But the economic thing pops its head up, and we're trying to play whack-a-mole with the economic thing because, you know, if it's just a terrible thing. I don't. You've probably never practiced under those conditions either, but they're all over the place. So it's not mandated.
Okay.
It's leveraged.
But looking at how many CT scans.
How many they're getting?
Actually provide.
Oh,
get
gosh.
if you state.
I don't know. We only have 50 some patients so far, but I would say in about a third to a quarter, they get 1 or 2. And we're okay with that.
I want to speculate. Unfortunately, Andres Rubiano's not here, but I can imagine him replying to your question about how would you replace CT scans in an imaging and clinical examination protocol by suggesting that there might be a role for transcranial Doppler and or optic nerve sheath diameter ultrasound technologies.
There might be, or some of the cerebral compliance non-invasive. We're looking at that as well. I mean, it was well after we designed the trial that came up, but we are possibly going to add on a sub-study using blinded non-invasive monitors to see if they could substitute or better guide that. We're actually going back to the adults and doing that too.
Great.
Good idea.
I had another question, which is the application of the Marshall score in pediatrics. Who's validating the score in this particular population, and who's doing the interpretation?
You mean whether we should use it at all?
In terms of to determine whether it should be part of the protocol, was there an aspect of validation to make sure that A, it works, B, that the people who are interpreting the scans are able to do that consistently through the trial?
There's no evidence for the first, and we didn't think that was required. For the second part of that, yes, they're reading them. We're getting the radiology report, and we've asked the radiologists to also read them. And then they come to our CRO, who's based in Rosario, Argentina, and they reread them, and they've been doing this for a long time. So we're checking the CTs as well as possible. It's interesting that a lot of children come in with DI1 or DI2 Marshall scores. And because of that, we were very curious that they might be misreading the cisterns. So far, in a fairly small sample as at this point, we don't seem that to be true, but we are triple checking the CT readings.
For those who are already on ICP and you're doing the Marshall score, I take it, have you found a correlation? In other words, if they say it's a Marshall score 3, the ICP is X.
We can't see that because we're blinded. The DSMB hinted that they were seeing in some kids with very good CT scans intracranial hypertension. But until we de-blind that, I can't answer that question.
Do you have a breakpoint to look at the data just to be sure that for safety purposes that there's a sufficient correlation to continue with that model?
Of course, our DSMB meets every 6 months.
Any question? A different question to the first set of authors. The study that you're doing in trying to create a protocol system, which is fairly neat, is there any publication that would allow other people to look at the same model? That's the first question. And the second one is you talked about the gender differences. Is there a side project to look at the social value system that brings one gender to hospital and not the other, and what that could be done in health education?
So in response to your first question, there are management protocols available in the literature, but none from low middle income countries. Similarly, even quality of life indices that we looked at are mostly from high income countries and are almost not applicable to us at all. The quality of life indices talk about whether the child can go to a playground and play with other children. Well, how many playgrounds you see in low income countries? And a lot of the quality of life indices talk about how a child performs at school. And we know in Pakistan, for example, a large proportion of children do not go to school at all, or go to alternative schools which don't offer that kind of education that can be. So the quality of life indices were not applicable to us. The management protocols are not applicable to us. So we are building a consensus on making our own management protocol with one specific focus, that the parents do not need to see more than one person in a month. So they don't need to see a urologist, or pediatric surgeon, or neurosurgeon, or a rehab specialist, and spend their entire week going around in circles. We'll train one nurse who will be able to screen all of those things and only refer to specialists if required. So one-stop shop for all these children in order to improve compliance. So that's the response to your first question. The response to your second question, in terms of gender disparities in these children born, well, we're digging back into our own data. We have a 20-year record of all the live births at our hospital, and that's almost 50,000 live births. We're trying to find, we know for sure that there is no gender disparity in the live births. So equal number of boys and girls are born in our hospitals. That was understandable. The other thing is, we also have a fine print in terms of the congenital anomalies identified at birth for these children. Now we're trying to dig up that data, and if we can find any correlation that with gender, that will answer a lot of questions. But so far, we can only assume that the children are born of equal gender, but only boys with deformities are brought for treatment.
Thank you. I think we're going to take a short tea break. We'll have a change in schedule and then come back. Yeah.
So there is a slight change in the schedule. We are going for a tea break, and the 2 parallel session will start at 5 p.m. So be here at 5 p.m. both the parallel session, the at 5 p.m. In Hall A we will start neuroncally, in Hall B we will start vascular. So both parallel session will start at 5 p.m. Thank you.
नहीं उससे खत्म होएगा फिर ऊपर के जाने हाले नहीं जाना एक प्लेट के लायक है लड़की एक तो ले ले शाम पे और कितने चार वो कितने बेटे वो कह रहा है और पूछे बेटी भैया वो टाइम का लगता है वो शाम को पूछ लिया तो देख इधर आता है बस हमें से लोग ये परिवार वर्क और तो ना वो तो सब मैं तो गया लेकिन अभी ऐसा बात नहीं मर जिंदगी नहीं होती कभी आप इधर मैं उधर मेरे पास 10 घूम के मिलूंगा Yes, sir. Provide this one.
So we are starting neuro-oncology session, for which I would like to invite the chairs, Ehsan Bari, Professor Nazir Ahmed, and Kamal Nata Pelani. Please come on the stage and start your session. Lecture notes.
Ethics, yes. And then.
Good afternoon, everyone.
That's the point.
I hope everyone had a good tea and everyone is refreshed. Okay, we shall start our scientific session 2 today. Our first speaker will be Dr. Richard Moser. He is a neurosurgeon in the US and he's extensively published, and his interest is mainly in neurosurgical oncology as well as genetic therapy. So without further ado, I'd like to invite him to give his aptly titled talk, Ethics of and Advocacy for Gene Therapy in LMICs. Dr. Richard.
Okay. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak. This is going to be a little bit of a strange presentation, and more of a thought experiment and a call to action about something that I'm deeply involved in, which is gene therapy, and for neurodegenerative diseases. But the question is, how are we going to approach making this a reality in low and middle income countries, on the presumption that the people that live there also deserve the opportunities that may be offered by this type of intervention. So this is my institution, and right here we're within the next year or so, we're going to have a 10-story translational research building that will be a place where both the bench and the bedside will come together as part of our gene therapy work. These are my disclosures, which I've presented before. In my career, I have 3 things that I'm going to discuss here briefly. One is clinical excellence. We as physicians, as surgeons, are always keenly aware of our sense of clinical excellence. It's one of those things that you know when you see it. But the second aspect of many of us is our inquiring mind, scientific inquiry. It is bringing us now to gene therapy, which is a way that we can fundamentally correct many of the problems that exist in the individuals that we may be treating. And the third is the humanitarian engagement that we all feel. That's what brings me here. That is why in my earlier talk, I presented our work on the neurotrauma initiative. And while I'll talk about stroke in another session in the other auditorium, how do we bring these things to the world to make the world a better place? So that's the theme for this presentation, which is bringing the scientific accomplishments that are developing to the world as a whole. And in the next 7 minutes, I do not have a chance to explain all of the aspects of gene therapy, but these are the 4 major categories that we talk about. And if we had a few hours, we can start to dig into some of the various significance of that. But I'm just saying that replacement, you can replace a missing gene. We can silence a gene that is having an untoward effect as a result of a mutation. We can now edit the gene in vivo, and we can add functions not there present by an additional gene addition. And those are the options that we have. And so just to give you a relevance to this, I'm going to present our clinical trial on Tay-Sachs disease. I'm just going to use this as an example and briefly just describe it in the time that remains. In the Tay-Sachs disease, there's a missing enzyme called hexaminidase A, and the infantile onset of this always results in death within 3 to 5 years. There's a juvenile version in which there's a modified form of hexaminidase A that has been created. It doesn't function well, and they'll die within 20 years or so. It's not a common problem, and it's associated with certain ethnic groups. But why do we do it? Why are we doing it? Because we can do it. Because we know the defect that's present, we know the mutation, and we can change that. And we can do it in vivo so that we can, and it's a permanent change. It's a correction of this genetic mutation, a hereditary genetic mutation. And what it is the hexaminidase A is an enzyme. It's the gene for this that is missing. And it's required to be able to break down some of the plasma membrane products, these gangliosides. And this is all part of how a cell maintains its normal homeostasis. And when you can't break that down, you get an accumulation of these products that then become toxic and result in the death of the cell. We take the gene for hexaminidase A and we package it into an adeno-associated virus gene, and we replace its normal content with the gene for the hexaminidase A. And we've done this in the context, this is the first in the world study to treat this particular condition. And we do it as part of a clinical trial, an approved clinical trial. 10 patients were going to be treated. And it requires a lot of instrumentation, robotic system, intraoperative CT. Our patient is right there, who happens to be 9 months old, that we're doing this treatment. And we bilaterally inject, so we place catheters into the brain and do these bilateral thalamic injections, inserting this adeno-associated virus, which will then result in the release of the gene for this enzyme that will then be transcribed and then translated into the required protein. And we've published the initial results of this in Nature Medicine just at the beginning of last year. And the point behind all of this is we don't even know what this is going to cost to actually treat somebody with it when it is finally approved. We've only done the initial clinical trial for this. But it's going to be very expensive. And this is just some examples of, this is the price tag to treat a vision impairment problem that has a good gene therapy for, that is already available on the market. And this is, and the price tag that exists, at least the labeled price tag, is $850,000. This is spinal muscular dystrophy, spinal muscular atrophy, which involves another one of these adeno-associated viral routines that is now currently available as well. And our treatment for Tay-Sachs will probably be in this range, at least initially. And there are various efforts in Malaysia, for example. This is a nice article that was published that is trying to figure out, and every country's health system is trying to figure out, how are we going to deal with this concern. How are we going to make this available to our citizens? Of course, this is a higher income country, and the issue in a lower and middle income country is even more dramatic. But here's where we are. This is the conclusion. It is clear that gene therapy holds great promise for correcting conditions that will result in death. So it's life-saving. We're not talking about treating a glioblastoma in an older person. We're talking about treating an infant who will live a normal life if you can just correct this one mutation. And every individual so afflicted by this, I think, has some right to the possibility of this life being restored. We're working on it. The cost will probably come down, but this community, the neurosurgical community, I think we do need to get together and figure out how we're going to help make this a reality for all people, not just a few people with an immense amount of wealth. And so that'll be our challenge for the future. And that's all I can say about it at this time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Moser, for the insightful talk. Any questions from the floor? Dr. Anila?
So there is a little bit of this kind of work. It's happening in Pakistan. So in Aga Khan University, Karachi, there is an affiliation of us with the Toronto Sick Children's. And we send a lot of our tumors over there for genetic testing. And if they have like a BRAF mutation and things like that, they do subsidize some of the chemotherapy medication that's coming through. But of course, it cannot be done in every kid. But some of the kids are getting those chemotherapy medication from the HIC to the LMIC. So I just wanted to let you know about that. Thank you.
Yes, please.
So hello, I'm a fourth year medical student at Khyber Medical College, Peshawar. My question is, so when I think about gene therapy, I think, okay, there's this one gene which is dysfunction, and we can work something out and make it function. Like, so it's, but as far as brain tumors or any tumors are concerned, there are multiple genes that may be mutated at the same time. So my question is, okay, is there a future for gene therapy in brain tumors where multiple mutations are present in different genes?
The reason we're working with these monogenetic mutations is because we can do it, because it's easy, and relatively speaking, and it's much more complicated. The last talk of this session, I will discuss that point when I'm talking about genomic scalpels for brain tumors.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we want to continue with his next one? Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Moser. Our next speaker is Dr. Neela Darbar. Dr. Neela Darbar is a USA qualified and trained neurosurgeon. She worked at Aga Khan University Hospital too, and now she's working at King's Hospital, Dubai. Her talk is operating and managing complex brain tumors in a resource-limited environment.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the organizers for allowing me to talk about my experience in a very small town, which is dead in the center of Pakistan, called Multan. And this is my experience of my cases that I've done in Multan, and what I will be speaking will probably resonate with everyone who has worked in LMIC and what are the challenges that we face every day working in those conditions. So this is the town of Multan. It's a very old town. It's about 5,000-year-old city. It is called the City of Saints. And Yeah, so it's called the City of Saints. It's dead in the center of Pakistan.
And the catchment area for, so it has a large tertiary care center and and several smaller tertiary care center, but the catchment area is quite large. I would say at least 200 to 300 kilometers. So in the hospital that I work, patients do travel about that much of a distance to actually come and seek good healthcare in neurosurgery. This is the hospital I work for. It is built partnership, government partnership, private. So it's like a government and private sector built together 50-50. As you can see that the hospital looks quite modern, have a beautiful infrastructure inside, very clean rooms. But does all that is required to actually do really good, to bring about good healthcare, especially in neurosurgery? Is that possible? So what I felt that there are at least three separate issues that I face working in Multan. There's patient issues, there are hospital issues, and there are city issues. So what are the patient issues? Number one, Multan is a city where majority of the population are poor and unaffording. Because it's a city with deep religious belief, a lot of people initially, when they develop any kind of symptoms, seek religious belief, going to the saints and seeking help from them. And they only come to the hospital if there is something major has happened. For example, if they become blind, or if they have lost, like they become hemiparetic, or one of those reasons actually bring them to the hospital. Again, accessibility to the good healthcare center, if they are living about 200 kilometers away, just to pay that kind of money to a taxi or a bus to reach there is, again, something they really have to think through, that should we do it or not. So that's another problem, because majority of the towns around Multan area are really, really small towns. They are more like village. Multan itself is a small town. Another problem which I feel is the lack of trust in the whole system of healthcare. That's the major reason I feel is a bigger patient care issue. And as a result of which, instead of seeking proper medical treatment, patients tend to self-medicate. So they they would go to a pharmacy, ask the pharmacist what kind of medications are required for whatever symptoms they have. And by the time they reach to a hospital, the disease is already quite advanced by that time. There is, because of the lack of the trust, there's a culture of seeking third opinion, fifth opinion, seventh opinion. So just one doctor's opinion is not good enough. They would go on, and by the time they are at their seventh opinion, they have already exhausted all their resources for if they need any kind of surgery. So by the time they reach to a surgical decision, their resources are already depleted. And then, of course, that results in delay in seeking proper medical care. And lastly, they are lost to follow-up. That's a bigger problem. I'm sure all of you must have faced that. A lot of patients think that if surgery is done, everything is done, and they do not require any kind of adjuvant therapy in form of radiation or chemotherapy. And a lot of patient gets lost to follow-up. Could it be economical reasons? Could be less public awareness? Could be ignorance, less education, a multitude of factors. What are the hospital issues that I felt are in this? Number one is lack of multidisciplinary services. So there are very, very few tertiary care centers in which there is a dedicated good neuronursing, dedicated neuro-oncologist, neuropathologist, neuroradiologist, and like a neuro-oncology tumor board where you can actually present all your cases, discuss it with all the relevant stakeholders, and come up with a mutual decision. That is not possible in small towns like this. One other issue is the use of refurbished instruments. So we saw in earlier talks that when the HIC sends instruments to LMIC, a lot of them just goes to the storage. The problem is because they are not refurbished, they are actually secondhand instruments, right? So there's nobody who can actually refurbish them and spruce them up to make it work. A lot of it are barely working. You just have to get a lot of help from the biomedical services to rerun it again and again. And that becomes a big challenge if for every case you have to deal with this problem that your microscope is not working or your Medtronic navigation is not working. But it is a challenge, and a lot of smaller hospitals do face this challenge again and again. So this is the Medtronic neuronavigation refurbished secondhand, original price $700,000, bought for $14,000. So a $14,000 stealth neuronavigation system will work like that because it's a secondhand. It breaks down again and again. Sometimes you have it. Sometimes the patient is under the surgery and you just have to operate on its own without the neuronavigation. That's the choice of working in these environment. The city issues: no dedicated neuro-oncologist, old radiation technology, high volume of patients for these radiation and for adjuvant therapies, no dedicated national healthcare system, no dedicated awareness. Like Pakistan has a lot of awareness about polio, liver disease, hepatitis C, but for any kind of brain tumor, there is just no awareness. So the public awareness is also very less. Expensive chemotherapy, another medication. Patient to neurosurgeon ratio is there is about 1 neurosurgeon to about 800,000 patients. So again, very, very high volume and very handful of tertiary care center in the district Multan. So I'm just going to present, these are the challenges that I felt, and I'm just going to present some of the cases that I've done there. So this is a little video of what you would think is that a video from a microscope. This is just an awake surgery case that I did, but you will just see that this is the way I make my video in that area, because it's actually a phone video on a screen, because my microscope does not have the capacity to actually store images. So this is the way I had to do, store my images. But I guess, if there's a will, there's a way. So this, I'm just going to go through very quickly multiple cases in the interest of time. So this is a patient from a very simple case of a case which is a pilocytic astrocytoma, pre and post-op. Because of the pilocytic astrocytoma, so we're just watching him. Another case of a WHO grade 2 tumor. Sorry. This is a pre-op image, and that's a post-op image there. And this patient was sent for adjuvant chemotherapy and radiation, and he did follow up. He was one of those. Next is this lady, which had 2 surgeries already. So she had this is her first tumor, which was a very, very small lesion. It was a WHO grade 2 tumor. We resected it. Since it was a complete resection, we didn't send her for adjuvant chemotherapy. But she came back to emergency room again and again because of seizures, because she would just stop taking her seizure medication. She would just think that it's not necessary, and she would just stop it. And then a little while later, her tumor came back again. We resected the tumor again, and then this time sent her for adjuvant chemotherapy because it was a grade 3 this time. She did not follow up with the chemotherapy or radiation, and then again came back again, which is a much larger tumor. And we have to send her for chemo and radiation this time, which she is now following, but her tumor is again larger. I just recently saw her back again. This is a case of another WHO grade 2 tumor. And as you can see, it's quite large. And now the cases are becoming a little more complicated. There's immediate post-op, so you can see just the fluid layering up. There's another gentleman with visual impairment. So he had a very, very large tumor, but he didn't seek any medical attention till he was unable to see completely. And this is his post-op scan, post-surgery, and again required adjuvant chemotherapy, but then lost to follow-up. This was a doctor who had a grade 4 WHO tumor, glioblastoma, pre and post-op. Now, as a doctor, he had access to the best radiation therapist, so he went to the Shaukat Khanum Hospital, which gives us the best radiation and chemotherapy as far as cancer treatment is concerned, and he got good treatment. So again, depending on which status of society you belong to, you can access good institutes and get treatment done. Unfortunately, the gentleman just passed away. in spite of getting proper adjuvant chemotherapy. This is again WHO grade 3 or 4 tumor. So you can see that the complexity of the tumors are enlarging, as the cases are increasing. I mean, again, these people are just sitting, not seeking treatment, and then coming back just for surgery. Once the surgery is done, all of them are actually, this one, a particular one, was lost to follow up. This gentleman also had a very large lesion with decreased vision, which improved to a bit post-operatively, not completely. It was the WHO
Sorry, Dr.
grade 2
Anila.
tumor.
I have to interrupt. We are
Time is
running
up?
out of time. Yeah.
So
Summarize.
I'm just in my last slide. So I'm just very thankful to Aga Khan University for providing these two the webinars, which actually help people in smaller towns to actually discuss their cases. One of them is for pediatric neuro-oncology, and one is from adult oncology. And if I am in a conundrum, and if I need to seek some advice from a multiple disciplinary MDT, I use them. For adjuvant therapy, there are centers in Pakistan which can do zakat and donation and cost-effective radiation oncology. And the conclusion that it's a multiple pronged challenges in operating and managing tumors in LMIC. Most tertiary care hospitals with specialized and dedicated neurosurgery centers are needed. Special emphasis on a senior resident or a junior neurosurgeon to go to an HIC to learn more complex neurosurgery. With this, I'm going to leave with this. With Dr. Robert Dempsey and Fines, we have just started a fellowship, which is only for Pakistani neurosurgeons. So I'm encouraging all the junior neurosurgeons to apply for this fellowship, go to first world country and learn neurosurgery. Please do utilize this fellowship. Thank you so much.
Just a comment. Dr. Anila is doing a wonderful job in the very odd circumstances. Just to remind the audiences that the Multan is the city where the neurosurgery in Pakistan, especially in the Punjab, took birth in 1964. The first neurosurgical center in Punjab was started in 1964 by Professor Bashir. He did one of the earliest thelmotomies. That was the most modern operation at that time in Multan in 1964. So just to remind the history of the neurosurgery.
Okay, Dr. Richard Moser is back. Just now he spoke to us about ethics and advocacy for genetic therapy. Now he shall be continuing forward with genomic scalpels for brain tumor therapy. Dr. Moser.
Thank you once again. I have to confess that the title of this talk is a bit of false advertising. I do not have a genomic scalpel for brain tumors. I alluded to that fact in the last talk. It's just too complicated. But I'm going to at least talk about the direction that we are going to head, and that I think I may be too old to see it, but the future is going to be there, and it'll just be a matter of working hard to achieve that. So let's go through that a bit. Again, you've seen that. I want to start out by a paper that I published in Cancer in 1988 regarding what I still think is the best approach to a brain tumor, which is to take it out. And so back in 1988, as just a youngster, I was advocating for the whole theory, which was either take the whole tumor out or at least leave a big hole when you're done at the surgery so that you've created room and decompression. And this was 1988 when I said this. But fortunately, in 2022, at the MD Anderson, where I originally started my career, they published another article that more or less says it better than I did. which is, of course, the best way to manage a tumor is to take it out and to take it out as completely as possible. Now, they published that. And the interesting thing about this article is that it actually did not show an improved survival, but it did show an improved quality of survival because of the operation that was done and the strategy. And that was to go around the tumor, not go into and through the tumor. And by doing that, you avoid a lot of the vascular injuries that account for the morbidity from the surgeries that are obtained. But again, this talk is not about surgical technique either. The problem is that if we look at glioblastoma treatment over certainly my career, which spans about 40 years, we've made relatively little progress. We may have doubled the survival time, but still relatively little progress. And there are interesting things that are going on, and it covers a lot of territory. And next week, I'm going to talk in Lahore about that, but then I have a lot more time to talk. But with this limited amount of time, we're just going to cover the surface. So what does the future hold for the progress that we will be able to make in taking genomic tools, including what I would call the genomic scalpel, to eliminate brain tumors? We're not there now, but gene therapy has actually been around. This is an article in Time magazine from 1999. So the concept has been around that we can, in fact, do things correctively with this use of gene therapy. And at my institution, we have a lot of gene therapy going on. None of these are related to, none of these are related to brain tumors, except for one study in mice, but nothing is directed toward human trials. Not yet. Not yet. It's just that there's so many things that we're working on right now with things that we can clearly identify with the target that we just haven't figured out how to define what is the target that we want to use these genomic scalpels for. So just to go over this very briefly, this is our diagram for Huntington's disease. It represents a CAG repeat. This is the mutation, the point mutation for Huntington's disease. And what happens here, and I think everybody more or less remembers this, but there's transcription of the DNA into the messenger RNA, and it includes the sequence that results in the mutation results in. And that mutation, that sequence from the messenger RNA is translated into the mutated protein. And the mutated protein then results in the damage to the neurons and accounts for the disease that eventually results in the host being impaired. And these are the kinds of treatments, genomic treatments that are available. And the ones that have clinical implications are gene editing with CRISPR-Cas9. This is antisense oligonucleotides, which are single-stranded RNAs. And then we have out here in the cytosol microRNAs, which is a major theme of our Huntington's disease program, and an even more interesting molecule called an siRNA, which will interfere with the translation of the mutated RNA, messenger RNA that's carrying the mutation. And this results in, particularly with the siRNAs, we can be allele specific, and it results in a reduction in the amount of this mutated protein and presumably a restoration of function. And of course, there's also the issue of how do you get it to the brain, and the options you have are to directly inject it into the brain. Another thing that I've been working on is to infuse it into the ventricular system and have it distribute itself. This has been a theme of the last year as we've tried to design a better AAV capsid that will better enter into the brain and enter into the brain cells to have an effect. And the last modality is intravenous and getting the distribution of your vector all the way throughout the brain. The laboratory actually has a bias toward this, and we have a clinical trial with Canavan's disease using intravenous administration of the AAV. There are a number of issues to be discussed about that we don't have time for. The strategies for gene therapy are two. One is to take cells out of the patient, take them into the laboratory, use a lentivirus and add the gene that you want or whatever it is that you want to enter into the cells and then infuse them back into the patient. The other way is in vivo, which is where you take the, in this case, the adeno-associated virus with the change that you want to the gene that you want to put in, and you directly infuse it into the patient, either intravenous or, as we described before, within the CSF or in the brain parenchyma itself. This is actually, I just bring this up because it's a current treatment. It involves the AAV. Hit the gene that is necessary. This is a retinal dystrophy, and it's related to a mutation in a gene that is responsible for a protein called RPE65. And this protein is required to maintain the health of the retinal epithelium that provides nourishment to the neurons that are part of the visual pathway. And you can inject this virus into this subchoroidal layer here, and it contains the gene that can then go into this epithelial layer and now restore, that is to produce the missing protein that then allows vision to be restored in individuals that are affected by this hereditary condition. But there's a lot of issues, and this goes particularly so to complex disorders like brain tumors, and I call it the witches. And which gene or protein to target, which direction of the effect that do you want, which network or biological pathway are you going to engage, which cell-specific pathway are you going to target, which comorbidities have to be considered, and which sex, race, and ethnic factor may affect the outcome. And there may be substantial differences to how you answer all of these witches. And so they become confounding factors. We deal with them in the monogenetic disorders, but it can become much more difficult when you're dealing with a complex genetic disorder with marked genomic instability, like in a malignant brain tumor. So the answer is here somewhere. I look at this type of a graph. It may be that it's genomic. Maybe we have to look at the proteomics. Maybe we have to look at the metabolome. But somewhere along the line, somebody, maybe long after I'm gone, is going to figure out what is the target for that malignant brain tumor. And then we'll be able to design a genomic scalpel that will address that and will truly cure the brain tumor. Thank you.
I think this is a very novice idea to treat that brain tumors. If there is any question from the audiences, Dr. Moser is there to answer.
Yeah, my name is Amish Shaban. I'm coming from Tanzania. Thank you for showing us the way to gene therapy. But I'm asking the delivery systems, the safety of the delivery systems. How far has it gone?
We have two strategies, either to create a vehicle, which we use now for in vivo use, which is the adeno-associated virus, and we can insert the gene that we want to put into the neurons, the brain cells, or we have this other strategy, which is the siRNAs. And that's we're not putting something in epigenetically. It functions within the cytosol at the ribosomal level, and it has to be renewed. It can't stay there. That's a whole separate topic, but it's very attractive because it distributes itself very well, but it's not the kind of absolute one-shot perfect treatment that you can achieve when you can insert the gene itself.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, sir. So before moving to the last session, there is an announcement to be made. The cultural evening and dinner will be served at 7:30 p.m. at poolside. So be on time. Tomorrow the session, the tomorrow morning session will start at 8 a.m. sharply. So be on time as well. Now moving forward to the last session of today, neurotrauma and miscellaneous. I would like the chairs to come on stage. Ernest J. Barthelmy, Shehzad Shams, and Surat Mona Singhi. Shehzad Shams. Okay.
All right, and our first paper is actually by one of our chairs. So we'll have Dr. Surat Munassin present on life of neurosurgeons at peripheral centers, tips for survival and better outcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. Special thanks to Professor Tariq Khan for the invitation. So, today the topic is life of neurosurgeons in peripheral centers, tips for survival. So, you can see in Sri Lanka, we have 24 neurosurgeons, 13 in the public sector and 11 in the private sector. So I'm working in the public sector. We have 9 provinces and we have 9 neurosurgical units for the each. So this is where I'm working now. It is Sabarakamuwa province. I have been working for last 5 years here as the solo neurosurgeon. And before that, for 3 years, I have been the solo neurosurgeon for the entire Eastern province. So let's see how, as a neurosurgeon working in the peripheral center, I have overcome the difficulties. So wherever you work, we have a common goal, which is safe neurosurgery, performing safe neurosurgery towards the best long-term outcome. So when you are working under difficult circumstances, maximum utilization of available resources and innovative techniques when it's feasible to avoid frustration. So these are the drawbacks and challenges in my setup. I'm sure most of you working in LMIC having the same problem. So lack of ICU, we have 70 consultants in my center, only 15 ICU beds. Lack of theater facilities, manpower, I don't have the COOS, I don't have the navigator, endoscope, right? So high volume of patients. So it's not a problem, it's a challenge. So how to bridge the gap? So if you adhere to the principles below, which I have mentioned, I think you can achieve most of your goals. Thorough knowledge in anatomy and function, skilled safe surgery with correct attitude, and always safety and effective alternatives without violating the principles. So open minimal access approaches have been very handy. In my career, I'll show you with scenarios. So this is scenario number 1, hypertensive ICH. which is one of the most common killers in my setup with more than 50% of mortality due to the given reasons. So I have been looking for a technique which is safe, cost-effective, quick, and also with good neurological outcomes. Even could be done under local anesthesia or sedation if GA is not possible. So I practice this microsurgical evacuation through a small mini craniotomy. So just to show you, this is how our patients with hypertensive ICH died due to pulmonary complications without ICH. So patients have died in front of my eyes. So this is not what I'm talking about. This is craniotomy and evacuation. So this is what I'm talking about. You can see it's through a small mini craniotomy. So it's slightly larger than a burr hole. So you can see it's a very small opening here. So this is the immediate post-op, and this is the patient's follow-up at 3 months' time. So it's a temporal burr hole most of the time. You can see it's a temporal burr hole. I'm using only the microscope because I don't have the navigator. But if you have the navigator, I think it should come handy. So again, same scenario, post-op day 1 and post-op day 14. This is through a frontal burr hole. So you can see it's a very small burr hole. And near total evacuation can be done if you're doing under general anesthesia, but if you're doing under local anesthesia, it's a bit difficult, and you should not be taking the whole clot out. Maybe 85 to 90% is enough. This is again through the frontal mini craniotomy. Can see this is the patient. So again, a large hematoma, pre-op GCS is 7. But this is post-op day 1, and this is at discharge. You can see the patient had undergone chronic SDH, and I had gone through this same frontal burr hole. So not even ICH, even IVH, I have evacuated through a parietal occipital mini craniotomy and inserted the AVT. So this is what I have done. This is the numbers: 73 cases over the last 5 years, and remarkable reduction in mortality, which I'm presenting tomorrow, and with a favorable MRS at 6 months' time. Getting to the second scenario. So this is thick subarachnoid hemorrhage. All patients presenting with low GCS, most of the time they die even before we perform the CT angiogram. So this is what we do. So we do dominant hemisphere decompressive craniectomy first to buy some time, and then we do the CT angiogram, and then we clip the aneurysm. Another scenario, adapting to the situation, minimal access approaches. So there are a set of patients in my country which are scared to undergo general anesthesia because of the fear of death during general anesthesia, or because of the fear of complications. So in that type of cases, I have done several cases, maybe around 20 cases, completely under local anesthesia, under scalp block from skin to skin. So this is the one case. The tumor in the eloquent area, pre-op. This is post-op, complete excision done. And these are some intraoperatively, we are communicating with the patient. And this is like a vague craniotomy, but the only thing is the intention is different. Another case, so pre-op, and this is post-op MRI, complete excision done. In the interest of time, I will skip these videos. So another large metastatic breast cancer in a young lady. So a complete excision was done. Her immediate post-op contrast CT, and these are the intraoperative pictures, intraoperative videos. Another case done under complete scalp block in an old man who was reluctant to undergo general anesthesia. Primary bronchial CA, and so because of the comorbidities, we did it under local anesthesia. So complete excision was done. So 25 cases we have done under local anesthesia during the last 2 years. This is another case, a patient with polycystic kidney disease and a vascular malformation with repeated bleeding and refractory epilepsy. Patient's creatinine was very high. The anesthetist was not very happy to give general anesthesia for this patient. So this was done under sedation. So let's see without the navigator, with removing this removing this tumor through a small incision is possible. This is a quick video. So the intention was to take the tumor out as early as quickly as possible. That was the sulcus I was trying to locate. Even without the navigator, it was possible. So even you don't have this hi-fi technology, I mean, it's not a barrier. So your clinical acumen is important. So this is pre-op CT, and this is the post-op CT. You can see it's a very small incision. Patient was discharged on the second day post-operatively. Brachial plexus tumors, we have done without neuromonitoring because we don't have neuromonitoring in my setup. And minimal access meningioma excision with a small mini craniotomy when in patients with comorbidities and also patients who are reluctant to undergo general anesthesia. We have done several cases like this. You can see it's a very small mini craniotomy here. Sometimes you need to do these firm and very hard meningiomas without the CUSA and without the soft tissue debrider. Sometimes you have to be very patient. The life is very, very difficult sometimes. So operating tumors without preoperating MRI. This is not an uncommon situation in my area where I have worked. So you can see large tumors, patients reluctant to undergo surgery, and then they come back with low GCS. So we had to operate. I had to operate even without an MRI scan. And it's simply this in this case because we did not have MRI in my hospital. So similar cases, large tumors, you can see massive tumors in young patients. So patients presenting with low GCS, so I had to operate even without an MRI. Again, this case, yeah, without the MRI, just the contrast sheet, you can see pre-op contrast, and this is the immediate post-op. So this patient, you can see it's a large tumor here. This is non-contrast. So the patient presented with the low GCS. So even without a contrast CT, I had to operate. This patient presented with a GCS of 5. Similar situation. So many cases I can show you. Another posterior fossa tumor. This is a cavernous sinus tumor. 6 years back, I had to operate this case. This is the only the image I had. So this is the pre-op, immediate post-op. This is after 3 years. I don't even have the imaging post-op to show you, only the clinical the evidence. Hemangioblastoma, same situation. So this is a patient with presented with arterial venous malformation. This is all what we get in my setup. So I'm sure it's very difficult to decide before the surgery with that type of imaging which does not meet your expectations. So you get intraoperative surprises, but you have to be very careful when you work under these type of situations. You have to be patient, you have to be precautious, and you have to be ready with the intraoperative surprises sometimes. So scenario 5, cystinostomy. So my experience with cystinostomy have been very good. So this was the inspiration. An 18-year-old lady presented with a GCS of 3. So this is the first case I done cystinostomy, and I did not put the bone flap back. And you can see we have put the bone flap in the abdominal fat because we did not have facilities to store the refrigerator facilities. And we have done the tracheostomy at the same time. And we did the feeding jejunostomy at the same time because we thought a prolonged post-operative. Initially, I thought it would have been an overkill, but it paid off very nicely. So this is day 25. This patient's cranioplasty was done and patient was discharged on the 27th day of surgery. So that was a remarkable achievement. So then I started doing cystinostomy. Mainly my intention was to avoid cranioplasties because it was it's very expensive in my setup. So I have done more than 200 cases over the last 4 years with a marked reduction in the number of cranioplasties to 27%. Right. So you can use fibula as a graft material if you don't have anterior corpectomy cages. These are few scenarios. Replace technology with the clinical acumen. So C1, C2 fixation, thoracic fixation. You don't need the navigator if you have the clinical acumen. So these are few examples, right? So another case, do laminoplasty for junctional tumors. If the patient cannot afford the constructs, we do laminoplasty in all these cases. Right. So in the interest of time, I will skip even the most complicated cases you can achieve. So this is a recurrent large posterior fossa tumor with the sinus involvement. I operated a few months back. Did the immediate post-op MRI. 95% of the tumor taken out. So similar cases, in the interest of time, I will skip all this. And the last slide. So how to tackle complex cases with limited resources. If you adhere to all these principles, I think you can achieve most of your goals even without the sophisticated technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Munasingh, for sharing your experience. Do we have any questions for Dr. Munasingh? Yes.
I think there's a lot we can all learn from what some of the things you've mentioned. as far as doing things under local anesthesia. We talk about how many more neurosurgeons we need, but maybe we could be more efficient and get more done. Are you gathering data on, say, the cases you do under local anesthesia versus general, just to document
Yeah,
how
definitely.
much you save time-wise and getting people out of the hospital faster?
Yeah, thank you. So we do under local anesthesia in selected cases. So we gather all this data, but at the moment I have not compared with the cases done under local anesthesia with the cases done under general anesthesia, because the case volume is not very high at the moment. So obviously I'm looking forward to collect the data and doing a study. So already I have done a study, which I'm going to publish very soon, and I'll be talking tomorrow regarding this hypertensive ISH evacuation. So at the moment, I have been getting good results. So we'll see in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We'll proceed with our next presenter, Dr. Harmonie Marbel, presenting on spinal trauma by gunshot in a conflict area of the DRC, the challenges of care.
Hello, everyone. Today, it's a pleasure for me to discuss one of the challenging cases that we face in our country, in the Republic of Congo. So today, I will talking about the spinal gunshot injuries in DRC. Spinal gunshot wound is a major health problem in some part of world, usually because it's underreported and researched. It's usually occurred in the war-zoned areas. In my country, DRC, wars is going on over 25 years ago. So one of the reasons why we are in a very, very rich country and is really the zone where is the east of our country, this is heavy area. So in my country, we have many exploitation of gold, diamond. We have uranium, copper, cadmium, nickel, and we have all the precious materials that you can imagine in this big part of our country. We have gold, we have platinum, and so there is a big reason why we can have criminality. So in the same moment, I can tell you that my country is a subject of wars. Like I told you, it's 25 years. And I told you already that, like you can see in this slash, we have gold, we have diamond, and the sector artisanal is more working like the more than mining. As you can see here, women by the hand, she collects mineral and processed materials. She collects by the hand platinum. She collects by the hand by hand diamond. So really, you can imagine if have some accidents, then she can lose the life, and is the problem of is the big problem of in this part of the country, and we lost many people, and there was coming there. So the world is some of one reason that many family lost people and people moving to be refugees in another country. So this picture is very showing the conflict of the world in DRC, that a lot of people, like I told you, that moving, going in another country, family losing people. So gunshot wounds are underrepresented by the world. For underreporting her happiness to the continent is really there is not more reported. So we face three main challenges. Firstly, we face about safety for the her and care providers and patients. Secondly, we face limited access to medical supplies. So sorry, my English maybe can be not good. I'm French speaker. So in the last, we really complex lesion. I cannot move, sorry. Yeah. The main objective of my presentation is to discuss about management of spinal gunshot wound from 2050 to the 2022. We collect 241 patients, and for spine, we had 51 spinal injury. And the main including criteria was the patient should have injury for spine associated with neurological deficit. And in the last, we had 30 patients after our selection. As we can notice in our slash, a lot of gunshots including came at 2022. And age population are located between 16 to 35 years ago. Is like looking on the study, we can really realize that the most victim of our patients are civilians, over 765.7%. And we can see in this slide that the time of our treatment was so fast. At looking at neurosurgical deficit, they realized paraplegia neurological deficit was Asia A tag. About the complexity of lesion, we are challenging by spinal torsion, but thoracic lesion was too much representation, and you can associate with all what lesion was in thorax. If you combine all of this, you can go over 32% all traumas of thorax. So some other have associated traumatic brain injury, and about our patients had abdominal lesion or other kind of associated another lesion. So now let's look a little bit about imaging. So associated lesion, we did not realizing MRIs. We're realizing CT scan about 17%, and all of our patients we realizing radiography. And then how about our treatment? The treatment is a classic when we have gunshots. We can imagine all that. Our patient, all of most of the time is associated with infection. So we need to associate the classic antibiotic and so on. But the main challenge in our situation, because we are in a war zone, we can't once prepare or deliver antibiotic on the time. So another challenge we have is doing the surgery, especially when we have to position our patients in operating room. Example, if we have some patient who has, for example, thoracic lesion associated with trauma of spine, we have problem of position because it's big challenges, because we don't know in this moment, we don't like to decompensate the thoracic lesion with the spine lesion, and we have problem of lesion. So we mentioned our cases are lesions of dura mater, and we are almost systematically dealing with the dura teres. We have the suture in the thigh matter. So again here, when we suture the dura, we had our fatted part to allow a nice closure. Sometimes we need the glue. For safety challenge, the complexities is the lesion men use too long to stay in hospitalization among 75 days or plus. So the long time of hospitalization, everybody know that it's going about causes infection, but mostly pressure operation causing so much, a lot of deaths and 60% of mortality. So the outcome are great. We are fortunately to have rehabilitation center in our parts, and our patient can have dorsal lumbar causes, and thanks God that they can have protective devices. So I will finish my proposal to say in my conclusion that really the chance of, sorry, I have a time maybe, yes, in conclusion, gunshots to the parents' cord is endemic in DRC. So over the last 25 years, as I told you, we saw in the number of patients that the mortality going over 60% in this pathology. And the mainstay of our presentation is today going about to reason of that gunshots wrong. The management is still problematic in our country. The main point of deal is too much more a matter of prevention and making peace and security in country. So I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Mabel. Do we have any questions about Dr. Mabel's presentation? Okay, thank you very much.
So let's invite the last speaker of the day. It's Dr. Hee Jin Yang. He'll be talking about Journal of Korean Neurosurgical Society and its progress over the last 50 years.
So finally, we got the last topic of this day. It's my great honor to be here. Before beginning, I brought this brochure and placed it over just the next left side of the air conditioners. Please feel free to take as you want. I'll be very happy if no brochure left after the presentation. So I have no disclosure for this presentation. So I talk about the beginning of JKNS and progression as domestic journal, and it was to be enlisted in international database, and the progression after the enlistment, and future of JKNS. So our society is established in 1961, and at the year, the first annual meeting was had. But there was dispute over the making their own journal, because at the first time of the KNS, there was so few neurosurgeons, so they are doubt about those. The separate journal is better or not. But finally, they decided to publish their own journal in 1970. And this is the first issue of Journal of Korean Neurosurgical Society, published in October 1972. It has 31 articles and covering the various, all of the field of neurosurgery at this time. So after the establishment, we increased the number of issues per year generally, and finally in 1993, we published the journal monthly, and the number of the articles per year is increased continually, and at the 90s, we published about 250 articles per year. However, this journal is only submitted by Korean neurosurgeons and read by Korean neurosurgeons. So we are trying to improve the state of journal, so improving administration, improving our system, education for authors and reviewers, and improve the search system. And finally, we decided it's better to transforming to English journal from Korean journal. And we changed the cover design. For 30 years, there was no change of cover design, but after then, we changed several times in cover and finally settled in present form in 2017. So finally, we got enlisted in Scopus and SCI in 2008. However, the impact factor is not so good. So we are trying to improve our impact factors by rejection from manuscripts with low probability of citation. And by then, we decided to reduce the annual publishing to monthly publication to bi-monthly publication. And we are recruiting review articles from famous neurosurgeons of the world when we invite them to attend the Korean Neurosurgical Annual Meeting. By this report, when we try these various reports, the impact factor remains relatively low for the first 10 years after enlistment. It began to rise rapidly from 2017, and finally at the peak value of 2.249 and 2021. And last year, it's a pity that we got a reduction of impact factor. I think we can manage anyway our impact factor from 1.5 to 2.0. So, also very low compared to the top ranking neurosurgical journal, but I think it's a very good figure compared to the journals. When I was resident, I tried one of this project to publish my article, but this nowadays this is we can comparable to that of some worldwide and well-known neurosurgical journals. So we have reached various important some achievements. What would be the future of the JKNS? We should continue to import our impact spectrum because this is the strongest motive for authors for subscribers submit their research result to our journal. And JKNS want to be stepping stones for Korean researchers and other Korean neurosurgical journals, and for global neurosurgery. And neurosurgeons does not have their own national journals in its international database. First, we want to, although we are trying to improve our impact factor, I'm not sure that we can reach the level of the top ranking of neurosurgical journals. However, we can help our Korean neurosurgeons to get experience to organize the results and be experienced and finally be capable of submitting their result to top ranked journals. To fulfill this, JKN is trying to update research texts regularly and publish articles of interest to show the hot topics of neurosurgery for readers and provide education and training for authors and reviewers. The other step is for helping other Korean neurosurgical journals. There are 9 journals of branch society of Korean Neurosurgical Society. However, only one is enlisted in SCI except for JKNS. And enlistment in internationality becomes more and more difficult. So I decided to support these journals for enlistment in international database by sharing the know-how to be enlisted in the international database and cooperation for enhancing citation. And we made a council of 7 journals, JKNS plus 6 other journals, with a regular meeting to share our point of interest in the tactics to be taken. I would like to, JKNS will be first step for global neurosurgery on neurosurgeons of MIC. JKNS can be good route for neurosurgeons to build up the research experience. It has a very good IF, I think, and it's an open access journal with a very low article processing charge, only $400. And we can polish a reduction of neurosurgeons from LMIC. And we made a review managed system. If you review 3 manuscripts on time, we can provide 1 article of free of APC when he participates the article as a corresponding author. And we are trying to provide better opportunity to manuscript from these countries, but if it was decided it's not sufficient to publish in JKNS, we can transport to this manuscript to the other Korean neurosurgical journals. Although they are not SCI enlisted, there are 2 journals as the Scopus enlisted. So we help the authors to better chance to be published in other journals, if not suitable for JKNS. This is our journal is the Korean Neurosurgical Society, but in fact it is also already international. This means that more than half of the manuscripts submitted to JKNS from other than Korea. And when we select the authors of the influential articles, 1 out of 6 of the authors are from other country. So JKNS will try to improve the impact factor, but want to be helpful Korean researchers and Korean neurosurgical journals and global neurosurgery. This is by this we are pursuing values beyond just for high influence, but for better journal and helpful for neurosurgeons of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yang. Are there any questions to Dr. Yang from the floor?
Especially, it seems like we these days really don't need a printed journal. So online should be fairly inexpensive. I know you have reduced rates for LMIC people, but have you analyzed what expenses are required to come up with your journal? Produce it?
So the LMIC rank by the World Bank, we perform deduction, and so also we print journals and deliver to Korean readers. But all of the journals can be accessed on the homepage. You can see it's a brochure. So overseas submitters from other countries doesn't have to subscribe to the printed journal. All of the journals can be accessible on the homepage.
What are the expenses of producing the online journal? Because the main publishers, they're for-profit publishers, and I think that's why it's so expensive. And it sounds like you've got a different model, but if you analyze what the expenses are, so you could make the costs as low as possible.
The GNC is run by academic society, not by commercial publisher. And the exact budget, cannot give you the exact numbers, but the APC is only for DOI deposit, XML file generation. So all of the other the budget comes from the society and the homepage banner and some advertisement on printed version. And I'm not sure about the exact version, but in Korean one about 30 million won, then mean about $25,000 per year, I think.
Dr. Yang, one of the issues with running a journal is to get enough reviewers. I'm also a sub-editor for another journal, and every time I make a request for a reviewer, most of the time, no one really responds well. How do you overcome that issue?
So that's why we devised the reviewer merit system. One of the problems is that most of journals with not so high impact factors, they doesn't want to review because there's no merit at all. So we decided to give us if you review on proper time, we give you opportunity to publish your article without charge. So foreign reviewers, they will only have to 3 reviews, but in Korean neurosurgeons, they have to finish 5 reviews.
Okay. Any more questions? Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Yang. And that concludes our session for the day. And thank you everyone for the attention.
Dinner time, the village.